Welcome, weary traveler, to the ultimate journey through history. 8 hours of stories from the ancient and medieval worlds, designed to carry you gently into sleep and through the night. Tonight, you won't visit just one civilization or one era, but will traverse thousands of years and countless cultures, experiencing humanity's long story from the cradle of civilization to the threshold of the modern world. Close your eyes and prepare for a voyage through time itself. We will walk the streets of ancient Mesopotamia, where the first cities rose from the desert, sail the Nile with the Egyptians who built monuments for eternity, stand in the marble halls of Athens where democracy and philosophy were born, march with the Roman legions that conquered the known world, and witness the rise and fall of empires across 3 continents and 4 millennia. We will meet the people who shaped history: the kings and queens, the philosophers and prophets, the warriors and poets, the merchants and farmers, the priests and slaves. But more importantly, we will meet ordinary people living their daily lives, for history is not just the story of the famous but of countless unnamed souls who loved and laughed, suffered and hoped, worked and dreamed, just as we do. We will experience the rhythms of ancient life, the rising sun calling workers to fields that had been cultivated for generations, the marketplace buzzing with merchants from distant lands, the temple ceremonies that connected earth to heaven, the family meals where traditions were passed down, the festivals that marked the turning year, and the stories told around fires that preserved memory before writing existed. This is not a history lecture but a bedtime story, or rather, 8 hours of bedtime stories woven together into a continuous narrative that will accompany you through the night. The pace is gentle, the tone contemplative, the details rich enough to engage your imagination, but soothing enough to release you into sleep. You may hear the entire journey, or you may drift away after the first civilization, and wake to find yourself in another era entirely. Either way, you will have traveled through time. What this journey offers. For your mind, stories that satisfy curiosity without demanding alertness. History presented not as dates and battles to memorize, but as lived experience to imagine. The kind of knowledge that seeps in gently, that you'll remember not because you studied it, but because you experienced it in your mind's eye as you drifted towards sleep. For your body, 8 hours of continuous, calm narration, no jarring transitions, no sudden sounds, no anxiety-inducing content. A consistent, soothing voice and gentle music carrying you from waking into sleep and through the night cycles. You can rest knowing the journey continues even when you're not consciously hearing it. For your soul, connection to the long human story. Understanding that our struggles and joys, our questions and hopes, are not new but part of a conversation stretching back millennia. Finding perspective that civilizations rise and fall, that change is constant, that what seems permanent is temporary, yet human resilience and creativity endure. The structure of our journey. Over the next 8 hours, we will visit civilizations in roughly chronological order, though with some thematic connections and gentle transitions. Part 1, Hours 1, Ancient Mesopotamia and the birth of civilization: the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians who invented writing, law, and urban life in the land between the rivers. Part 2, Hour 2, Ancient Egypt, the gift of the Nile, the remarkable civilization that lasted 3,000 years. From the pyramids to Cleopatra, and gave us some of history's most iconic images. Part 3, Hour 3, Ancient Greece, the birth of the Western mind, from Mycenaean palaces to Athenian democracy, from Homer's epics to Plato's philosophy, the Greeks who shaped Western thought. Part 4, Hour 4, the Roman Empire, masters of the world, the republic that became an empire, the legions that conquered from Britain to Mesopotamia, and the Pax Romana that unified the Mediterranean. Part 5, Hour 5, the medieval world, Christendom, and beyond the Middle Ages in Europe, the Byzantine continuation of Rome, and the Islamic Golden Age that preserved and advanced ancient knowledge. Part 6, Hour 6, medieval life, castles, cathedrals, and communities, daily life in the medieval world, how people actually lived, worked, prayed, and found meaning in a world very different from ours. Part 7, Hour 7, the Silk Road and cultural exchange, the networks of trade and ideas connecting East and West, the merchants and missionaries, the goods and beliefs that traveled thousands of miles. Part 8 Hour 8 Reflections and Connections, drawing threads together, finding patterns across civilizations, understanding what endures and what changes, and connecting the ancient world to our own. Each section flows into the next without abrupt transitions. If you wake during the night, you'll find yourself in a different time and place, but the journey continues seamlessly. And if you sleep through to morning, you'll have traveled from the first cities of Sumer to the threshold of the Renaissance, experiencing humanity's story as a continuous, unfolding narrative. What you'll experience. Sensory immersion, not just facts but experiences. The smell of incense in an Egyptian temple, the sound of a Greek marketplace, the taste of Roman bread and wine, the feel of medieval stone beneath your feet, the sight of a Mesopotamian ziggurat rising against the desert sky. Human connection, the universal experiences across cultures and millennia. A Sumerian mother singing her child to sleep, a Roman soldier far from home, a medieval monk copying manuscripts, a Greek farmer tending olive groves his ancestors planted their hopes and fears were not so different from ours. The long-view perspective that comes from seeing civilizations rise and fall, innovations transform life, ideas spread across continents, and the long arc of human development. Understanding that our own era, however it feels, is part of this ongoing story. The comfort of continuity, realizing that humans have always wondered, always questioned, always sought meaning, that we are not alone in our existential concerns, but part of a conversation stretching back to the first person who looked at the stars and asked why. Practical guidance for this journey. You don't need to stay awake, this is designed for sleep. Don't fight to hear every word. Let the narrative carry you into and through sleep. The content will be there if you return to it, or you can simply let it wash over you. There's no test, you don't need to remember everything, or anything. This isn't education in the traditional sense but immersion. What stays with you will stay naturally, without effort. Start anywhere while designed to flow from beginning to end. You can start with any section. Each part is complete enough to stand alone while connecting to the whole. Return as often as you like, this journey can be repeated. Each time, you might notice different details, drift away at different moments, find different aspects resonating. History is endlessly rich, there's always more to discover. Let go of modern concerns for these 8 hours, release the anxieties of contemporary life. The deadlines, the emails, the news cycle, all of it can wait. You are traveling to worlds where none of that existed, finding rest in times when life moved at a different pace. The promise of this journey. By morning, if you've heard the entire journey, you'll have traveled 5,000 years. You'll have witnessed the birth of writing in Mesopotamia, the construction of the pyramids, the glory of Athens, the might of Rome, the devotion of the medieval world. You'll have experienced empires at their height and in their fall, seen innovations transform civilization, and understood both how much has changed and how much remains constant in human nature. But even if you hear only fragments, drifting in and out of consciousness through the night, you'll have touched something timeless. You'll have connected with the long human story, found your place in the vast sweep of history, and perhaps gained a measure of peace from understanding that we are all temporary, our concerns ephemeral, yet part of something enduring and meaningful. The invitation. So settle into comfort. Adjust your pillows, pull up your blankets, let your body relax into the mattress. Release the tension in your shoulders, your jaw, your hands. Breathe deeply in through the nose, out through the mouth, again and again. Feel yourself settling, grounding, preparing for the journey. The ancient world awaits. 5,000 years of human story, 8 hours of gentle narrative, 1 night of rest and travel through time. Let us begin at the very beginning, in the land where civilization was born, where the first cities rose from the desert and humans first pressed marks into clay to preserve their words for eternity. Imagine standing on a low hill in what is now southern Iraq, sometime around 3500 BCE, 5,500 years ago. Before you stretches a flat alluvial plain, green and fertile, crossed by 2 great rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates. The Greeks would later call this land Mesopotamia, between the rivers, and here, in this cradle of civilization, humans would create something unprecedented: the first cities, the first writing, the first laws, the first empires. But on this morning, you're witnessing the beginning. In the distance, you can see a settlement, not the scattered farming village that had been typical for millennia, but something new and remarkable: a true city, rising from the plain. Mud brick buildings cluster together, their flat roofs creating a honeycomb pattern. And at the center, dominating everything, a massive structure rises toward the sky: a ziggurat, a stepped pyramid temple reaching upward to connect earth and heaven. This is Uruk, perhaps the world's first true city, home to perhaps 40,000 people, a concentration of humanity unprecedented in history. Here, in this and other Sumerian cities, humans were inventing civilization itself, writing to record transactions and preserve stories, laws to govern complex societies, mathematics to survey fields and track the stars, bureaucracy to manage irrigation and taxation, specialized labor creating artisans and priests and merchants alongside farmers, and religious institutions that would shape human thought for millennia. The geography that shaped history. The rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates, flowing from the mountains of Anatolia, modern Turkey, to the Persian Gulf. Unpredictable flooding. Unlike the reliable Nile, these rivers flooded violently and erratically, bringing fertile silt but also destruction, requiring cooperative labor to manage irrigation and flood control. This need for organization helping drive the development of complex society. The plain flat, fertile when irrigated, but naturally arid agriculture dependent on irrigation. No stone, no timber, no metal ores, forcing innovation. Mud brick architecture, long-distance trade for materials. The limitations spurring creativity. The vulnerability, no natural barriers unlike Egypt with its deserts. Open to invasion from all sides. Constant warfare and conquest. Political instability but cultural continuity. Ideas and peoples mixing and clashing. The climate hot and dry, especially in summer. Scorching days, cooler nights. The rhythm of life adapted to the heat. Water always precious, always central. The Sumerians, the first civilization, 3500 or 2000 BCE. Who were they? The Sumerians appeared in southern Mesopotamia around 4000 BCE, their origins mysterious, their language unrelated to any other known language. By 3500 BCE, they had created the first civilization, the first complex, urban, literate society. The city-states, independent cities, each with its god: Uruk, city of the goddess Inanna, city of the moon god Nana; Eridu, city of Enki, god of wisdom and water; Lagash, Nippur, Kish, and others. Each city an independent state with its own king, army, and territory. Constant rivalry and occasional warfare, but sharing language, culture, and religion. The social structure, the hierarchy from top to bottom: the king, Lugal, big man, and royal family. Priests and priestesses serving the city's god. High officials and nobles. Merchants and skilled artisans. Farmers and laborers. Slaves, prisoners of war, debtors. The temple at the center, the ziggurat step pyramid platform with temple on top. The god's house on earth. Enormous economic institution owning land, employing workers, storing surplus. The king as the god's steward on earth. Religion and government inseparable. Daily life in ancient Sumer. Let us walk through Uruk on an ordinary day around 3000 BCE. The sun has risen, already hot even in the early morning. The city is stirring. The streets narrow, winding lanes between mud brick houses. Unpaved, dusty or muddy depending on season. Open sewers, drainage channels running along streets. The smell, humanity, cooking fires, animals, sewage, spices. Packed donkeys carrying goods, people hurrying to work. Children playing, dogs scavenging. The houses, simple mud brick structures. Flat roofs used for sleeping in hot weather. Small windows keeping out heat and dust. Inner courtyards providing light and ventilation. The wealthy larger houses, multiple rooms decorated with mosaics. The poor single-room dwellings. The marketplace, the economic heart of the city. Merchants selling barley and wheat, dates and fish, wool and linen cloth, pottery and metal goods, slaves and livestock. Barter common, though silver eventually became standard of value. Weights and measures standardized for fairness. The noise and bustle, shouting vendors, haggling customers, bleating animals. The people you see, the farmer come to market with his surplus barley. Weathered face, simple tunic, calloused hands. trading for fish, dates, a copper tool. Most people were farmers, the foundation of everything. The merchant more elaborately dressed, wool robe with colored border, trading cloth for silver, silver for grain. Keeping accounts perhaps dictating to a scribe, connected to long-distance trade networks. The priest shaven head, white linen robe, purchasing offerings for the temple. Respected, stepping aside as he passes. Serving the god, mediating between human and divine. The scribe carrying his tablet and stylus. The literate elite, perhaps 1% of the population. Recording a transaction, witnessing a contract. Essential to the complex economy. The woman drawing water from the public well, heavy pottery jar balanced on her head. The work of water carrying falling mostly to women. Some women could own property, conduct business, though men dominated public life. The slave carrying goods for his master. Perhaps a prisoner of war, perhaps born into slavery, perhaps working off a debt. Slavery existed, but was not the economic foundation. Most labor was free farmers and craftsmen. The invention that changed everything, writing. Around 3200 BCE, in Uruk, something extraordinary happened. Humans began to write. Not decorative symbols, not simple pictographs, but a true writing system capable of recording language. The cuneiform script, the origin, beginning as pictographs, simple pictures representing objects, evolving into cuneiform wedge shaped because of the tool used. A reed stylus pressed into soft clay tablets. The impression leaving a wedge shape, gradually becoming more abstract and stylized. The process taking a lump of clay, forming a flat tablet, pressing the stylus at an angle, creating wedge-shaped marks. Each sign representing a word or syllable. Combining signs to create complex meanings. Letting the tablet dry or baking it for permanence. What they wrote, economic records, the vast majority 2 sheep received from Cusham. Lists of grain stored in the temple. Records of land sales, loans, labor assignments. The bureaucracy of civilization preserved in clay. Laws and contracts, legal codes, the Code of Urnammu, later Hammurabi's Code. Marriage contracts, adoption papers, wills. The framework of social order written down. Literature, later development, the Epic of Gilgamesh, humanity's first great work of literature. Hymns to the gods. Proverbs and wisdom literature. Love poetry. Myths explaining creation and the cosmos. Letters, correspondence between kings. Merchants writing business partners. The personal preserved alongside the official. The significance, writing allowed complex administration, tracking taxes, managing irrigation, coordinating large projects. Preserved knowledge across generations. Created history before writing, only archaeology, after, actual records. Changed human consciousness, thought could now be external, examined, refined. The scribe's life. Imagine being a young Sumerian boy, perhaps age 8, whose father, a successful merchant, has decided you will learn to write. You enter the Aduba, the tablet house, the scribble school. The training years of rigorous discipline beginning, learning the basic signs, hundreds of them. Copying them again and again on practice tablets. Your hand cramping, your eyes straining. The master hitting you with a cane when you make errors. The one who doesn't know cuneiform is a fool, the scribe saying. Advancing, learning syllabic combinations. Reading and copying literary texts. Mathematics essential for accounting. Sumerian language even after it died as a spoken language. Scribes learned it like Latin in medieval Europe, mastering after years, becoming a scribe. A prestigious career open to you, temple bureaucrat, royal administrator, teacher, private contractor. The literate elite who ran civilization. Your skills ensuring you'd never go hungry. The work sitting cross-legged, tablet in your lap. Clay and stylus your tools. Hours of careful marking, recording the transactions that made complex society possible. And occasionally, copying a hymn or a myth, preserving beauty alongside utility. Sumerian religion, the gods who shaped life. The Sumerians saw the world as controlled by powerful gods who had to be served and appeased. Unlike the later monotheistic religions, these gods were not all powerful or all-knowing, but were like humans, passionate, capricious, sometimes petty, engaged in their own dramas while humans served them. The pantheon in heaven, the supreme god, father of the gods. Remote, rarely involved in human affairs. Representing the distant sky. Enlil, Lord Wind, most actively powerful god. God of the storm and wind. Could be destructive, sending the flood, or beneficial, bringing rains. Humans feared and served him. Enki, Lord Earth, god of wisdom, fresh water and crafts, friend to humanity, often helping humans, warning of the flood, teaching crafts, clever and benevolent. Inanna, later Ishtar, goddess of love and war, the combination significant. Passionate, dangerous, compelling. The most important goddess. Her descent to the underworld, a myth explaining seasons. Nana, Sin, the moon god, measuring time by his cycles, patron of Many others, Utu, sun god, Ninhursag, earth mother, Ereshkigal, queen of the underworld, and hundreds more gods of cities, crafts, natural forces, human activities. How they worshipped the ziggurat and temple, the massive stepped platform reaching toward heaven. Climbing the ramp to the temple on top. The gods' dwelling place. Ordinary people rarely entered the inner sanctum. Daily service, priests washing, dressing, and feeding the god's statue. Elaborate rituals, music, incense, offerings. The god as king requiring service. Festivals, sacred marriage ceremony, king and high priestess symbolically marrying to ensure fertility. New Year festival renewing creation. Public celebrations with feasting and processions. Personal piety, small household shrines. Personal gods who interceded with the great gods. Prayers and small offerings. The gods were distant but not irrelevant to daily life. The afterlife, grim view, all the dead went to Kur, the underworld. A dark, dusty place. Neither reward nor punishment, just shadowy existence. The land of no return. Focus therefore on this life, not the next. The Epic of Gilgamesh, humanity's first story. Around 2100 BCE, scribes began writing down stories about Gilgamesh, king of Uruk, who probably lived around 2700 BCE. Over centuries, these stories were refined and combined into humanity's first great epic, a tale of friendship, loss, the search for meaning, and the acceptance of mortality. The story in brief: Gilgamesh, the tyrant king of Uruk, 2/3 god and 1/3 man. Powerful, arrogant, oppressing his people. The people cry out to the gods for relief. Enkidu, the wild man, the gods create Enkidu, a wild man living with animals. He's civilized by a temple prostitute sex as transition from nature to culture. Comes to Uruk and fights Gilgamesh. They become best friends, the epic's emotional core. Adventures together, they journey to the cedar forest. Kill its guardian, the monster Humbaba. Cut down sacred cedars. Achieving glory. The goddess's anger, Inanna/Ishtar propositions Gilgamesh. He refuses, insulting her. She sends the bull of heaven to destroy Uruk. Gilgamesh and Enkidu kill it. The gods decree Enkidu must die for these offenses. Enkidu's death, he falls ill, suffers, dies. Gilgamesh is devastated. Shall I too not lie down like him, never to rise again? Confronting mortality for the first time. The quest for immortality, Gilgamesh journeys to find Utnapishtim, the flood survivor who was granted eternal life. Crosses the waters of death. Finds Utnapishtim, who tells him the flood story similar to Noah's. Utnapishtim, there is no permanence. The plant of youth, Gilgamesh obtains a plant that restores youth. On the way home, he bathes in a pool. A serpent steals and eats the plant. Gilgamesh returns to Uruk empty-handed. The acceptance, Gilgamesh looks at the walls of Uruk. Recognizes his legacy, what he built, not eternal life, accepts mortality. Finds meaning in human accomplishment, not immortality. Why this story matters: universal themes, friendship and its power, grief and loss, the fear of death, the search for meaning, the acceptance of limits, themes that resonate across 4,000 plus years. Literary achievement, complex characters, Gilgamesh grows and changes. Sophisticated narrative structure, beautiful poetry, the foundation of literary tradition. Historical importance, our first extended narrative. Influenced later literature, elements echoed in the Bible. Preserves Sumerian culture. Shows humans have always asked the same deep questions. As you drift toward sleep, imagine the ancient scribe in the Adaba, carefully pressing his reed stylus into the clay, preserving this story for 40 centuries. Imagine Gilgamesh himself, standing on Uruk's walls at sunset, contemplating mortality and legacy. And know that his questions: why must I die? What gives life meaning? How do I face loss? Are your questions too, connecting you across millennia to the first civilization. Sumerian civilization flourished for over 1,000 years. But political unity eluded the quarreling city-states. That would change when a new people, speaking a Semitic language, rose to dominate Mesopotamia, the Akkadians. The Akkadian Empire 2334–2154 BCE. Sargon, the Great, originally a cup-bearer to the king of Kish, or so legend said, seized power and conquered the Sumerian cities one by one, created history's first empire, a single state ruling multiple peoples. His capital Akkad, location now unknown, somewhere in central Mesopotamia, called himself king of the universe. The empire stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. Akkadian, a Semitic language, became the lingua franca. Sumerian culture continued, but under Akkadian political control. Efficient administration, standardized weights, measures, laws. Military might. Sargon boasted of conquering 34 cities. The successors, Sargon's dynasty, continued for several generations. His grandson Naram-Sin, particularly powerful, had himself portrayed as a god. Radical step. But the empire didn't last. The collapse around 2154 BCE, internal revolts, invasion by the Gutians, mountain people from the east, climate change and drought weakening agriculture, the empire fragmenting. The lesson: empires rise through military might and administrative skill, but they fall through overextension, internal weakness, and external pressure, a pattern we'll see again and again through history. The Sumerian Renaissance era 3 period, 2112–2004 BCE. After the Akkadian collapse, Sumerian culture enjoyed a final flowering under the third dynasty of Ur. Ur-Nammu and his successors reunified southern Mesopotamia, built magnificent ziggurats including Ur's, which still stands partially today, created one of history's earliest law codes, predating Hammurabi by 3 centuries. The Code of Ur-Nammu: if a man commits a murder, that man must be killed. If a man commits a robbery, he will be killed. If a man violates the right of another and deflowers the virgin wife of a young man, they shall kill that man. But also fines for lesser offenses. The principle: justice through law, not arbitrary power. The bureaucracy: incredibly detailed records, tracking grain, livestock, labor. Tablets listing workers' names, tasks, rations. The machinery of state visible in clay. The fall: Amorite invasions from the west, Elamite invasions from the east. Ur captured and destroyed 2004 BCE. The lamentation over the destruction of Ur, a literary work expressing grief. Sumerian as a living language died, though scribes continued learning it. The Babylonian Empire, 1894–1595 BCE. From the chaos after Ur's fall, new city-states emerged. One would dominate Babylon, under its 6th king, Hammurabi. Hammurabi reigned 1792–1750 BCE. The conqueror started with a small kingdom around Babylon. Through war and diplomacy, conquered all of Mesopotamia, creating a new empire centered on Babylon, a city that would echo through history. The Log of Ur, famous for his law code, inscribed on a stone steel pillar. Found in 1901, now in the Louvre, 282 laws, covering nearly every aspect of life. The Code of Hammurabi, the structure: the prologue: Hammurabi as chosen by the gods to bring justice. The laws themselves. The epilogue: blessings and curses. The principle: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But actually more nuanced. Punishments varied by social class. The powerful protected, but also accountable. Sample laws on justice: if anyone bring an accusation against a man, and the accused go to the river and leap into the river, if he sink in the river, his accuser shall take possession of his house. But if the river prove that the accused is not guilty, and he escape unhurt, then he who had brought the accusation shall be put to death, while he who leaped into the river shall take possession of the house that had belonged to his accuser. Trial by ordeal: the river as divine judge. On property: if anyone steal cattle or sheep, or an ass, or a pig, or a goat, if it belong to a god or to the court, The thief shall pay 30-fold. If they belong to a freed man of the king, he shall pay 10-fold. If the thief has nothing with which to pay, he shall be put to death. On family, if a man wish to put his son out of his house, and declare before the judge, I want to put my son out, then the judge shall examine into his reasons. If the son be guilty of no great fault, for which he can be rightfully put out, the father shall not put him out. On construction, the famous one, if a builder build a house for someone, and does not construct it properly, and the house which he built fall in and kill its owner, then that builder shall be put to death. The significance, not the first law code, but the most complete from ancient Mesopotamia, shows sophisticated legal thinking. The idea that law, not arbitrary power, should govern. Justice available in theory to all, not just the powerful. Though in practice, the powerful still had advantages. Babylon itself, imagine walking through Babylon around 1750 BCE, at Hammurabi's height, the walls massive fortifications encircling the city, thick enough for chariots to race along the top, gates decorated with glazed bricks in later periods, the famous Ishtar Gate. The Ziggurat at Hymenanki, foundation of heaven and earth, the great Tower of Babylon. Later, the legendary Tower of Babel. 7 tiers, rising to the temple of Marduk, Babylon's patron god, perhaps 91 meters 300 feet tall, dominating the skyline, visible for miles. The processional way, the main boulevard, paved, lined with buildings, used for religious processions. The heart of the city, the palace, Hammurabi's residence and administrative center. Courtyards, audience halls, private quarters. The throne room where he received envoys and dispensed justice. Archives storing the clay tablets of administration. The people, perhaps 200,000 inhabitants, enormous for the ancient world. Diverse Akkadians, Sumerians, Amorites, and others, speaking various languages but Akkadian dominant. Engaged in every trade and craft. The bustle and noise of a great city. After Hammurabi decline, his successors couldn't hold the empire. Invasions, Hittites from the north, Kassites from the east. Babylon sacked 1595 BCE. The old Babylonian period ended. But Babylon survived, would rise again, as Neo-Babylonia, 626-539 BCE. Under Nebuchadnezzar II, one of history's great cities. But that's later in our story. The Assyrian Empire, 2005-629 BCE, peak, 911-612 BCE. North of Babylonia, in the upper reaches of the Tigris, another people had been building their strength, the Assyrians. They would create the ancient world's most feared military machine. The Assyrian heartland centered on the city of Ashur, their original capital. Later capitals, Nimrud, Nineveh, Dur-Sharrukin. Hilly, partially forested region. Better watered than the south. Natural warriors and traders. The military machine organization, the first professional army in history. Earlier armies were seasonal militias. Full-time soldiers, well-trained and equipped. Organized into units with specializations. Commanded by officers in a clear hierarchy. Supplied by an efficient logistics system. Weapons and tactics, iron weapons. Assyria was early adopter of iron technology. Cavalry and chariots. Siege engines, battering rams, siege towers, sappers. Archers, deadly accurate. Terror as a weapon, deliberate brutality to discourage resistance. The conquests, under Tiglath-Pileser III, 745-727 BCE, reorganized the empire. Conquered Syria and Israel. Deported, conquered peoples, breaking their identity and resistance. Creating a multi-ethnic empire, held together by force. Under Sargon II, 722-75 BCE, conquered Samaria, kingdom of Israel. Deported the Israelites, the lost 10 tribes. Extended empire to Egypt's border. Under Sennacherib 705-681 BCE, made Nineveh the capital. Built an enormous palace, the palace without rival. Siege of Jerusalem 701 BCE. The city survived, celebrated in the Bible. Destroyed Babylon 689 BCE. Mistake, alienating subjects. Under Ashurbanipal 668-627 BCE. The last great Assyrian king. Conquered Egypt briefly. Sacked Thebes 663 BCE. Created a great library at Nineveh, thousands of clay tablets, later discovered. The empire at its maximum extent. The brutality, the Assyrians were deliberately terrifying mass deportations. Entire populations moved to different regions. Preventing rebellion hard to revolt when scattered. Providing labor for the empire's projects. Psychological warfare, the threat of deportation encouraging submission. Mutilation and execution, prisoners impaled on stakes. Skin flayed from living captives. Pyramids built from severed heads. Depicted graphically in palace reliefs, poor encourager less orders. The reliefs, stone carvings decorating palace walls. Showing military campaigns in detail. Assyrian victories, enemy defeats. Lions hunted, cities besieged, captives tortured. Propaganda, but also art, sophisticated, dramatic, powerful. Why so brutal? Terror was policy, making conquest easier. But also all ancient warfare was brutal. Assyrians simply better at it, and more public about it. Their enemies Egyptians, Babylonians, others no gentler. The fall 612-69 BCE overextended the empire, too large to hold. Constant rebellions requiring constant campaigns. Military exhaustion. The alliance against them, Babylonians rebelling from the south. Medes invading from the east. Scythians raiders from the north. United against the hated Assyrians. The end in Nineveh besieged and destroyed 612 BCE. The last Assyrian army defeated at Haran 69 BCE. The empire collapsed completely. So thoroughly that centuries later, even the location of Nineveh was forgotten. The irony, the military might couldn't save them. The terror they inspired turned everyone against them. When they fell, no one mourned. The prophet Nahum in the Hebrew Bible, woe to the city of blood, all who hear the news about you. Clap their hands at your fall. For who has not felt your endless cruelty? The legacy, administrative innovations, provincial system, road network, postal service. Military technology and tactics. Art, the palace reliefs, now in museums worldwide. Ashurbanipal's library preserving literature like Gilgamesh. The model of empire used by later Persians, Alexander, Romans. As you drift deeper into sleep, reflect on what we've witnessed: 5 great civilizations or empires in 2,000 years: Sumer, Akkadi, Babylon, Assyria. Each rose to heights of power and culture. Each fell. Cities were built and destroyed, kings conquered and were conquered, empires expanded and collapsed. Yet through it all, continuities: farmers still plowed fields and harvested grain, families still gathered for meals, children still played, scribes still pressed stylus to clay, priests still served the gods. The empires that seemed so permanent in their moment proved temporary. But the human experiences, love, loss, hope, fear, the search for meaning, these endured. In the land between the rivers, humans invented civilization. They created writing and preserved their thoughts for us to read millennia later. They asked questions about justice, about mortality, about the gods, about how to live together that we still ask. They built grandly, dreamed boldly, and ultimately, like all civilizations, fell. But they left us gifts: the 60-minute hour and 360-degree circle from their base 60 mathematics, the 7-day week from their astronomical observations, the first literature, the first laws, the first empires, and the first cities. They showed what humans could accomplish when they organized their efforts and worked together. And they showed that no matter how powerful you become, impermanence is the only permanence. The rivers still flow, though the cities are ruins or buried under Iraqi farmland. But their story endures, pressed into clay, waiting to be read, connecting us to the very beginning of recorded history, to the moment when humans first learned to preserve their words beyond a single lifetime, creating the long conversation of civilization of which we are part. We leave now the land between the rivers, where civilization began in the fierce heat and unpredictable floods, where humanity's first cities rose and fell, where writing was invented, and empires first dreamed of ruling the world. Our journey carries us westward, across desert and coastline, to another river valley, where another great civilization arose different in character from Mesopotamia, more stable, more enduring, creating some of history's most iconic monuments. The Nile River flows not from two sources, but from two different Niles. The White Nile from the lakes of Central Africa, the Blue Nile from the highlands of Ethiopia meeting at Khartoum, and flowing northward through the desert to the Mediterranean Sea. Along this river, protected by deserts on either side, a remarkable civilization would flourish for 3,000 years longer than any other ancient civilization. If Mesopotamia was the cradle of civilization, Egypt was its greatest early achievement, a culture so distinctive, so confident, so successful, that it would inspire wonder for millennia after its fall. Close your eyes and imagine standing on the banks of the Nile River around 3000 BCE. The sun is rising over the eastern desert, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Before you, the great river flows northward calm, eternal, life-giving. Behind you to the west, beyond the narrow strip of green cultivation, the desert begins abruptly, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. This is Egypt, the black land Kemet, and the red land Deseret, the living and the dead, the fertile and the barren, existing side by side in the starkest contrast imaginable. And it is the river, above all else, that makes Egypt possible. Without the Nile, this would be simply desert from the Mediterranean to Central Africa. With the Nile, it became one of history's greatest civilizations. The Nile, Egypt's defining feature. The geography of blessing. The world's longest river, 6,650 kilometers, 4,130 miles from source to sea. Flowing northward through the desert. The only major river in the region. Absolutely essential to life. The two Niles, the White Nile, steady flow from Lake Victoria, Uganda. The Blue Nile, seasonal torrents from Ethiopian highlands. Meeting at Khartoum in Sudan. The Blue Nile bringing most of the flood waters. The annual flood, the most important natural event, the rhythm of life every year. Like clockwork, the river flooded. Beginning in July, peaking in September, receding by November. Covering the floodplain with water. Depositing rich black silt, the gift of the Nile. Making agriculture possible in the desert. The three seasons: Akhit inundation, July-November the flood season, fields underwater. Farmers couldn't work the land. Instead worked on Pharaohs building projects, pyramids, temples. A natural system of taxation and public works. Parrot growing, November-March the flood receded, leaving fertile silt. Planting seeds in the soft, moist earth, the crops growing under the mild winter sun. Watching and waiting. Shamu harvest, March-July harvesting grain, barley and emmer wheat. Working quickly before the heat became unbearable. Storing grain in granaries. Paying taxes a portion of the harvest. Then the flood came again, and the cycle repeated. The predictability, unlike the Tigris and Euphrates, unpredictable, sometimes destructive. The Nile was reliable, almost never failing, though occasionally too high or too low. This predictability created confidence and stability. Egypt as a gift, an exception, a blessed land. The natural protection, the desert's vast empty spaces to the east Arabian Desert and west Libyan/Sahara Desert. Natural barriers against invasion. Egypt isolated, protected, able to develop its own distinctive culture. Occasional raids but rarely sustained invasions until later periods. The Mediterranean to the north, the sea. Some contact with other cultures but limited. Egypt turning inward, focused on itself. The cataracts, 6 cataracts rapids in the Nile south of Egypt, making navigation difficult. Natural barrier with Nubia to the south. Defensible border. The result, Egypt was remarkably secure. For nearly 3,000 years, largely unconquered. This security allowed cultural continuity, the same basic civilization from 3000 BCE to 30 BCE. The resources: agriculture, grain, barley for bread and beer, emmer, wheat, flax for linen, Egypt's primary textile, papyrus for writing material, boats, baskets, rope, dates, figs, vegetables, onions, garlic, lettuce, cattle, goats, sheep, pigs, poultry, fish from the Nile, minerals, limestone and sandstone quarried for building, granite from Aswan for obelisks and sculpture, gold from Nubia and the eastern desert. Egypt was fabulously wealthy in gold, copper from Sinai, semi-precious stones, turquoise, carnelian, amethyst. What Egypt lacked: timber, had to import cedar from Lebanon for major construction. Tin for bronze, imported. Silver rarer and more valuable than gold in Egypt. Iron came late to Egypt. The trade, down the Nile and across the desert. To Nubia south for gold, ebony, ivory, exotic animals. To the Levant northeast for timber, silver, oils. To Punt, perhaps Somalia/Eritrea for incense, myrrh, exotic goods. Egypt wealthy enough to afford luxury imports. Upper and Lower Egypt. Upper Egypt, the south, the Nile Valley from Aswan to Memphis. Narrow strip of cultivation between deserts. The river flowing through a valley. Conservative, traditional, focused on the land. Lower Egypt, the north, the Nile Delta, where the river spreads into many channels. Flat, marshy, fertile. Opening to the Mediterranean. More cosmopolitan, trading contacts. The symbols: Upper Egypt, the white crown, the sedge plant, the vulture goddess Nekbet. Lower Egypt, the red crown, the papyrus plant, the cobra goddess Wajet. United Egypt, the double crown combining white and red, the pharaoh as lord of the two lands. The Predynastic period c. 5000–3100 BCE, before the pharaohs. The Neolithic Revolution in Egypt, the transition around 5000 BCE, from hunter-gatherers to settled agriculture. Villages forming along the Nile, domesticating plants and animals. Pottery, weaving, simple tools. The foundations of civilization. The Naqada cultures named for archaeological sites. Naqada I 4000–3000, 500 BCE, small farming villages. Simple pottery red with white designs. Stone tools. Burial with grave goods, belief in afterlife beginning. Naqadar A2, 3500 and 3200 BCE, increasing complexity. Larger settlements, long-distance trade. Elaborate painted pottery. Copper tools appearing. Social hierarchy developing, some burials richer than others. Naqadar the 3200–3000 BCE, on the cusp of civilization. Proto-writing, simple symbols. Monumental architecture, temples, tombs. Clear elites, chiefs or kings. Warfare, weapons in graves, fortified settlements. Moving toward unification. The unification of Egypt c. 3100 BCE. The traditional story: Narmer/ means a king from Upper Egypt, conquered Lower Egypt, united the two lands, founded the first dynasty, established Memphis as the capital at the junction of Upper and Lower Egypt. The Narmer palette, a ceremonial stone palette for grinding cosmetics, found at Hierakonpolis, carved with scenes of Narmer, wearing both the white and red crowns, smiting enemies, reviewing decapitated corpses. The earliest royal propaganda, symbol of unification. The reality more complex unification was probably gradual, not a single conquest. Multiple kings involved, warfare but also alliances, marriages, economics, taking decades or even centuries. But the traditional date c. 100 BCE marks when Egypt became a unified state. The significance: Egypt would remain unified with interruptions for 3,000 years. The concept of the two lands united under one pharaoh became fundamental. Egyptian identity formed around this unity. The early dynastic period c. 3126–86 BCE, the first pharaohs. The first and second dynasties, establishing the pattern kings ruling from Memphis. Developing the administration officials, scribes, taxation. Building tombs, the first step toward pyramids. Hieroglyphic writing developing. The institution of divine kingship. The pharaoh, the term actually comes later, but the concept starts here: the king as God, not just appointed by the gods, but actually divine. The incarnation of Horus, the falcon god. After death, becoming Osiris, god of the dead, mediator between humans and gods. Maintaining Ma'at, cosmic order. The titles, the Horus name identifying with the god. Nesu-Bidi, king of Upper and Lower Egypt. Son of Ra, the sun god, added in the 5th dynasty. Many more titles proclaiming power and divinity. The regalia, the crowns white, red, or double. The crook and flail, symbols of kingship. The false beard, even female pharaohs wore it. The uraeus cobra on the forehead, protecting the king. The power absolute in theory. Owner of all land, everyone held it from him. Commander of armies, chief priest of all gods. Lawgiver and judge. Literally the state incarnate. The early tombs, mastabas, rectangular, flat-topped structures. Built over burial shafts. Made of mud brick initially, later stone. Resembling benches, mastaba equals bench in Arabic. The precursor to pyramids. Abydos and Saqqara, royal burial sites. Elaborate tombs with multiple chambers. Grave goods, food, tools, weapons, jewelry. Retainer burials, servants killed to accompany the king, stopped after the 2nd dynasty. The development, each generation building larger, more elaborate. Experimenting with architecture. Moving toward the pyramid form. The Old Kingdom c. 2686–2181 BCE, the Pyramid Age. The Old Kingdom, sometimes called the Pyramid Age, was when Egypt reached its first cultural peak. This was the era of supreme confidence, when pharaohs commanded the resources to build monuments that still astound us today. The 3rd dynasty, the Step Pyramid. Djoser reigned c. 2670–50 BCE. The builder king, 2nd king of the 3rd dynasty. Remembered primarily for his pyramid. Imhotep, the architect, Djoser's chief official. Architect, physician, priest, sage. Designed the Step Pyramid. Later deified the only non-royal Egyptian so honored. A genius who revolutionized architecture. The Step Pyramid at Saqqara, the innovation, started as a traditional mastaba, then expanded upward in stages, creating 6 steps, each smaller than the one below, rising to 62 meters (203 feet). The first large stone structure in history. The complex, not just the pyramid, but an entire complex, enclosed by a wall with bastions like a palace. Temples, courtyards, chapels. The said festival court for a royal jubilee ceremony. Showing the pyramid in context, not isolated but part of a ceremonial landscape. The meaning, a stairway to heaven, the king ascending to the sky. A monumentalized version of the primordial mound of creation. Ensuring the king's eternal existence. Demonstrating the pharaoh's power to mobilize labor and resources. The 4th dynasty, the Great Pyramids. The pyramid builders, Sneferu reigned c. 26, 1325, 89 BCE. The experimental pharaoh built not one but 3 pyramids. The Meidum Pyramid collapsed during construction. The bent pyramid at Dashur changed angle partway up, visible today. The Red Pyramid at Dashur, the first true smooth-sided pyramid, learning through trial and error, preparing the way for his son. Khufu Cheops in Greek, reigned c. 25 E9 Uti. 566 BCE, the Great Pyramid. Imagine standing before the Great Pyramid of Giza around 2560 BCE, shortly after its completion. You're overwhelmed by its sheer size. The statistics: original height, 146.5 meters, 481 feet, tallest man-made structure for 3,800 years. Base covering 13 acres, 5.3 hectares. Sides each 230 meters, 756 feet long. Volume, 2.5 million cubic meters. Stones approximately 2.3 million blocks, averaging 2.5 tons, each, some weighing 80 tons. Casing covered with polished white limestone, mostly removed in medieval period, gleaming in the sun, visible for miles. The precision base almost perfectly square, maximum error 4.4 cyaners over 230 meters. Sides aligned almost perfectly to cardinal directions, error about 3 arc minutes. Remarkable engineering with Bronze Age tools. How was it built? The eternal question. The labor, not slaves, but paid workers. Evidence from workers' villages, ration records. Perhaps 20,000, 30,000 workers during the inundation season. Farmers working when fields were flooded. Skilled craftsmen, stonecutters, engineers year-round. The method still debated, but likely limestone quarried nearby Giza Plateau. Fine white casing stones from Tura across the Nile. Granite from Azan 600 miles south for the King's Chamber. Stones shaped with copper tools and stone pounders. Moved on sledges, wooden sleds over wetted sand. Raised using ramps, straight, spiral, or combination debated. Precise fitting, some joints so tight, a knife blade can't fit between stones. The interior, descending passage to underground chamber, unfinished. Ascending passage to the Grand Gallery. The Queen's Chamber, misnomer, purpose unknown. The Grand Gallery, magnificent corbelled ceiling. The King's Chamber containing the granite sarcophagus. Air shafts, possibly for religious purposes, aligning with stars. Hidden chambers, discovered in recent years using advanced technology. The purpose, Khufu's tomb and resurrection machine, ensuring his eternal life. His soul, Chai and Ba, ascending to the stars, or joining Ra's solar bark. A stairway between earth and heaven, the ultimate expression of divine kingship. Why so large? Demonstrating Khufu's power, honoring the God King. Creating eternal fame, succeeded his name, is known 4,600 years later. Religious belief, the elaborate tomb ensuring resurrection. The controversy. Later Egyptians apparently viewed Khufu negatively. Herodotus reported he was a tyrant. Perhaps the pyramid's scale seemed excessive, even to later generations. But it endures as humanity's most iconic ancient monument. Kaffa reigned c. 2558. 2532 BCE, Khufu's son built the second pyramid at Giza. Slightly smaller than his father's, 143.5 meters originally. Appears taller because built on higher ground. Retains some casing stones at the top, showing the original appearance. The Sphinx, the Great Sphinx, carved from living rock. Human head, possibly Khafre's portrait on a lion's body. 73 meters long, 20 meters high. Guardian of the Giza necropolis. Later damaged, nose missing, destroyed in medieval period. Not by Napoleon as myth claims. The Dream Stela, placed between the paws by Thutmose IV, 18th dynasty. Symbol of royal power and divine mystery. Menkaure reigned c. 2532 to 2503 BCE. The smallest of the three, the third Giza pyramid 65 meters originally. Significantly smaller perhaps, Egypt's resources strained, or changing priorities. Beautiful granite casing, partially preserved, associated with three small Queen's pyramids. The Giza complex more than pyramids. Temples, valley temples and mortuary temples. Causeways connecting valley to mortuary temples. Subsidiary pyramids for queens. Boat pits containing disassembled boats for the king's afterlife journey. Mastaba fields, tombs of officials and family, arranged in streets like a city of the dead. Workers' villages discovered in the 1990s, showing how the builders lived. The solar cult during the 4th dynasty, the solar religion gained prominence. The pyramid as symbol of the sun's rays. The king joining Ra, the sun god, after death. This theology would dominate Egyptian religion. The 5th and 6th dynasties, decline of the Pyramid Age. The 5th dynasty 2494-23, 45 BCE, smaller pyramids. 5th dynasty pharaohs built pyramids too, but smaller, less well constructed. Sometimes collapsed or quarried for stone. The resources or will for massive projects waning. The sun temples instead built solar temples, with the obelisks representing sun rays, dedicating resources to Ra, the sun god, showing the shift in religious emphasis. The pyramid texts first appearing in Unaz's Pyramid, last king of 5th dynasty. Hieroglyphic inscriptions covering the walls of burial chambers. Spells and prayers to protect the deceased king. Ensure his resurrection and ascension. Our earliest religious texts from Egypt. Beautiful, mysterious, powerful. The 6th dynasty 2345-2181 BCE, long reigns and decentralization. Pepi Su reigned c. 2002, 7821-84 BCE, came to throne as a child. Reigned 64 years, possibly 94, ancient sources differ. One of history's longest reigns. But during his long reign, royal power weakened. The nomarchs, provincial governors, gained independence, built their own elaborate tombs, rock-cut tombs at sites like Bini Hassan, became hereditary local rulers, the centralized state fracturing, environmental factors, climate change, drought, lower Nile floods, agricultural disruption, famine, social stress, the collapse c. 2181 BCE, the Old Kingdom ended. The central government collapsed. Egypt fragmented into competing regions. The first intermediate period began. Daily life in the Old Kingdom. While pharaohs built pyramids, ordinary Egyptians lived lives both different from and similar to ours. Let's visit a typical Egyptian family. A farmer's household, the house mud, brick construction stone, reserved for tombs and temples, houses for eternity. Small, perhaps 2-3 rooms. Flat roof used for sleeping in hot weather, storage, or drying goods. Small windows high on walls keeping out heat and dust. Dirt floor covered with reed mats. Simple furnishings, stools, chests, sleeping mats, pottery vessels. The family, the farmer, let's call him Senwasret, wearing a simple linen kilt. Shaved head for coolness and cleanliness, avoiding lice. Muscular from labor. Weathered skin from sun. Perhaps 35 years old, average life expectancy around 40. His wife Nefret wearing a simple linen sheath dress. Hair in braids or covered with a scarf. Jewelry if they can afford it, a few beads, copper bracelet. Managing the household. Perhaps 30 years old, having borne 5 children, 2 survived. The children, a boy of 8 already helping his father in the fields. A girl of 5 helping her mother with household tasks. High infant mortality. 30-40% died before age 5. Children who survived were treasured. The daily routine, dawn rising with the sun. Simple washing water from a clay jug. Breakfast bread and beer, yes, beer for breakfast. It was thick, nutritious, and safer than water. Morning, Senwasrit to the fields. Plowing using a wooden plow pulled by oxen. Sowing seed broadcasting by hand. Weeding, irrigating directing water from canals. Back-breaking labor under the hot sun. Neferet's work grinding grain, using a saddle quern hours of hard work. Baking bread in a clay oven. Brewing beer, a complex process involving sprouting grain, baking barley bread, fermenting it in water. Spinning flax into thread. Weaving on a ground loom, fetching water from the Nile or a canal, heavy work carrying filled jars. Cooking lentil stew, onions, fish if available. The children playing with toy animals, dolls, balls. But also working, watching the baby, scaring birds from fields, carrying water. No formal schooling, only scribes' sons went to school. Learning by doing. Midday brief rest, too hot to work. Eating bread, onions, perhaps fish. Seeking shade. Afternoon, more work. The routine continuing. Evening, the main meal eaten as a family. Sitting on the floor or on stools. Eating with fingers from communal bowls. Perhaps a bit of conversation. Stories told orally, not read. Most were illiterate. Night, to bed, shortly after dark. No artificial light beyond oil lamps, which consumed valuable oil. Sleeping on red mats. Perhaps on the roof in hot weather, the house dark and quiet. The season's rhythm, Akit flood season, fields underwater. Senwasret conscripted to work on Pharaohs building projects, the pyramids. Hard labor hauling stone, building ramps. But fed by the state, bread, beer, onions. A form of taxation, labor instead of money. Parrot growing season, back to his fields. Planting, tending crops. Hoping for good weather. Watching for pests. Shemu harvest, the crucial time. Working frantically to harvest before the heat and the flood. Using copper sickles to cut grain. Threshing oxen, trampling grain to separate kernels from chaff. Winnowing, tossing grain in the air, letting wind blow away chaff. The tax collector arriving, taking a portion for Pharaoh and the temple. Storing the rest in granaries. The festivals, religious festivals throughout the year. Processions, the god statue carried through the streets. Feasting, special food, beer. Music and dancing. A break from the routine. Community celebration. The challenges, hard work, physical labor from dawn to dusk. No retirement, working until unable. No social safety net except family and community. Disease and death, parasites from Nile water and irrigation canals. Eye diseases, trachoma, conjunctivitis, Egypt's sun and dust. Tooth decay, sand in bread from grinding on stone. Infections, injuries. High maternal mortality, childbirth dangerous. Losing children to disease. Death, an ever-present reality. Taxation, paying taxes in kind, portion of harvest. Corvée labor, working on royal/temple projects. The burden heavy. Those who couldn't pay faced beatings or prison. The limited horizons, most peasants never traveled far from their village. Illiterate, couldn't read the hieroglyphs on temples they built. Little control over their lives, accepting their place in the social hierarchy. But also joys, family, children bringing happiness. Spouses partnering through life. Extended family providing support. Community, neighbors helping each other. Shared festivals and celebrations. The village's social world. Simple pleasures, food and drink, simple but adequate when harvests were good. The beauty of the Nile at sunset, music and stories. The satisfaction of work completed. The eternal rhythms of the river and seasons. The Egyptian view, they didn't see their lives as terrible. This was the natural order, Matt. Everyone had their place. The gods provided for Egypt. The Nile flooded, the crops grew, life continued. Gratitude rather than resentment. And the promise of the afterlife if they could afford proper burial. The farmer Senwasret and his wife Nefret are fictional, but they represent millions of real Egyptians whose names are forgotten, but whose labor built the civilization we remember. They quarried the stone, built the pyramids, farmed the fields that fed the kingdom, and lived lives both hard and meaningful. They loved their children, honored their gods, and hoped for eternity. When they died, if their family could afford it, they would be mummified, simply not the elaborate process reserved for the wealthy, and buried with a few provisions for the afterlife. Their names might be painted on their coffins, spoken by their descendants for a generation or two, then forgotten. Yet they are not truly gone. In the archaeological record, the villages excavated, the tools discovered, the tomb paintings showing farmers at work, they live still. And in every civilization since, including our own, the ordinary people doing the daily work that makes society possible echo them. As you drift deeper into sleep, perhaps you dream of ancient Egypt, the Nile flowing eternal, the pyramids rising against the blue sky, the farmer plowing his field as his ancestors did, and his descendants would, the wheel of life turning, the river flooding and receding, the sun rising and setting, the unchanging rhythm of the eternal Egypt. The first intermediate period c. 2181-2055 BCE, chaos and fragmentation. The Old Kingdom's collapse ushered in a time of chaos, or so the later Egyptians portrayed it. The first intermediate period saw Egypt divided, central authority gone, and the ordered world map disrupted. The fragmentation, multiple kingdoms lower. Egypt, the Delta controlled from Heracleopolis' 9th and 10th dynasties. Upper Egypt controlled from Thebes' 11th dynasty. Local nomarchs acting as independent rulers. The two lands divided and at war. The suffering, if we believe the literary sources, the admonitions of Ipuwer, a literary text, perhaps exaggerated. Describing social chaos indeed, the land has turned round as does a potter's wheel. Indeed, poor men have become owners of wealth. Indeed, noblemen are in distress, while the poor man is full of joy. Social hierarchy overturned. Famine and violence. The order of Ma shattered. Environmental factors, drought and low Nile floods. Crop failures. Starvation. The natural disaster amplifying political collapse. But also creativity, local rulers patronizing art and literature. Regional styles developing. Democracy of afterlife, more people able to afford proper burials and funerary texts. Not entirely a dark age. The reunification, Mentuhotep reigned c. 2055-2004 BCE, the Theban king who reunified Egypt. Defeated the Heracleopolitan kingdom, c. 2055 BCE. Restored central authority. Founded the Middle Kingdom. Built his mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, Thebes. Beginning a new era. The Middle Kingdom c. 2055, 1650 BCE, the Classical Age. The Middle Kingdom is considered Egypt's Classical Age, a time of great literature, refined art, and stable prosperity. The 11th dynasty conclusion, Mentuhotep II and his successors. Thebes as capital. Rebuilding the state. Restoring monuments. Egypt united again. The 12th dynasty, 1985-1795 BCE, the Golden Age. Amenemhat I, 1985-1956 BCE, the founder, possibly a vizier who seized power. Moved the capital to Itij Toi near Memphis. Centralized authority. Initiated company regency system, ruling alongside his son, to ensure smooth succession. Assassinated in a harem conspiracy, despite precautions. Senusret I, 1956-1911 BCE, the builder and warrior company regent with his father, then sole ruler. Built extensively temples, chapels, monuments throughout Egypt. Military campaigns into Nubia. Securing Egypt's borders. Consolidating the state. Senusret III, 1870-1831 BCE, the warrior pharaoh military campaigns, aggressive expansion, into Nubia. Built a series of massive mud brick fortresses along the Nile's second cataract. The fortresses, still impressive today, controlling trade, and preventing Nubian incursions. Campaigns into Palestine/Levant. Securing Egypt's northeastern frontier. Internal reforms broke the power of the nomarch's provincial governors. Centralized authority in Pharaoh's hands. Efficient administration. Egypt united under strong central control. His legacy remembered as a great king. Later deified in Nubia. Worshipped as a god for centuries. His portrayal, unlike Old Kingdom statues, serene, idealized. Middle Kingdom royal sculpture shows care-worn faces. Deep lines, serious expressions. Perhaps showing the burdens of kingship. A new artistic realism. Amenemhat III 1831, 1786 BCE. The peaceful prosperity long reign 45 years. Internal stability and peace. Developed the Fayum and Oasis region, creating agricultural land. Built his pyramid and mortuary temple. The labyrinth later visitors described it as rivaling the pyramids in impressiveness. Mining expeditions to Sinai for turquoise and copper. Economic prosperity. Sobeki Neferu 1786, 1782 BCE, the daughter perhaps of Amenemhat III. Became pharaoh, a rare female ruler. Reigned briefly about 4 years. The dynasty ending with her. Middle Kingdom culture, literature, the Golden Age. The tale of Sinua, Egypt's greatest literary work. About an official who flees Egypt after Amenemhat I's assassination. Lives in exile in Syria/Palestine. Longs for Egypt. Eventually pardoned and returns. Themes: loyalty, exile, homeland, death and burial in Egypt, essential for afterlife. Beautiful, sophisticated prose. Still moving to read today. The eloquent peasant, a peasant robbed of his goods. Appeals to the authorities with eloquent speeches about justice. His eloquence is so impressive, they keep delaying justice just to hear more speeches. Eventually justice is done. A satire. A serious work about justice. Both. Shows concern for Mott justice and order. The shipwrecked sailor, an adventure tale. A sailor shipwrecked on an island meets a giant serpent. The serpent tells him his own story of loss. The sailor returns home. A story within a story. Themes of fate, fortune, survival. Wisdom literature, instructions, advice from father to son, or official to student. Teaching proper behavior, ethics, how to succeed. The instruction of Amenemhat, supposedly the murdered king, warning his son. Middle Kingdom Egyptians valued education and proper conduct. Religious development, the democratization of the afterlife in the Old Kingdom. Only the pharaoh had detailed funerary texts, pyramid texts. In the Middle Kingdom, nobles and even some commoners had coffin texts. The afterlife becoming more accessible in theory still required expense. Everyone hoping to become an Osiris, to be resurrected like the god. Osiris, cult Osiris, god of the dead, and resurrection becoming more important. The myth Osiris murdered by his brother Set, resurrected by his wife Isis. Every deceased person hoping to follow Osiris's resurrection. Abydos believed to be Osiris's burial site, becoming a pilgrimage center. Egyptians wanting to be buried at Abydos, or at least have a memorial there. Art and craftsmanship. Middle Kingdom art is considered some of Egypt's finest. Jewelry, the Dahshur treasure, the Lahun princess's jewelry breathtakingly beautiful. Sculpture, both the realistic royal portraits and fine private statues. Architecture, temples, pyramids smaller than Old Kingdom, but well crafted, a sense of refinement and quality. The Second Intermediate Period c. 1650–1550 BCE, foreign rule. The 13th Dynasty 1773–1650 BCE, following the 12th Dynasty. Many kings, short reigns. Central authority weakening, the kingdom fragmenting again. The Hyksos invasion c. 1650 BCE, who were the Hyksos? Hyksos from Egyptian Heka Kossuth, rulers of foreign lands. Asiatic peoples from the Levant, Syria, Palestine region. Gradually infiltrating the Nile Delta, eventually seizing control. The 15th dynasty, 1650–1550 BCE, the Hyksos ruling from Avaris in the Delta, adopting Egyptian titles and customs, becoming Egyptianized, but still seen as foreign by native Egyptians, worshipping said an Egyptian god, but associated with foreigners and chaos. Their innovations introducing the horse and chariot to Egypt. Composite bow more powerful than Egyptian bows. Improved bronze weapons. Military technology that Egyptians would adopt. The Theban resistance, the 17th dynasty ruling Upper Egypt from Thebes. Nominally vassals of the Hyksos but chafing under foreign rule. Preparing for war. The War of Liberation Seqenener Tau reigned c. 1560 BCE. The Theban king, who began the fight, died violently. His mummy shows terrible wounds, axe blows to the head, dagger wounds. Killed in battle against the Hyksos. Kamos reigned c. 1555, 1550 BCE. Seqenener's son continued the war. The Carnarvon tablet preserves his words, "Why do I contemplate my strength, while there is a chieftain in Avaris and another in Kush?" Aggressive campaigns. Died before completing the task. Ahmose I reigned 1550–1525 BCE. Kamos's brother, the liberator of Egypt, besieged and captured Avaris c. 1550 BCE, drove the Hyksos out of Egypt, pursued them into southern Palestine, the fortress of Sharuhan, reunified Egypt, founded the 18th dynasty, began the New Kingdom. The impact of Hyksos rule, the trauma, Egypt had been ruled by foreigners. This violated Mayat, the natural order. National humiliation never again became Egyptian policy. The response, military reforms, adopting Hyksos innovations. Professional army. Empire building, offensive defense, controlling buffer zones. The New Kingdom would be Egypt's imperial age. The New Kingdom c. 1550–10, 77 BCE. The Empire. The New Kingdom transformed Egypt from a defensive, inward-looking kingdom into an aggressive empire, dominating the Near East. The early 18th dynasty, Ahmose I covered above, the founder and liberator. Amenhotep I 1525–1504 BCE consolidated Ahmose's gains. Campaigns in Nubia and Libya. Established Deir el-Medina workers' village for tomb builders. Later deified, worshipped as a god, Thutmose I 1504–1492 BCE, the warrior, aggressive military campaigns. Nubia pushed Egyptian control to the Fourth Cataract, deep into modern Sudan. Levant campaigned to the Euphrates River, northern Syria/Iraq border, boasting of conquests, establishing the pattern of Egyptian imperialism. The Valley of the Kings, Thutmose I possibly was first buried in the Valley of the Kings, a hidden desert valley west of Thebes. Royal tombs cut into the rock, not pyramids, easier to protect from robbers. Would be used for 500 years. Contains over 60 tombs, pharaohs, queens, nobles. Thutmose II, 1492–1479 BCE, son of Thutmose I. Married to Hatshepsut, his half-sister, common in royal family. Reigned briefly. Died young. His son Thutmose III was a child. Chepsut c. 1479–1458 BCE. The female pharaoh asterisk. One of history's most fascinating rulers, a woman who became pharaoh in a world of male kings. The regent after Thutmose II's death, his son Thutmose III, was too young to rule. Hatshepsut the widow, also Thutmose III aunt, became regent. Standard procedure. The pharaoh, but around year 7 of the regency, Hatshepsut declared herself pharaoh. Not regent for Thutmose III, but pharaoh herself. An unprecedented step. Women had ruled before, but as regents, not claiming full pharaonic titles. Her legitimation, divine birth, claimed the god Amun was her true father. Reliefs showing Amun visiting her mother, Queen Ahmose. Therefore she was divinely chosen. Royal blood emphasized she was daughter of Thutmose I pure, royal lineage. More legitimate than Thutmose III, whose mother was a minor wife. Male regalia depicted wearing the false beard, the kilt, the male pharaonic regalia. Sometimes with female body, sometimes with male. Referring to herself with masculine pronouns and titles. Becoming symbolically male because Pharaoh was inherently male. Her reign peace and prosperity, no major military campaigns unusual for New Kingdom. Focus on internal development and trade. Building projects her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, one of Egypt's most beautiful buildings. Colonnaded terraces built into the cliff. Elegant, harmonious proportions. Still impressive today. Obelisks at Karnak dedicating them to Amun. Chapels and monuments throughout Egypt. The Punt expedition, trade expedition to Punt, probably Somalia/Eritrea. Brought back incense, myrrh and frankincense, ebony, gold, ivory, exotic animals, depicted on temple walls, ships, trade goods, the Queen of Punt. Economic success. Senenmut her chief steward and architect. Possibly her lover, though no proof. Designed her mortuary temple. Powerful official. His tomb shows his high status. The Endi died c. 1458 BCE. Thutmose III became sole ruler. The erasure about 20 years after her death, her monuments were defaced. Her name chiseled out. Her images destroyed. Thutmose III probably responsible. Why erase her? Not personal revenge, he waited 20 years if he hated her. Why wait? Probably ideological. A female pharaoh was an anomaly, a violation of Mat. Erasing her restored the proper order, all pharaohs male. Ensuring his own son's succession wouldn't be questioned. She was an aberration to be forgotten. Rediscovered 19th and 20th century, archaeologists pieced together her story. Her mummy possibly identified 2007. Her reign now recognized as successful and remarkable. Thutmose III, 1458-1425 BCE as sole ruler, the Napoleon of Egypt. The warrior king after Hatshepsut's death, Thutmose III unleashed. Conducted 17 military campaigns in 20 years. Conquered an empire stretching from Nubia to the Euphrates. Egypt's greatest conqueror. The Battle of Megiddo, 1457 BCE. The campaign, a coalition of Canaanite city-states rebelled. Led by the king of Kadesh. Gathered at Megiddo, a fortified city in Palestine. Thutmose's response led his army north. Faced a strategic choice: 3 routes to Megiddo. 2 were safe but long. 1 was direct but dangerous, narrow mountain pass, vulnerable to ambush. The decision against his general's advice, Thutmose chose the dangerous route. I swear, as Ra loves me, I shall go on this Aruna road. Calculating the enemy expected him to take the safe routes. A bold gamble. The battle, the Egyptians emerged from the pass. The enemy was unprepared, they'd concentrated forces on the other routes. Egyptian chariot charge. The coalition routed, fled into Megiddo. The city withstood siege for 7 months. Finally surrendered. Thutmose captured enormous booty: gold, silver, horses, chariots, prisoners. The coalition leaders swore allegiance. The significance established Egyptian dominance in the Levant, showed Thutmose's military genius. A textbook battle studied even today. The other campaigns, year after year, Thutmose campaigned. Syria, Palestine, crossing the Euphrates. Inscribing his victories on temple walls at Karnak, the annals of Thutmose III. Creating tributary states not annexed, but paying tribute and providing troops. The empire at its greatest extent. The administration, efficient bureaucracy, managing the empire. Garrisons in key cities. Governors overseeing regions. Tribute flowing into Egypt: gold, silver, horses, exotic goods. Egypt wealthy beyond measure. The building used tribute to build and expand temples. Karnak temple complex grew enormously. Monuments throughout Egypt and Nubia, proclaiming his glory and honoring the gods, especially Amun, who he credited with his victories. His death 1425 BCE, after 54 years as pharaoh, including the company regency with Hatshepsut. Buried in the Valley of the Kings. His tomb robbed in antiquity like most royal tombs. His mummy survived, found in a cache of royal mummies, 1881. The face of Egypt's greatest conqueror preserved. The successors, Amenhotep, Zisiu, 1427–1400 BCE, Thutmose III son, maintained the empire military campaigns when needed. Known for physical prowess, boasted of his strength, archery, rowing. Brutal in one campaign, boasted of hanging 7 defeated kings from the prow of his ship. Thutmose IV, 1413–90 BCE, the dream Stella as a prince, fell asleep near the Sphinx. The Sphinx, actually, the god Harmachis, spoke to him in a dream, promised him the throne, if he cleared the sand burying the Sphinx. He did, became pharaoh. Set up a stela between the Sphinx's paws recording this. Possibly propaganda justifying his succession, if he wasn't the intended heir. Diplomacy over war, preferred diplomacy to conquest. Married a Mitannian princess. Mitanni was a powerful kingdom in northern Syria. Alliance rather than conquest. A shift in strategy. Amenhotep III, 1390–1352 BCE, the Golden Age. The magnificent Egypt at the height of its power and wealth, tribute flowing in from the empire. Peace mostly maintained through diplomacy and Egypt's reputation. Amenhotep III rarely campaigned, one Nubian campaign early in reign, otherwise peaceful. The building project's massive construction, Luxor Temple still standing, one of Egypt's most beautiful temples. His mortuary temple mostly destroyed, but the Colossi of Memnon, 2 massive seated statues, still stand. Malkata Palace, enormous mud brick palace complex. Temples throughout Egypt. The scale, Amenhotep III built more than almost any pharaoh, except Ramesses II. Some criticize this as excessive. But from Egyptian perspective, honoring the gods and demonstrating Egypt's might. The Amarna letters, clay tablets, discovered at Amarna, his son's city, but many from Amenhotep III reign. Diplomatic correspondence. Letters from kings of Babylon, Mitanni, Hatti Hittites, Cyprus, etc. Addressing Amenhotep as brother equal. Requesting gold. Egypt had so much gold, it was like sand to them. Arranging marriages, diplomatic marriages, cementing alliances. Shows the international system. Egypt the superpower, but negotiating with other powers. Queen Ti, Amenhotep's great royal wife. Unusually prominent, depicted alongside him, mentioned in diplomatic correspondence. Non-royal birth. Her father was a high official but not royal, yet became extremely influential. Mother of the next pharaoh Akhenaten. Lived into her son's reign, possibly advising him. The cult of kingship. Amenhotep III elevated himself to near divine status even during life. Built temples to himself. Depicted as a god. Taking royal ideology to extremes. Setting stage for his son's even more radical steps. We have journeyed through 2,000 years of ancient Egypt, from the pre-dynastic villages to Amenhotep III Golden Age, from the Step Pyramid to the Great Empire. We have seen dynasties rise and fall, the kingdom fragment and reunify, pyramids built and empires conquered, but Egypt's story continues. The heretic pharaoh Akhenaten will soon revolutionize religion. The boy king Tutankhamun will capture imaginations millennia after his brief reign. Ramesses II will build colossal monuments. And eventually, after 3,000 years, Egypt will fall to foreign conquerors, Persians, Greeks, Romans. But before we continue Egypt's story, our journey shifts westward, across the Mediterranean to a very different civilization, one that would shape Western thought, create democracy, produce philosophy, and give us Homer, Plato, and Alexander the Great. We turn now to ancient Greece, to the wine-dark sea and the rocky islands, where a new way of thinking about the world was born. Close your eyes and imagine yourself standing on a sun-drenched hillside overlooking the Aegean Sea around 1600 BCE. Below you, the deep blue water stretches to the horizon, dotted with islands, some near, some distant, all bathed in the brilliant Mediterranean light. The air smells of salt, wild thyme, and pine. This is the Greek world, not yet Greek as we know it, but already something special, a world of sailors and traders, of palaces and warriors, of myths that would echo through the ages. This is the Bronze Age Aegean, where two remarkable civilizations would flourish before the classical Greece of Athens and Sparta, the Minoans of Crete, and the Mycenaeans of mainland Greece. These peoples would create art of breathtaking beauty, build magnificent palaces, develop writing systems, trade across the Mediterranean, and ultimately provide the foundation for the myths and legends that later Greeks would tell about their heroic past. The geography of Greece. Before we meet the Bronze Age peoples, understand the land that shaped them, the mountains. Greece is overwhelmingly mountainous, about 80% of the land. Rugged ranges dividing the country into isolated valleys and coastal plains, making land travel difficult, political unity challenging. Each valley or coastal region tending to develop independently, the mountains as barriers and protectors. The coasts and islands. Greece has one of the longest coastlines in the world relative to its size, deeply indented with bays and natural harbors. Thousands of islands scattered across the Aegean, no point in Greece more than 100 kilometers from the sea. The sea as highway, not barrier. The poor soil rocky, thin soil in most areas. Not naturally fertile like the Nile or Mesopotamian floodplains. Suitable for olives, grapes, some grain, but never producing the agricultural surplus of Egypt or Mesopotamia, forcing Greeks to look to the sea fishing, trade, colonization. The climate Mediterranean, hot, dry summers, mild, wet winters. Perfect for olives and grapes. Less ideal for grain, which requires more water. The climate encouraging outdoor life, public spaces, the agora, and gymnasium. The result: Greece would never unite into a single empire until conquered by outsiders. Instead, hundreds of independent city-states polis, each fiercely proud and independent, united only by language, religion, and culture. Competition and conflict, but also extraordinary creativity. The geography shaped the political structure, which shaped the culture. The Minoans, c. 2600–1100 BCE, the first European civilization. On the island of Crete, south of the Greek mainland, a remarkable civilization emerged around 2600 BCE, the first literate civilization in Europe. Discovery. Arthur Evans, British archaeologist, excavating at Knossos, Crete in 1900, discovered a vast palace complex. Realized this was a previously unknown civilization. Called them Minoan after the legendary King Minos of Greek myth. We don't know what they called themselves. Their writing is only partially deciphered. The revelation: a sophisticated Bronze Age culture, existing before classical Greece, showing that Greek civilization had deep roots, revolutionizing understanding of European prehistory. The palaces. Knossos, the largest, enormous complex, covering about 20,000 square meters. Multi-storied, perhaps 3–4 floors. Hundreds of rooms arranged around a central courtyard. Labyrinthine layout, possibly inspiring the myth of the Minotaur's labyrinth. The architecture, light wells bringing sunlight into interior rooms. Sophisticated drainage and plumbing, clay pipes, toilets with flushing systems. Columns tapering downward, distinctive Minoan style, thicker at top than bottom. Frescoes, wall paintings of extraordinary beauty and liveliness. Other palaces, Festos, Melia, Zakros, all sharing similar layout and features, each likely the center of an independent kingdom or region. Crete divided among several palace centers. The frescoes, the subjects, nature, dolphins, flowers, lilies, crocuses, birds, monkeys. People, elaborately dressed court ladies, processions, gatherings. Sports, bull leaping, young people somersaulting over charging bulls, ritual sport or religious ceremony. Religious scenes, priestesses, offerings, sacred symbols. The style, vivid colors, red, yellow, blue, white. Fluid, graceful lines. Emphasis on movement and life. Joyful, celebratory mood. Very different from the more static, formal art of Egypt or Mesopotamia. The famous La Parisienne, a fragment showing a young woman's profile. Elaborate hairstyle, large eye, red lips, exposed breast, elegant and sophisticated. Called La Parisienne by excavators because she seemed so modern and stylish. The Prince of the Lilies, a young man or woman, walking among lilies. Graceful, wearing elaborate jewelry and headdress. The gender ambiguity itself interesting. The bull leaping fresco, young people both male and female leaping over a bull. Some grasping the horns, others vaulting, others catching the leaper. Athletic, dangerous, ritualistic. Central to Minoan culture, the bull was sacred. Minoan religion, the goddess. Minoan religion centered on a female deity or deities, unclear. The snake goddess, figurine woman holding snakes, arms raised. Associated with fertility, nature, animals. Powerful female religious imagery. Sacred symbols, the double axe labris found throughout Minoan sites. Horns of consecration, stylized bull horns. Sacred pillars. Sacred caves and mountain-top sanctuaries. The absence, no monumental temples unlike Egypt or Mesopotamia. Religion practiced in palace shrines, caves, outdoor sanctuaries. Less hierarchical, more nature-focused. Minoan society, the evidence from archaeology, since writing not fully deciphered prosperity, elaborate palaces and beautiful art suggest wealth. Trade networks across the Mediterranean. Luxury goods, fine pottery, jewelry, metalwork. Peace. The palaces had no fortification walls, unlike mainland Greek sites. Evans interpreted this as evidence of peace, protected by naval power, no need for walls. Or perhaps they simply felt secure on their island. Or maybe later defensive walls were destroyed and not found. Women's status, women prominently featured in art. Priestesses important in religion. Possibly higher status than in many ancient societies. Though patriarchal elements surely existed too. Writing linear A Minoan script, inscribed on clay tablets. Used for record-keeping, inventories, lists. Not yet deciphered, though we know it's not Greek. Frustratingly, we can't read their actual words. Cretan hieroglyphics and earlier pictographic script. Also undeciphered. Showing Minoan literacy from an early period. Trade and influence. The Minoan thalassocracy, sea power Minoans as great sailors and traders. Their pottery found throughout the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean. Trading tin, copper for bronze, luxury goods, ideas. Influencing the development of Mycenaean Greece. Egyptian connections, Minoan goods in Egypt. Egyptian motifs influencing Minoan art. Two great civilizations in contact. The eruption of Thera c. 1600 BCE, the catastrophe Thera, modern Santorini, an island north of Crete. Massive volcanic eruption, one of the largest in history. The island literally exploded. Ash falling across the Aegean. Tsunami devastating coastal settlements. The impact on Crete debated. Did it destroy Minoan civilization? Probably not immediately. Minoan culture continued for centuries, but may have weakened it. Damage to palaces, trade disruption, psychological impact, making Crete vulnerable. The Atlantis connection. Some scholars suggest the Thura eruption inspired Plato's myth of Atlantis, a powerful island civilization destroyed in a day and night. Pure speculation, but intriguing. The Mycenaean takeover c. 1450 BCE, the mainland Greeks. The Mycenaeans, early Greeks from mainland Greece. Warrior culture very different from peaceful Minoans, or so the stereotype goes. Took control of Crete around 1450 BCE. Whether through conquest, migration, or gradual infiltration is debated. Linear B. After the takeover, a new script appears, Linear B, used in Crete and the mainland. Deciphered in 1952 by Michael Ventris. Revealed to be an early form of Greek. The Mycenaeans were Greek speakers. Now we could read their tablets, though disappointingly, mostly bureaucratic inventories. The slow decline. Minoan culture persisted, but increasingly Mycenaean influenced. The palaces eventually destroyed or abandoned, c. 1100 BCE. The end of Minoan civilization, but the influence enduring in Greek myth and culture. The Mycenaeans, c. 1100 BCE, the heroic age. While the Minoans flourished on Crete, a different culture was developing on the Greek mainland, the Mycenaeans, the civilization of Agamemnon, Achilles, and the Trojan War, or at least, the historical reality behind those myths. The discovery. Heinrich Schliemann, German archaeologist and controversial figure, believed Homer's epics Iliad and Odyssey were based on real events. Excavated Troy in Turkey in the 1870s, found a Bronze Age city. Excavated Mycenae in southern Greece in 1876. Found a circle of shaft graves containing gold masks, weapons, jewelry. Announced he had gazed upon the face of Agamemnon, one of the gold masks. The mask predates the historical Trojan War period, but the name stuck. The revelation. Homer's epics preserved memories of a real Bronze Age civilization. The Mycenaeans were the historical Greeks of the heroic age. The Trojan War might have a historical basis, though heavily mythologized. The citadels. Mycenae, the most famous massive fortification walls called Cyclopean by later Greeks, who thought only giants could have built them. The Lion Gate, monumental entrance with carved lions above. Palaces. Megaron, great hall with central hearth and throne. Shaft graves and later Tholozo tombs, beehive-shaped underground chambers. Turin's, another great citadel. Enormous walls still standing, up to 8 meters thick. Galleries within the walls, imposing and grim. Pylos, palace of Nestor mentioned in Homer. Excavated with Linear B tablets intact, showing administrative records of a Bronze Age palace. Other sites. Athens, already inhabited, though not yet prominent. Thebes, powerful in this period. Many smaller sites throughout Greece. The Megaron, the central hall of the palace. Rectangular room with central circular hearth. 4 columns supporting the roof. The throne against one wall. The social and ceremonial heart of the palace. Template for later Greek temple design. Mycenaean society. The Wanax king, absolute ruler according to Linear B tablets. Military leader. Religious authority. Owner of vast lands. Surrounded by a warrior aristocracy. The warriors. Mycenaean culture was warrior-focused. Weapons. Engraved swords, daggers, spears. Chariots for warfare and status. Boar tusk helmets mentioned in Homer, confirmed by archaeology. Bronze armor, heavy, hot, but impressive. Raiders and conquerors. The bureaucracy. The Linear B tablets reveal extensive record-keeping. Lists of people, occupations, land holdings. Inventories of goods, grain, olive oil, wool, weapons. Rations distributed. A centralized palace economy. Trade. Mycenaean pottery found throughout the Mediterranean. Trading for tin for bronze, luxury goods, raw materials. Contacts with Egypt, the Levant, Italy, Sicily. Part of the international Bronze Age world. Linear B tablets. The decipherment. 1952. Michael Ventris, British architect and amateur linguist. Building on earlier work Alice Kober and others. Realized linear B represented Greek. Syllabic script, each sign equals consonant plus vowel. Could suddenly read texts from 1200 BCE. What the tablets tell us: mostly mundane: 12 women, 8 girls, 6 boys workers. 20 bronze tripods inventory. Poseidon receives 1 gold bowl offering. Names of people and places, some recognizable from later Greek history. Social and economic organization. The practical reality of Bronze Age palace life. What they don't tell us: no literature, no myths, no poetry. Just inventories and receipts. The tablets were temporary records baked by the fires that destroyed the palaces, ironically preserving them. The great stories were oral, not written. Religion: the gods linear B mentions gods familiar from later Greek religion. Poseidon important. Zeus, Hera, Athena, Dionysus, Artemis. Showing continuity from Bronze Age to Classical period. But also gods no longer worshipped later. Who was Drimios? We don't know. Practices: animal sacrifice, bones found in sanctuaries. Offerings to gods recorded in tablets. Priestesses and priests. Festivals and processions. The Trojan War: Homer's story told centuries later. Paris, prince of Troy, abducts Helen, wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta. Agamemnon, Menelaus's brother, king of Mycenae, leads a Greek coalition to Troy. 10-year siege. Great heroes: Achilles, Ajax, Odysseus, Hector. The wooden horse stratagem. Troy falls and burns. The historical reality: Troy was a real city excavated by Schliemann. Further work continues. Multiple destruction layers. The city was repeatedly destroyed and rebuilt. Troy via destroyed by fire around 1180 BCE, close to traditional date. War between Mycenaean Greeks and Troy is plausible: trade rivals, strategic location. But the mythic details: gods intervening, single combat between heroes, are legendary. Homer's epics composed 400 years later, preserving memories but also inventing freely. The reality: probably many wars over centuries, conflated into one epic story. Real conflict embellished with myth. Heroes representing archetypes, not historical individuals. But based on Bronze Age world Homer's audience didn't know directly. The memory of a lost heroic age. The collapse, c. 1100 BCE. The destruction around 1200 BCE. Disaster struck the eastern Mediterranean. The Mycenaean palaces were destroyed. Pylos burned, Mycenae damaged, Turins abandoned. The palace system collapsed. Writing disappeared. Linear B not used again. Literacy lost for 400 years. Who destroyed them? Theories: the Sea People's mysterious raiders, who also attacked Egypt and destroyed the Hittite Empire. Internal revolt: the lower classes rebelling against the palaces. Earthquakes: Mycenae is in a seismic zone. Systems collapse: drought, famine, trade disruption, cascading failures. Probably a combination of factors. The Bronze Age world ends: not just Greece, but the entire Eastern Mediterranean. The Hittite Empire collapsed. Egyptian New Kingdom weakened. Trade networks disrupted. Cities abandoned. Population declined. The interconnected Bronze Age system failed catastrophically. The Dark Ages, c. 1100 BCE, the lost centuries. After the collapse, Greece entered what historians call the Dark Ages, not because people were ignorant or barbaric, but because we know so little about them. Writing was lost. Monumental architecture ceased. Trade collapsed. Population declined. Greece became a backwater. What we don't know: no written records. Illiteracy universal. Little archaeology, people too poor to leave much material culture. The period is genuinely obscure. A historical blank space. What we do know from archaeology: the poverty: small villages instead of palaces, Simple hand-made pottery instead of fine decorated wares. No gold, little bronze. Subsistence farming. Isolation, little trade. The population decline, many sites abandoned. Fewer burials suggesting fewer people. Greece became much emptier. The continuities. Greek language continued evolved from Mycenaean. Some religious practices survived. The geography and resources were the same. Eventually, recovery would come. Iron replaces bronze. Iron technology spread during this period. Cheaper and more available than bronze, which required tin, a rare metal. Iron tools and weapons became standard. The Iron Age beginning. The Dorian migration traditional story. Later Greeks believed the Dorians, a Greek tribe, invaded from the north, conquering the Mycenaean world, explaining the collapse. Modern scholars, skeptical, little archaeological evidence. More likely gradual migration and settlement during the Dark Age confusion. The seeds of the future during these dark centuries, the social structures that would define classical Greece were forming. The polis city-state emerging. The Greeks spreading to new areas. Ionia, on the coast of Asia Minor, islands. The oral tradition preserving and transforming Mycenaean memories into epic poetry. Homer composing, or oral poets composing what became Homer's epics. The alphabet adopted from the Phoenicians c. 800 BCE, giving Greece writing again. But this time a much simpler, more accessible system than linear B. The Homeric epics, the Iliad and Odyssey, composed or crystallized from oral tradition around 750–700 BCE. Set in the Bronze Age Trojan War, but reflecting Dark Age and Archaic Age society too. A palimpsest of different eras. What they preserved: memories of Mycenaean world palaces, great kings, bronze weapons. Values: heroism, honor, loyalty, the warrior ethic. Greek identity: the Greeks were united against Troy, despite later divisions. Religious beliefs: the Olympian gods. Language: beautiful archaic Greek. What they created: archetypes: the wrathful hero Achilles, the cunning Odysseus, the noble Hector. Stories known to all Greeks, providing common cultural reference. Questions about fate, mortality, honor, the gods, human suffering. The foundation of Greek literature and much of Western literature. Why they matter: every educated Greek knew Homer by heart. Homeric values shaped Greek culture. The epics were scripture, history, and entertainment combined. Later Greeks measured themselves against the heroes. And we still read them, 2,700 years later, finding them powerful and moving. As you drift deeper into sleep, imagine the bard singing in a torchlit hall, his fingers on the lyre, his voice carrying the ancient words: sing, goddess, the anger of Peleus' son, Achilles, the story of Achilles' wrath, of Hector and Andromache, of Odysseus's long journey home. These stories that Bronze Age warriors may have heard in simplified form, that Dark Age villagers heard evolving, that classical Athenians knew by heart, and that we hear still, the words crossing millennia. The human experiences: anger, grief, love, longing for home eternal. Around 800 BCE, Greece began to emerge from the Dark Ages. Population grew. Trade resumed. Cities formed. Writing returned: the alphabet adopted from Phoenician traders. This archaic age, c. 81500 BCE, would see the creation of the polis, the colonization of the Mediterranean, the invention of coinage, the beginning of philosophy and science, and the cultural foundation for classical Greece. The polis, the Greek city-state. What was a polis? Not just a city, but a city-state, an independent political community, including the urban center and surrounding countryside. Typically small. Athens and Sparta were unusually large. Most polis had populations in the thousands. Self-governing, each polis made its own laws, had its own government. Fiercely independent Greeks, never united into a single nation, Even the word Greece is foreign. Greeks called themselves Hellenes and their polis. The typical polis, the Acropolis, high city, a fortified hilltop. Originally the defensive refuge. Later the site of major temples, the sacred center. The agora, marketplace, the open space in the city center, where commerce happened. But also political assembly, socializing, discussing. The civic center. The heart of the polis. The walls, fortifications protecting the city. Stone walls with towers and gates, necessary for defense, constant warfare between polis. The territory, farmland surrounding the city, providing food. Worked by citizens and sometimes slaves. The economic base. The citizens, not everyone was a citizen, typically only adult males of citizen families. Women, foreigners, medics, and slaves were residents but not citizens. Citizens had political rights and military obligations. The community of citizens was the polis. The identity, Greeks identified with their polis first. I am Athenian or I am Spartan, not I am Greek. Intense local patriotism. Willingness to die for the polis. The polis as the Greeks' primary political organization. Why the polis? The geography, mountains dividing Greece into small regions. The collapse of Bronze Age centralized kingdoms. The value Greeks placed on autonomy and participation. The manageable size allowing direct political involvement. Competition between polis driving innovation and excellence. The Great Colonization c. 750–550 BCE. The problem, population growing. Limited agricultural land in Greece. Younger sons who wouldn't inherit land needed opportunities. Political conflicts in some polis. Desire for trade and resources. The solution, sending out colonies, apoikia, home away from home. Groups of colonists sailing to found new cities throughout the Mediterranean and Black Sea. The process, a polis deciding to send a colony. Appointing a founder, oikos, to lead. Recruiting colonists, volunteers, younger sons, political exiles, consulting the oracle at Delphi seeking divine approval. Sailing to the chosen site. Founding the new city. Taking fire from the mother city's hearth, symbolic continuity. Where they went, southern Italy and Sicily, Magna Graecia, Greater Greece. The Black Sea coast, many colonies, including Byzantium, later Constantinople. The coast of North Africa, Cyrene. The western Mediterranean, Massalia, modern Marseille. The coast of Thrace and the northern Aegean. The impact on the colonists' new land and opportunities, maintaining Greek culture and language, but also adapting to local conditions. Creating new polis independent of the mother city, but maintaining ties. On the Greek world, spreading Greek culture across the Mediterranean. Contact with other peoples, Phoenicians, Etruscans, Celts, Scythians, Egyptians. Trade networks expanding. New ideas flowing into Greece. The Greek world becoming Mediterranean-wide, not just centered on the Aegean. On the native populations, sometimes peaceful coexistence. Sometimes conflict, Greeks taking land. Cultural exchange, natives adopting some Greek practices, Greeks learning from natives. The beginning of Hellenization, Greek cultural influence spreading. The cultural results, Greek became a major Mediterranean language. Greek cities from Spain to the Black Sea. The foundation for Alexander's later conquests, already Greek cities throughout the East. The spread of the alphabet, coinage, political ideas. The invention of coinage c. 600 BCE. The Lydians in Asia Minor, first to mint coins, small lumps of electrum gold silver alloy stamped with designs. Standardized value, facilitating trade. Greek adoption, Greek polis quickly adopted and refined coinage. Each polis minting its own coins. With distinctive designs, Athens owl, Corinth Pegasus, Aegina turtle. Coins bearing the polis' symbols. Pride and propaganda. The economic revolution, easier than barter. Standardized value across transactions. Accumulating wealth simpler. facilitating long-distance trade, but also creating new inequalities, those with coins versus those without. Changing social relations from aristocratic gift exchange to market transactions. The social changes. The Hoplite Revolution. The hoplite, a heavily armed infantry soldier, wearing bronze helmet, breastplate, greaves, shin guards, carrying large round shield hoplon, from which hoplite, armed with spear and short sword. The phalanx, hoplites fighting in tight formation phalanx, shields overlapping, spears presenting a wall of points. Success depending on unity and discipline, not individual heroism. Each man protecting his neighbor. Breaking formation meant defeat. Who were hoplites? Not aristocrats, who fought as cavalry or charioteers. Not the poor who couldn't afford the armor. The middle-class prosperous farmers. Those who could afford about 100-200 drachmas for equipment. A significant portion of the citizen body. The political consequence, those who fought the hoplites demanded political rights. We defend the polis, we should have a say in governing it. Pressure for broader political participation. The gradual move away from aristocratic monopoly on power toward democracy eventually. Tyrants, not the modern meaning. The phenomenon in many polis during the Archaic Age, a single strong man seized power. Called tyrannos, tyrant, originally just meaning ruler, not necessarily oppressive. Often from the aristocracy, but using popular support, promising to help the common people against the aristocratic elite. How they came to power, capitalizing on social conflict. Promising redistribution of land or debt relief. Using force bodyguards, armed supporters. Seizing the acropolis or key points. Ruling without legal authority, hence tyranny. Their rule, some were oppressive and cruel. Some were effective and popular. Often promoted public works, temples, fountains, festivals. Patronizing artists and poets. Trying to legitimize their rule through benefactions. Their fall. Tyrannies rarely lasted beyond 1 or 2 generations. The sons of tyrants often more oppressive than founders. Eventually overthrown by aristocrats or popular revolt. Leaving a legacy, Greeks became suspicious of one-man rule. Examples: Cypselus and Periander of Corinth, Pisistratus and his sons in Athens. Polycrates of Samos. Each different, but the pattern similar. The early lawgivers. The need for written law in the early polis. Law was oral, known only to aristocratic judges, allowing arbitrary decisions. The common people demanding written laws accessible, unchangeable. Draco, Athens, c. 621 BCE, first to write down Athenian laws. Reportedly very harsh, draconian. Death penalty for many offenses, even stealing a cabbage, according to later tradition. But establishing the principle written law, same for all. Solon, Athens, 594 BCE, the crisis, Athens in social turmoil. The poor falling into debt, slavery, unable to pay debts, enslaved. The aristocrats monopolizing power and land. Civil war threatened. Solon's reforms canceled debts, the shaking off of burdens. Freed those enslaved for debt. Banned debt slavery for the future. Divided citizens into classes by wealth, not birth. Gave political rights based on class, the wealthier having more rights, but the poor gaining some voice. Reformed the legal system. Created a new law code. The poetry. Solon was also a poet. His poems survive fragments, explaining his reforms. I gave the people as much privilege as they needed, neither adding nor taking away from their honor. As for those who had power and were admired for their wealth, I made sure they suffered no injustice. I stood holding my strong shield over both groups, and I allowed neither to win an unjust victory. The legacy didn't satisfy everyone. The poor wanted land redistribution, the rich resented losing privileges, but prevented civil war for a time. Laid groundwork for later democracy. Solon remembered as the wise lawgiver. The growth of Sparta a different path.
Why Athens moved from hunting lại toward democracy? Sparta looked at everything complex to raise before Darius society is risky as Sparta. As Sparta in this Indian tenvis conquer commis oris idrias le de pillarimish halos. Spartans, Pichi, Av, reality. Herod, fathers, Sohim, Mikuli, Toem, faster as if Hati, Spiritism, Freddy's Misty, Closey Satan keep ringing. For boys, at age taken from family Tomirax Tekosh, test pattern education system, training, endurance, obedience, harsh, impedance, varishing, stealing, discipline, stowing, aggression, city, fascist, punctually, forming bonds with Felrinis, joining free army, special skis, most brain. Sparta's the best in Greece, constant training from teen and courage legendary. Red Coast, concessions Islam dans la force l'estiment to re-estimate, treason, arm. Stfan, Enoch Kali, meaning Greek Thor. In 5 Macedon, centuries, licit message, tough beaches, Thor Spartan, Spartan Koran, Spryren, Elixory, Lospis, Toifilchits, Taisfai. Dual kingship, Collier Aristotix, Chichikos, Stes, Kavi, Chikose, Shiri, Crowders, Ag, Sirius, Tishitius, surprisingly affast, Chat sits. Vot in apostrophe acclamation shouty, no, lemity. Sistixens vovin Faciguri Kailon C. Hughes Exeris Spolitos Ba'af Fi Sai Fonspos Brothers Wowa Teptikia Spurs Toric Cosby, Totegati, Cos Papista missing, Cocastans, Catain, Spati, Militaristic, Corbis Jar, Rasparists, Ray, Skitejun, Possibilities, Fubis, Scranty Furies. Sosai Bifafim Sparta. The price of military excellence, eventually declining rigid system could adapt Helot revolts, citizen population declining, but into Sparta are respected. Have fanfare expected, they set one dixpatme. Have spatters, but the army fishermen for B9 BCE, the Greek war developed into 100 independent, quarreling polis, but they would soon face an external SFV, a defined Greek temperis for centuries. Tavas, Ephrasia, and a Vespri, Acure, Sajan, Namvi, Mbami BC, Crea Lysia, Babylon, and eventually stretching from India to Egypt. Tanam as a war yet seen. Ruby, the King Darius, in O period, 528 CE. Organophony, organized, expafort. Benin as BCE, Espov, Asia Minor. The Ionian Greeks chief and Persian rule. Especially the Instadotor rule them. Thea, Ionian revolt 494 BC. Askimibon Grifohel, Ehala. Says Kim Marius Medis for Weber Sadis Tapazen Reno Capital Tabzen Response There Stress Revolver BC This Travai Ionia Sis But Remember FS Involvement Abis Bin Siskoi FBC Repassis Gauian Reprathenians Cher Expedition Darius safely across the Aegean, subduing islands along the way. Compilation and Slay, 10 Landiotat, Mazi 26 Matis, Pharaohs by their destroy. Antwerp, Rispatai. Mobilias asking for Immersion, quốc Sparta Date. Totenkeit Voice den Hinweis, sie wird Pharaohs West Mosan. For the Pharaohs Sapkins. Si tôi khurs. Finian Victor E 6,4 Tisans Dead 192 Finians The Zuston Thuchin Phi Chi to Akizensi Chiết lưu Ami Chai Safak 26 Mays From Marata Toathis Rachens Sien Tonti Britons The Preskia Vivasis Gian Van Valento Athens Viet Vunuzit of Frut Senenjik Medi For Boplin Hopley Legendary Modern This is Fondai Free Fabricated Community Boss Beantix Prepare Spin Fache She Aji Viche Lady Keko Simisco Miser Biche Normally subs distributed to seasons. The Mr. Kerms, Tonvins Athenians, cluster bearing warships built to 3 rows of on each side. The Athenian Navy. Phaton war Taragis, Greece, Hubis, Is, Faco. Wo de Tito Fuis. This was Spearman, Lipo, Kuching the Lost. The second Persian invasion 480-479 BC. Xerxes Darius' son, reign 486-465 BC. The massive expedition. Zacchaeus, Amaxi, Fian, enormous Herodotus claims millions. Realistic clips 100,000-200,000. Bruising a Pontet, Hellas, Spons, Cheat between Rap and Rick Ashing, Zug, Thrace, Macedonia. Accompanied Hub South of Risk. I deny I seen. Greek response. A Greece at Corinth Bantula Greenland voice. Athens the country. Most the Conchebung. Stay. Thumli August 480 BC. Thoi cost to pass. Sendodes Severus. Stien Stendoyos. Foras. Bas patterns. King Liang up. 4. Cast a bass bottles. Rebeat gigames. Dismiss. Linux. Hiodistan. Why? The Epcot Simmerize, Gottes patterns, Stranger passing B, got here, Obedit Tortimelos, Wilai, Stimekir, and Spas. A. Moral Victis Parentus. Af Spatenden. The Purse Massings, Fetch, Quidden, Children, Henry Nicondi, the Darwich, the Stokibir, Apolis, Destroy. Chondes, Valamelis, Tibricope, Salamis destroy. Themistocles in the Greeks not retreat to Isthmus. The Persian fleet entering Tazarashi. Frabapoto, the stress Unaro etero, the Bante, Greece streams ramming, fighting, Pershim, Omeduva, Greek destroy or capturing, Han Greeks or Persian, Greek victory. Harry Xerxes, fearing being caught for Asia, with Rick army. artillerist Greek army yet assembled perhaps 40 hoplites, Sparta providing the largest contingent, Posaka facing Madoniasis, Persiami in Spartaco complex, nearly at Disate, continuing solaging. The hoplites again proving superior in close combat, Ranjit, both rescue, Crete destroy, remaining flint, Boscroid, Milan, AC, to Sictans, Greece, Gretis and Tempea and Tagol, Post DDT, Athens and Sparta emerging as the great powers, the stage set for golden age, the golden age of Athens, say Bunkaban BCE, the Persian wars after Mema BC, Beaker, Greek wars, Hochamats, Besplodis, Grave, Beakerweed, Morphosins, Tilian Lick, Vodi Dibu, Anewisi, Goddess, Kole, Koyo, Vens Koilu, Ski the Bersik, Hims Duni, Kiss and Todini, Tres Ips Noden, Tekenze ID, the lake, forcing members to stay to Sucholi. Sorry if I do this as Ving, Kibik becoming TV's empire to pressing, his best way to enter 495-420 BCD. Not a king brought Vipasin Vigorsin Triste Bu Acrocopalis, Itinus and Calicris, Sculptural Program Beast, Testructulus, Strains, Sarandit B columns, Tam on Tended, Mby on Sesize, Mavonus, Maboris Librately, Collet, Bobatictable Refinements, North Street, Osulaiko, Stuckokun, Platform Rising, Slyly, This and Sly, and persist slightly curb, Incredible, but Street Belly, Africaco, Sesras, Stay here, Test Schools, School is Gay Evil Nay Quilrich Backs, Illusive, Stats, Great Paleo Freyes, Sescatons, Hanoike, Sibylaigies, Siblosicubes, Order Vifres, Sibias, Simron, or Native Face. Originally painted to Athena statue inside a closer statue of the Pharaohs. 12 Miss Bonfire, Koi Vitas, Bon Mi Fit Foran, Vovi Fish now, Why Who Read a Figless, now done discondes, Noidi Peters, Gay Hametoitic Kitcher, More Life Rave Forever, Wisdom. That would be make Caspo offer Hutch High Hali. To a Parinus, Corolis Carimus, Ape Temple, Faremi, Sale Fab Abimi, at Fab Book Meme, Karin Musical, To Falanino Dasis, Koi Ecophonelis, Solons Reforms, Tun Pacis Stratus, and Hissens, Tatirans Expel Namchamwe BC, Christine Reform Tami creating the democratic system, Fan Tra BC, Rufgan Dimtera Ezim, Se Ambly Ecclesia. All means this is Hey assist, Finassistance, Finassist, Boreo, Moquisi Dosepe, Nam citizens chosen Bilot Ali, Noe, Manam for it. He pairing business for the assembly, managing Ziasens full team job situation, Toas, Walampos, to participate. The people's cost this high taling namely most citizens, codices. Nor professional judges alias litigants, referencing high speechless, charities, medici, lot physicians, most pervasive, focus, election, not election, directions, vlotness perfection, votfay treasury of war. Cook generalships strategoi were elected military expertise required. Women about half the population. Metrics foreign residents perhaps 10% of population. Slithius Pacosi ethics, verbal apprentice compilation, democodon standards, limited, demon crush, radical, no state gas, so many people, college skibbets, unjust, by college cabanics, Persians, been through. Cockroach, Parisia, prime ownership, citizen, host, tidnis coxamdi invest, necessarians, mapping marsh, stubby coolies discase, tini focoded to root, exclusivity, henovoice, democracy, the sistki, tunidit, extinguishes, frarazra, tragedy. Festival of Dionysus. Free play is comprehensive and as started play. Attend readers civic and tragedians. Each say, Namcho start. Richie present these excesses sympathetic. Am costelegia gebanun, tilibeshin, himonas, abar, cosquison, squastis, reyes, vetch, going, temptidale heads. Squad familiars, Anchin, in his Faki, March, Minus, Antigona Kiven Celesti, Tofadir A. Alves, Hugh, Law, Evisans, Vifis Gozi, Nadi, Human Safari, Funes, Casatalo, Hire, Nuncham South Hadis Overloss. Cooler oil, children who they will team, so worry like this. Joy. Daki Gales, to these who wisely, Tiro is he. Kaaris Tridy 446-386 BCE, Old Comedy Satirical, Political, Teklos Mogni Socratics, the Sophistics. Sexual Bisin, Herius, Abram, Stapros, Mandy, Virgis, Sexually, Explicit, Depretis, Freeze, Sradi, Inkai, Pollution, Koji, Istis. Seeking nature as Meses, Botithaula Cell. Twesta Hashiko, Inaxamites, Amanaki Ifins, Tenovis, Atoms, Ein, Vol, V. Saskin. What is given, handful, these dances. So much success in public life, relativism, tarat, chi, my voice calls subtipsien. Alright, you say, 4 chi đại, chi si, karates, scrofi. Spended this igi me ako. Square, feel, scrusting, specking days, style, snilai, skiki. Skunai. Good hands, bucks, tall, just, his men, judging, ikato, his stone, my history, te, tyros, taiska. But chose. Tan history, istos, istais, rest, kabami history, no graphy, and storytelling, reborn, featherless, spirituals, nothing when heda stosi, vitamis stoti, from sau vô phố vô có biết từ tigrenes, das prison, des chi, sáu vô 4 si, evenis, eziwa, most rigorous, scassi, analytical. His is a psychical cosicos and military focus to Athens and Milos discussing power touchdown. X. Tumido, East Sans Inco, standard for his storytelling. Imagine Athens at its high skins within Parthenos Mabor, the assembly data Phoenix, the theater of Dionysus Pax with citizens watching era Askedi, his quest. Scratch kittens, my achedi, squirry empire. Test says ghost, agizvedite, usi. This was is moment hasing cosmos achieve most tani empires when human tancha chose limbanless when monolus, when poxy florist effect obet authentious time, because work to millennia, close your eyes and imagine standing on the Capitoline Hill in some around Mocambi, Dio. Express the forum Romanum, the hot jaw, the sploscha, the fuzzy speeches, Senadi Kikis, the Kiptibau Store, Chutoi, Sisisa review Whitogas, conducting the business, os, power to revision the Eve, ver, has as remes lasse token, salary, bifale, it for this, in Batamunma, be say, be WTB, was Fred, Remarcus, Reles, Remasico. A community of Latin-speaking farmers supports who would, over 8 centuries, conquer empires stretching from Britain to Mesopotamia, from varying to Sahara imposing the entire Mediterranean world and beyond. But Rome's Johnny Tyrannian Wu monarchy overthrew its kings to become Republic Expandizi, work it Hakatis. Tentoch even was Kimbo in Sifo emerging as this ending, Gisi, Johnny, Rimviha, Singos Tides Itoa Miss, Undas Ides Canlazis.
Chokui, Chibushi, Chai, Shopik, yes, Chajibu, Chat, Chat, Bola, Why, Nadi,
Zashie, Chimt, Fadis, Taction, Noble, her Swiss Sask, let be Lucis Juice Bridge. To monarchy hours lasting impact, Rome, Rage, Libet, Vinrach, Skin,
Picture, Whole Jimmy, Permit,
Text,
Umpichi, to say,
Cobalt, Von Bambus, his Sorten, Enchis, E.T., Savin Volley, and Phenolus. Sanus, Vomanectis, Free. Progressi Renvolis Motor thì Mus của mình không cho số tai bị với khi có tu Host usually becoming scary. The British judicial magistrates administering justice, also governing vices, developing German law, managing cockpits, festivals, for popularity, Festus Venustiary. Step in the priest's whole seacrest, corporates, tabrid grabs. Operate. Let's relax. Sobre send. Checkratic bar. As being Centurita Assembly all citizens Ogales as the wife assemblies Casabrets electing consuls and praetors
with it to Wisi the Red, as check mayors, matches, prayers,
like as Chebzi, only not parents, antecedents, habits, has it, which beclinding all citizens.
always
Twice positions carries threatening to found a new state, sure consensus.
Vic create Sinatage Ninchish, Lori, we say, local day world to last, which of minutes, placed, interminate.
Eventually, Labin laws bending on 287 BC are more implicit took still aristocratic system against Kun. Keeping laws. Frequency, Robert, Senecaski. B264 BCE, controlling all of Italy south of Po River, T method, military might the Roman legion superior barrier to opponents, defense to conquer through the people's different people sitting the little, boozing, restitution, electing Chunkas categories, establishing colonist settlements in strategic locations, via system of concabos had insistos stylio, tech estos a condua zomen leadership, witten talion and allergics, fanu, zombies, The First Punic War 264 Hinmut Buzin Bising Phê Phai Vi Bu Slurdy Trung Uy Vân Bro Cấp GS Harvest Black Sekinian Harvest Destroy Corporates Neo Covets Alibova Year of Grinding Warfare Terrizol Zone Victorious Haibon Bimut Goning Sicily Rome's first overseas proms Catis weakened but not destroyed Sacring Festamen Storming Screstratid Strat Hannibal Tegritis Kutneri Mice Son Ho Backer Gufilist Peniqua Sapos Swazali Toitano Nani Widram Rothlers Doctumentor Ambitions Lacas Hannibal Inspetadis Frarity in Fam Spanish the Van War Instruct with an army of a mùi phải không im Afandri Chelsea Phi Valley Ba Ame Cách A chi tỉnh FCA Isabus Development The Battle of Lake Trasimene 217 BC another crushing defeat A Roman Army Analytic The Battle of Khani 216 BC The Perfect Battle Hamix of Hope Stam Missing 2,00 His Ivawi Outmother Cam Vil 000 His Taco Genius Supreme Hannibal arranging his Centinrica troops is wing way draw Romans forward his Cavarians Gomez Rory tentaking to Tinzoman rear his African infantry wing inward Saranoans coming forward Sin wing 000 Neoen which she most decisive battles the classic of the brilliance aftermath some Italian outs defecting Tao no throw refreshing to surrender Fabius Fidelia and Bo Friday Hall sleeping boss marking stipulation Hannibal Rigi Taking Tiwa to Aphius Homius Homeland FPG Hanos Wafro Khafit Hadi Kofika Fibinos Him DCC Sibiche Disease Territies Tozom Sim Indemnity Cafish Dis To Risk To Arrange Power Zom Immediately Return Power Tại khởi bị kiểm chín mùa xuân từ 146 BC Got to take go Cut to BCB Must this story Separates Fuse Scratch Juice Someone new music as initially reluctant focus on prophetic west but gradually thick graphic Mason 3 hours 25 ông CBC defeating Thessaloniki một thủ kinh dung A Hellenes Greek territory The conquest Macedon Meazoman province 48 Bithynia Greece becoming a Roma's 10 province today is Asia as Kaftistki Einstein Hellenistic Kinso Price and Kilometers Disease Countia Mediterranean Me Noshim Osi Provinces from Spain to Asia Tigris Bo Covides Sisi and political crisis Most Tamban Hai Besi từ White Dale Ades Redis Disrusi Wow Small farmers suffering farm neglected Vampaming chips Quinda Eyed Cream. The gap between tinge Goidin. Me up like scram. I'm small fine. Voice this. Voice. Roms. Populations swellen 1 million be mostician Manipur. Omnimay. Policy. Dependent foreigners. Volatile. Easily squeezed. Deltemichindi. Soviso. Prat. Omis. Kuzumas. Disappeared. Recruited care. Marius concousin by BC Pharaohs who exist, creating a professional army, but soloja generals who paid Theman raw channel state. Sukimis Swina raw states for civil wars. Tiberius Gracchus Gradus Chip Chambra Bias Drat Ite Reform Bisure Tiberius Toy Sephobeeke Santides Se Illimitete Tiberius Kibote people Kirkichipi Scenario Mob Thus Bas Vans Biris and Tourists Thus Fidi Birisis Sukimaros Tonko Gevi Ger Virus Divo Quaribis Vix Medios Feridi Sopron Cascres Marisis Revo Jari Marios Becoming Dictator 82-79 Bill listen Reasoning Anzing by Tambay but the president said force could win political disputes. The first triumvirate so bicycle 2 degree the 3 Compilation Marcus Licinizam Grigius Cralius teaches and family the Infone grants nothing Limits Caesar's Curry Garlic Number 8 was Governor Williams Curry Emoticons 55 and 54 BCE, writing commentaries on the Gallic war propaganda and literature combined, becoming fiery from plunder, creating a veteran army loyal toys the civil war 4A, the civil 15 BC, Danbam BC, Physitas, Tamphias, and Caesar increasing Bampi, ordering his army at return Toram, Caesar, Cascas Rivia, Fracosi, Rubidin, Small Recon, Crossing, Baki, Crossing, Ruby, from Crossing Enobi, Bunchin ni Andia, Seizing fast, seizing Italy, Caesabilitata of Fassala defeating Pompey, Totem Bise, Caesar pursuing Anavis, and Spain, Spaghi, thought Pompey's spread. Implementing reforms conniving us, Julian Canner, Zept Relief, Corles, Cofro, Confidence, Sways or King. Mark Antony Caesar stirring to Hocklands to Athens, Brudux and Cassisa Flame, Avengers Second, Sivan Vire, 43%, Tivire, Macotagus, Lesser Foro, Octamilius, Less Impore, only 18 years old, Thor, dictates, only Phước Chanvirit Informo, Info, Say, Afsplan, Death, Anh Dis Say, Consulate, He, Anikizi, Ans, As, Kias, Coffin, Suzy Set Tikas, De Favor Ans, Kichi, Jenny Light Strut, The Key the West, Cantadi, Kikiche, Chestikas, Lete Gas Seri Tim Like Disen. We be the hair. less cool, Colin, Alexandria, Cocova, Wem, Zai, Basin, Dick Granny, Dick Fly, Hot Oni, Codal Aptis, Och Anandis. Bis phương bảo asquarit suicides I poetic ức avia pursuing antaming suis balis cooked actually for vilopsis vi hình poison and cax corrowings western supreme cogusters and sister agent bees aloe viche as Stevin problem atta like sisa but says fetch to dodge or keep power to tinido Case Selihu Handed Stot Sending tiêu không này Chibonisin Park Snet Tito Vus Titi Miss to August system dividing provinces senatorial peaceful Gunbises BV Senanis Ipium Vario to August the sea
Crapunti, Lomi, Massins, Kokorabi, Liu, 6, Lozivro,
Morov Verm unsuccessful success in win defeat to Vicofens his Josenes Pax Romania and Guts Emphis Palais Siri Prosperities Diradi Tevoraru Zonian Photostless Expedienti Auguster Extra but also setbacks to Tobuk Forest Jinse 3 legions unaided eventually establishing stable border Danubio Ufrai ETVS Yes
Gotosh, Ice Achis, Duo,
Muidotis Turn Tiberius beginning Ted Republic that the empire had begun as the deeper into sleepy Immersion transformation evolving from as mostly store and empires from kings to republic the prince Christoph front for fast language free for sophistication the republic that conquered the Mediterranean could not survive its own successes the wealth and power destroyed the very system that created them but from the chaos a monsters creating a new system would endure for centuries and prosperity to endure for story is over and disease and SNVIA of governance Julio Clapinus nay dynasty Tiberius với là Augustus the says and Tabdapti Highest Chisevus Chpra Fact Kelly làm bởi đà lên bể Scrooge quản tiếp vì khai si Fali Chui Sally Heroes Ban Sechimi in Decrossy Rong Assassinated BT2 Toher Both say Cradle Watchlit Bumlistrazos Boy Barre Kunko Nebrosi Casadage Takirus a Britarito Brito Kumuranis Cressy Buzi Aquidus Agapofa Ostia Cosibrina Tobot her son Nero Ost New người son phục vụ Dijejores many 6 ca Philosophy and could it presect the Rekin Only Imiji The great fire of Salmasalasi Venero started it is the period Chris Christian Zaire Psychati Gabon Spay Buzi in Tedomas Pore Gobohus Toviles Vispiri Cohomas final year was Spain Tessenat declaring Nero an enemy committing suicide his was what an artist dies in May Dynasty E Rome Ares 6 chi si bro gro rao ophobo vro gaming auto winning Decemberless Vespasian đi 6 misty dynasty sa đi 96C Spicians Coast Business Fran Jaru Fofa Modis Family
Funny, Smoby, Peacefully, Sprecher,
Army Fountain. Dealing with disasters, eruption Vesuvius destroyed Tariohemia bởi vì si phe 8 CAC plus CV his brother.
Actici, Domici, Coperi.
Assassinated 96
Find whatever Jimmy School,
Hemorrhoid Henry Sigeri Taste Her Tuna and Consiget Stable Prosperous to well-worn. Suspect Red Biology Chobitas Elderliter chosen after Domitian's assassination reigned briefly but chosen as heir. Trấn bị tám một families Aptinimus, Besiades, Nach, Athenian, Military Genus, The Chasher Mun Romania 101 and Enriching Zone. Conquering Rafi is acceptable, Risbis, Alliedets,
excellent food for
Alliedets, Brokers, Visit. Lita Generation Tai Kutra Gaita Casta
Ike, Vede, Jomo, Kitchen Spanish, Failure,
Iten Itthời Foiva Chachesi
Tipure, Tipure,
Expand Abandoning Transistent Conquest Establishing Stable Borders Histrians A Reading Stramitovius Dromaphis Drill Joes Dia Capisolina Justban Jerusalem Thesis Boy Pantheon Kekosis
Tabang, Affiliated,
Exquisite
Centralinus,
Peace Antilucy Shabafti Much True Espiritus MV Hockey Velus khảo động một VS Aphilasicity Emperor Gracis Profoco Philus Joycius
Squab, Cafe, No,
The Meditations written in Greek his stand during Trivet Reflections on Stoic Philosophy on Accepted
Alpha, Video, Sadness, Gentleness, and Estes.
Reality Philosophy Stays Arm
Reason Copy,
his son Commodus succeeding breaking to the passion Commodus his biological son the beginning life he empilai Jalilaras the empire or Eperas Rodibodas Milia Dicvas Rol Ecles Vises Ipot Vojas Inti a Roman family T city Tito Ups 1 million inhabitants largest city Post O Wood in coal Greece Chips Dewsy Most Romans living in multi-story insulae up to 6-7 stories ran floor shops tabani opening orders upper floors upper fire
Bộ of Brick, a concrete for Hazard Stacy Wax, Periodiki, Rofer, Chipede, Richiki, Oji Domas,
Therapy in domus single family home
Bo, Aron, Lytrivium, Staro, Kochi, Renoven Poshi, Rofu,
Ofunli Vocascos Frachits Mosby Frespias Mo Frespes Frosaces Frovid Afraid slave liberators who became a successful Trading why on origin, reasonably prosperous, blows not mervy, mowing why Evida, Ni, Axel, Hats Venibon, Via, Livy, for win, now Bamilam. Managing so, the Fyron free salvet, answer. So, Samuel Emerson Marcos Hopsing Face Anhai Basin Marcus Kili Kivin Koi Tola Wari Dress Corrigan Lee Tinvo Bendi Oli Apartment Bin Shop Warehouse Litisgoratico 6 Chucky Meeting clients Cordial speech, tech product, vân vi tập tình, foreign, bindis, bestiaries, existential, vanity, force, unity, some, Siski. Perfumes, Livia's morning, organizing the household give on slim, ở Yothamin, khi dân ungen min derosens neslawa. I king bread there, Kimung Levin, spinning. Sons, Hap school. Đây Asosen Pop Bat Sturmy Found Zuwood Rom Entry Fee Middling Book of Favor Separateness for remote men and women Tepras After Ulit After Mark Gressin A Turbas in Inter Apoditary Bats Sgressi Gresti Conforce Wrestling Bull Tente Invasion Ke Idariam Wamsum Adjusting Roof Cot Wool Kaden Steam To Heat Skrill Multi To Spretum Scrat Scripos Kiki Ki Toist Cosibroy School Cosigra Test Socializing Chat Business What's these menus Rassazis Shenchi Venwa Spending Simoses Sandis Oles Sosazek with overrings disability. Mario. We run family vicary. Tafubu for America's Frost Defeat. Custom School of Human Mission. World. Happy and Jimmy. Stammers. Chicks. Mort collarbone. Friends, random fermented sauces, ubitus, ubiquitous, zo, mikichomali, mobiquin, sunset before, front, froy, cricisi, superiorats, bis, cheese, common, virile, sphone, finibida, guesi, recline, teles wetis, eating, crack fast, dipping bread in sauces, chinking wine dick, conversation, 5 with tree, Chelsea C, Dicky, Backups, Sim, Colosseum, this gays Kmamli, that is Keshiko, Tokesh, Vim, Chorida, Projectors, Claritory Games, Capiquitas Study Lalasis, Lalasi, Coppola, Free Sponsored B, Y, Individuals, Otiara, Secking, Quackurarity, Fintascus, Maximus Ozing, Horenil, Pecky, Post, Books, Randy, Betting, Versional Rias, Viplitatoriodims, less popular than racist or did. Shukas. Trolito, Nali Fisho, Ria What Alarms, Candles, Bliss, Sleeping Cometices, Stuffs with Wars, Apartment Dark Quail, Julestin, Re, Haratia, Rally Fulgarium Small Shrine. City Scusi Schist Getters Visisi Franref Relis Gust Choristes Vutadet Cos Orman Godo Tra Many resisting Christi St. Ta on Gunner Provises Wickers of Hovices Trusting Duplasis Douritic Bizohara At Bijin Lawless or Cookies Rest in Kiss Kek Okone In Case I Cochiasta Fiston Also Lot Coming Din Mateless Rotichers Lazada Lami Abba 30 Legions Ichijin Obam 5,000 men Station Along Frontier W Euphrates Bretica Professing for 25 years Citizen Suez Norphicinians Lim Tucras Tuchuis Occasional combat, but most routine. Romanizing the frontier steers so bringing Roman culture, settling veterans, trade and economy, fluidity for the first time, the first time, and gazettier, and reside for refreshing grain, wine, some road spices from India. Roskunet Iupan as Fagan Comcu Wuzer, Fresh Winkons, Sespentis, Isfen, Skra, Wus. Sepeware Scarati Sparus Winchi Disti Temido Glassmore and of me a post trend macroedication and occasional that looks brown. Sorry stick Chapeau Faulase womb of a sensory Tracker qui self-esquapredas b terrorus pretus epphis phi teleopsitans iazes caprati Sam civil law stationana legal concepts act precedent do chiro latinologies still attribine digis still đôi chỉ deeper investless college school derezo điếu với watching habit sweet toti itinerary watching ali pressing grapes for wine to family in GDG nền is discussing thế dài a hone et under Roman rule diverse nyatit stable just past domenas go I duly mentipis yatski coet mit just bast connect not just key mintistioners van aqueducts but vision of universal citizenship civilization. Says a dalalis and preces, sepaps, Romana quod last fariva, tizebedeze sinzi saw, emperi, koi, and stabili. Alas, stechim, viles, fro, stabiligi, epti, anarchy. Between 200 Mallory and Familos, Greece, sin for a Mrs. Aase, Hakik. V. Cresti, Lis, Kalis, S. Vry, Prot, Is, Crossed, Becky Bray, Mo, Arabs, Itachi, and Forest King, Saris, Only, Incorporate, Cradle, Nadia Arahan Haidai, the Empire Syrians Ims, Riming, to Riki Kuminan Emperors to So Uja Erofra Bokens, Claudius E. Aurelian Probusens, Difidian Invarius, Restore Empire, Voridic Luati, Richoi Babakon, Reforma, the Transformation, Realizing Only Empira covering and Uzit, Rigiati, Teti, Fofo. Here, Mosi Symmetric which se Arist, XE, Ampan Beist, the West Est. Dukist, Machise Turkist, Maximian Terrorist, reforming the Amios mobile fuel amis static flaps. Economic reforms attempting to control pricing largely unsuccessful. Presky persecution, bust requisition. Declasis to Angis Uni. From stimidin to Aket. Vitamin Cogis cost est himin. Cast cost Cogis proclaimed emperor Byzantine South Seas Bachem is Emlivibosi Vish es Bavis Masidles CV Emperor Bibayhaisi So Emperor Conversion Bochi Sesi IDSA Scopuvis Kuskosi. Hearing what's written is in a conquer, painting Christian symbols on. She Latin Christian cut. Take edit. Christian Milan Bamibase. Christianity. Chriskiti can listenity becoming legal. The first council Bacham Highlam Sai, Constantine summoning bishops to resolve theological disputes, Arianism vs. Nicene Constantine Creed. Tennyson v formalities. Constantine Heidewe in the east. Until Byzantium a Greek city on the Bosphorus. New Vim Scandronopol Cupillary strategic location. TS between modity like in X Tenaja Verbasas Ikeskenti Vondanense Kati shifting is Constance legacy Christianizing empire toward not Tita region Istashi Constant Nobek 1 Reforme and administration Zing in Ambadeses Wap Las Impact B Baptized Emphalanisius 395 the Christianization empire from persecuted minority to state reign to the country 5 in the Caucasus I379 Ri Bato Scumlaces Christianization. The transformation of Christianity for a excursion establishment Beast Committee Pharaoh Allied Aid. But also division Pharaohs in trust, this Gravim, pray and my renewing. Frogs. Still. Strict game. Displacing the Jemete shamans, not wanting to destroy, but to saturate in studies, new consolidating cases back, Hishim, Firmacigens, Goss, Zomans, Shrubs, Drumis Grants, Samtos, Sons, Gits, Scopes, Leuramazae, Colari, and Visicos, Sacking, Able, Stay, of his city of Gauger to Haumik front, Kos, Gundi, Frost, Food, Genodi, Todi, Africa, Theopia fragmenting this unempty South Romulus Doquestatem, the last extant Emperor Atheninesmus, Bidoser, Germanic General, Odosa Uling, Icholero Camimio, just King the Senti Inferior Tito, just Kung, Sentiling to Internote Vic Abang, we beeper, but not Zum, the Eastern Empire. Can and I for and talents gun muốn đúng fan chữ chi thế vuông furry chỉ cần Latin Germanic conducting John Messi Christian law a mystery Kistage and Tapen John Melvin song chỉ law làm với I misto concept justice. Bats amphiphone tongue Bustilingens Gravinices Hooves Frost Horizes Vus species Livy Tacitus Hilaceres Philosophers Stoics Fuencos History Christianeski Roma Tifiaker Christiitis Man Aminis Josigis Hierarchy The Bible translated into Lycogit ID Zomzam Fomas Modal and Ideal The Holy Magnew Tamchais Byzantine Empire Colim C Oropi Tori Kisao Senum Roman inspired architecture DC To enduring fascination Ombin Why Zom Fair Eternity For một phật ở trong Barbarian Amvius Chaos Christianity Abandoned Missionaries With statue Akozip Bone Lefobly Oversteed Tin lụy Crossing Tennessee V. Akin Dear Security Short Street George Finn Nor singly board or annihilation Fox Empire falling existence surviving inevitable complex Tell Mercy in West Vow Notwithstanding for sectory in evil wood but Roma's shadow stretching across centuries Every sequin wishes and civilization Rome got empire the faithful never die As the sing you to the beast sleep Lanto settle head even die Afers known The estate 1,000 years in the wet Torahs in the east that created Lara and language and still shape us as spread Christianity that drove aqueducts and sties some of us were instinctive in us or very via civil vision empire close your eye and read yourself in of up Aaron Squidus Fralen Skris Kisichin is quite Skabiki Vulcan Dutski Fabulous Samvir Katmiji Survevis and Chijin and create its own distinctive culture over 10,000 years. Titles in Middle Ages were invented Miletus Colas period as merely the period between the two renaissance. The people living Renis cause meal big easy for continuing Roman civilized. They were right. The medieval world preserved the best of Rome, absorbed Germanic and Celtic traditions, embraced Christianity, Islam, Emperor University, cathedrals, parliaments, and a complex, dynamic civilization, but that is the story of Athananization. It's the story of how Europe transformed from a collection of warring kingdoms into Christendom. Byzantium President Grand George Fozen at the West Rivet, how Islam's Christ goddess Gihoj Luni Asian became victors Iris Bungains of Christian warfare, and how Techet became the most powerful institution in Europe. But it's also testos of people Bentitens finds family same vastas and Fizen Velastes Asin Midney tossing Toming Cradles had me Midas Hawks Castle and in village squares and everyone seeking meaning across seemed but the dirges His bull so cham his good erisi. Skip. The Western Empire fell, cities shrank, literacy declined and trade diminished, but Greece was also a area of cultural fusion. Religious transformations, lascivous phonization, what last centurion, esclases, bichoko, okimen, lice, svinauchisai. Liturgy known and Greek becoming rare outside the church. Long distance trade, Byzantine fragment, monumental boats, aqueducts, onestiage, class classical some kilometers, cocan, lomus, okisam imoniscus, di anmisan, waliquid, prariconivit and unity, monasticism vis-a-vis is im, jebikin fufazi, jemeri trashes, zuisa francil, decimachurus, kibi actisbi, France, ki, mất France, united various Frankists, Concord, Vertit, Oxlick Christian Crucial, Common Cost, Zuman Feature, Olu, Coast Cochino, E converses giving the turners of our Roman population dynasty, Temerovin Gesivus, 481-751, Fast, Roivovicin, Toesa, Bobby Kings, two Opamis, Gonimis, Fieres and Mass, Visigoths in Spain, establishing kingdom in Iberia, converting to Catholicism 589, a sophisticated legal cosmic trauma về Islamic while Islamimo. Los Drogos Ito Story, Italy, Rome Ravana, attempting Pisa, Roman culture and administrative fan. Van Justinians conquering Estinian Island 550, devastating the Lombards invading North 68 just strategic ending. The Anglo-Saxon invasions 6 centuries. Britain 410, unsettled Gadsden, Ishay, and Canimbrian Lowland, Britain, Tuchens, Capkitan, Scone. Augustine not the famous alone, but a missionary sent Wishgariba. Esterdin, Anvroy, establishing Canberra, Byzantine, Cedric, Ticoja, Jobanest, Gam, Kinti Chodest, Obi, language developing, Monastier Staris, Fau, Lindes, Faladin, Lak Ires, Fodoning, Haikos and Codes Dinbi. Sauchoten Empire, Zom Intinu Isets. Isnola e Fresh Cobuche, Maria, Iep Constantria, Ontimius, Wife, Invisib, Syria, Asia, is Kunstira, Lepo, Bis Livifaisi, Stamla, Rikon Orthodox, Christianity defying, Constantable, Ossis Bosphorus Chai, controlling access between Mediterranean and Black Sea, defensible Sarandina water for Visai, T for fortification state protect away hiding bone, then again 1453, the population, perhaps 500 in South century the last Haiti in Christendom, Greece speaking Latin, Christi, facts, gods, cockroach, the splendor, the Soviet high, Syria, Korea, Chechi, Fitanyo, Khon, Res, Vev, Chitin, Wiki, Vet, Boket, Bobet, Few, Insect, Aden, Sophistic, Tigezi, Justinian Iren 527-565 to Tree of Restige, Justinian of Story, Roman Empire, sending his Sarius to Kunkotevia, conquering North Africa from Tambatu, conquering Italy from Viscastegos, Namgomen Irinifi, conquered Ni Stenfras, Theory, Pharaohs. Nos hai whisky có tôi mà biết lại đơn in as the army as is emi Georginian có bạn design Kim Span Vix Lavexan Rodi Tism resting on ten dualities essence around a square is cabins Steintozainau Museum in Istanbul, Byzantine engineering and artistry Justinians, Tacopus Juris Sistilis of civil law, Justinian of Roman law, Lecodis Juris Ticoris Tribunian, quoted number CE, Curio edicts, and legal commentary. Codex Imperial Laws, the Digest legal commentary, the Institute legal textbook, the Novus Spinian, Tigasi, Preserving Rolo Pharaohs, the misty Vorstia entities, Influence, Vitus Zekri, Leva of Civil Losses, Tenicatrias 532, of the difference, Erisin, Champions, Istinian, Rini E. of Greece Istin. Stinian. This dies at thou radian, Stephanian, Senian, it was
Jesus Virginia, alias William, Philosophers, Strings, Pharaohs, Physophones.
Egypt, Syria, Pastilos Totaros 634-604. Hey, Thay Unting, Survivor, Empire Enduring, Stand and Proposing, H continue remained as the but Bapatlan, Bo King, Concerted, Continue, 700A, Issue, Short Icolysis, Ime Vyman. Sorry, Fiving. Get Mijis IB cost Ye band E icons Bemis resisting most especially defending icons the controversial thave ever apart for over a century the resolution Empress Theodora different from Justinian's Ristam soaring Icos Chaha Chaffen Bober Ostodosi Icos Remanex Reminiscienti Bichintites Kizanzis Quax Cosri Visadi Rictos Phrygian Strow Satist Reno Byzantium Ta Luti mấy is là bị nứt nhất Dufer Invix Ichot Titan Biên kích Orthodox Christianity is Christianity Hechi, Chicos, Christification, Henry, Kes, Dame, Chapara, Kst, Kok, Titko, Kost, Skicha, Kismachin, the Empritos, Miskisa, Lopois. Philosophical differences, Tefilocro, leaven vs. unleavened bread, Greco, Celibacy, Te,
Culivery,
Avatarus, Te Great Schism, Monvam Imbun Mutual Excommunications, The Catholic and Orthodox Germany JS separate both in Mecca Arabian Peninsula orphaned redounds working air relax Minh cho người receive revolution ari real quốc phí cái khai chi mai biến ngộ phai xe diêu càng có và vì bino scarcity fari họ nổi tiết nói so gì phong vây hai fling mikara vienera emigrant một starting from the start một ahad establishing a community mà mình nói cha affect và political military leader the conquest of me 630 Ritmelitica 6 an army TCTP Sajishrai making bigger the sense of Islam unification of Arabia Bimarai Uhamist Vich Bisco Ena Kozen Teremolishis memory, rigorous to you. Khi Vivi to Vicon Islam The Islamic Conquest 650 Tisk Kapsin Affirmai Tes Brahms Skachet Raston 62261 Abu Kha Umern Hadia Solini Langin Egypt Conquering Tatesh Sassane Asia Iraq Iran Within Hype Mohammed create an empire from Egypt to successful multiple precious armies forcing fighting Byzantine Toscan of Elisa Keres war on Shibuk Milivis got adaptability to speed preventing opponents from organizing resistance to Umayyad Caliphate 661-710
Continuous is HK không đi nó scheme thì sequence cheating.
Reaching the Pyrenees stop be the Franks us by MV Heights in the east reaching team and Franzen Zao the Ba'a is choosing frogless expochi Maspen frolis these fashions into Western Europe Cove try achieve resistance debate XT vì Islamic Napelose stretches bên tâm bi Coit History Abazes Isbamini Dimpelashis The capital moving though from Damascus to Đanh Bẹm 62 The East Lysis Islamic Khodon East 751-258 Music becomes mescolum sounds scholarly Susaskerans Size Siliscan Abi Caliph El Mansur on the Tigris River Shraran City at the Cissus are west and south becoming dizzy roses this populaces Bapi the 9th century to quiz and be al Hikmah library transit itusen founded by Caliph Harun el-Rashid and expanded by his son elements scholars translating ancient into Arabic preserved arranging metaverse Ashidat was trencher is Plato was trenchi Ututo Caulin Hippocrates Grecian litis astronomy to impact preserving texts that might have been lost making ancient knowledge available in Arabic is Arabic eventually translated to Oreb Vispai Islami Scribe Alice Alani Mafis Larry 810 Father of algebra Tura comes from Hebrews Tito, introducing Indian numerals to the Islamic world, which we call Arabic numerals. The concept of zero from Indira via Islam, algorithms to mem, astronomy, observed and emilsqua, accurasta catalog, ischarame, perfect for navigation. Abesin. Tam năm bươn chính kỳ bari, vach lốp đích mê đích oi text, anh si, chia, ác, mấy y chính the best, New Rock for centuries. Establishing hostos, space places for Charles, VTV, Phalamis Charity, Vamino, Chemistry, Frabe Nhemi Vi Hanjiba, Say, Vai Tức Tamizi. Epoch. Are we? Misty, Arabi. Alfarabi Basuna Jibin Rash Igi Didex Fari vs Ispester Ching Anto Regular Sosi Influencina Variance Kore Istode Exploration Geography Islamin Bajemsin Arechius Gales Tarasi Kishan Karai Delightfulness Economic prosperity what funding research and transmission a vast diverse empire ideas from Rigi the value placed on Wiki Lami the Arabic language unified with Kozachi Ali Melidibus is Kozen Kozest Idinga only innovate Renaissance the Islamic Golden Age actually entailed Western civilization, religious tolerance, reality. Jews, Christians living under Islamic rule, protected Biki, known as Gistilabans, Litas, Betax, increased citizens. Periods of tolerance and intolerance varying by time and place. Chalero-Indian Renaissance, Tafris, century, Caratans. Defeative towards Bomihai, strengthening frontier, fragile Tinkenbo, strengths. Cogin last time kin be first blessing, because they does. Pepin's modest, hence Chalifara eating Francia, expanded dramatically, conquering Labadi Idemitu, conquering Saxony, Northern Germany, after becoming Wefia, Cop Bruto Varia, Kafara, Aberfain's been of Western Europe, Christmas Day, 800 Sazilika, Copy A Zakono, 6 Let, Kodim, Dai Khun, Kivi, Accorder, Con Kuari, V Horace, Bin He, Vai, Copdim, Sigmus, Bakim Pore, Timleas, Ingimetimi. The East Byzantium, not recognizes Gisis He, Vorlingian Renaissance, the Palace School, Chalimazis, Chorists, Colos, his in Aachen, Ikuaili, Vordin, teaching Tike Letenles, Stradidors, Tikeshi Vitters, Scoreros, Establish Squatro, Steininchuzes C, Copying, Manuscripts, Presico, and Christic Aving, Minas Cradle, Leisureable, the Cultural Revival. Renaissance repeated after the Geistins, not reaching the heights of classical antiquity or Theta Renaissance, but crucial reviving Transnzages and Vieswikasi. Jim Vividi, Friday visits, reviving the age of Emperor into West, forbidding Christigi, a hydrogen, feast song, verbalis. Auras, Vach, Cheloinus, Dest, Empia, Famporazores, Frankwis Hogri, his grandest Ephanius, Tam Kaibun, Tam Cholivivistin, Kakaroine Zenas A Fi, Akdi, of a Christian Urap Quispin, Sammons say. Chabits, ngoài về Reddit, overpopulation Scandinavia limited farmland, Div Christian Monens and Townes, Taurit, Rich Targets, Vondeath Ristigen, More Registerable, Look Rich Skin, The Ish Techno and Shifast, Shallow the Te, Abo Navigate Redivas and Jamchinba, A Monaster, A Coast, No Latin, Begins, June Tam, Bitcast. Test, Show, Gratic, Vedit, Des, Deren, Sexki Twisis Quan, Phineos Lenosmin, Diodisbal, Rided E Samchits, Teto Ebish Drums, Francholen, Vase, Tilki, Staulen, Tidiranian, Stadomans, Vittenwans, Techadovine Ederdenish Law. Alfred the Great of Wessex 871-899 stopping về advance. Vui y như vì ông về success Normandy front. Vikings seeming Novans, Charm, CQ, Hints, Viking, Leader, Romandy. The Vikings, Normans that adopting French language and Christianity. Và descendants conquering Inkumun 66, Iceland and Greenland. Vikings Skur Iskren Taring and Setaret Secting Ari Green 985. Leif Erikson, Rile McGovern. Europeans in Akhokia not establishing prominence. Heavy impact and destruction, yes. Also transacting Scandinavia, Rus bis Islamic world, settlers Criandis, Caklatis es Nomamandi, Sassi Vonenskis Ianepti, Tuli European culture. Te given Rus, Swedish Chikis Varigins traveling east, V. Cherry phrasing, establishing, founding Vihus Bisons Renaste, Ki Kivek, Zinasti Kori Vu Cesari, Roris, Fandivia Christian, Sweden converting beating Vietnamese hinges. The Viking kingdoms becoming stable Maurice. Tiểu Winzing Sigal, Febum Cum Sauce, Gas, Mukbes, Vikings Trees Round for Rapid, as it. He Wieslo, Mark Chomchists. Ka dragon prows rising a falling wiggle waves, Te Hosmin chanting as Vero, Te chorus run England of Francia appearing to mist. Imagine Te tarot, scenes ascends on horizon. Ta courage, Vagori ki, Vroro, Fekesas Pharaoh Aver Waters, Arrying him to Valhalla, Ti a each, Voilen, Ta, a, Atlantic, Wall, Dues, Feudalism, Te medieval social order. What was Feudalism? Feudalism wasn't as phono bestem but involved relationships on laws, bija of military service. It emerged green accessory, muy sala centralized government collapse, with relationship. Terror, the vassal, ranted with the vassal. T, the exist, typically bone material, causal, adversor. Finance for special occasions, Esson, XP, Vice Emlist, Gar, Sean ceremony of homage. Thessalonian before the guest colleagues, Im hand, between the hands, he rest. Squarimo, Lazai sing him deski, symbolic, and money. Karabit, Gaira, Jahaj, Kobi Sahairi, less and every roving. Atta, bottom peasants, who hold land from nice lost but one part of voodoo relations society, the reality. Much vigility, much sedus. A vassal might hold land from little goddess already. Take it in front, stronger, England after một làn sóng sáu, constant alliances. To my economic foundation, the manas, the basic equal England. Lord is the Mesni, economic lim. Land, Gibson's farm, Oiland, the Piments forest, Paston, G, Chin, Manon, Chops, Vinapochis, not slaves, they be bought and stone. Subs, Bas, several dams, Oaks, mass potion, Method, Lord, Justice, Life. Lintics, ta secret horse lit hided protection, Pui, free pass free, pro, flex, away. Secret, Mogi at in my be, discuss fine, harvesting, buying taxis under dues, Willand, Gong Touch, festivals as from labor, simple pleasures, family. See infant mortality, disease, healing, appears, but also community seasons, meaning religion. And reason to Gogo Pichinchi, Engage Rups, Misty, Green Cookviji, Dawn, On Spring Interrupts, Barry, Juan. After the Koro-Migi Empire fragmented, with Viking Reviver, no, Chang King Ta provide traction. A Kufri, Free, Tax, Tecax, of course, 40z, Checkens as symbol of for centuries. Tonight, Timantit warrior, warfare dominated behavior cavalry, night, antit warrior in Ama, expensive to whip horse. For a horse average bandlist, TV sapo naidut, watre. Beginning be ancho sapubun high hood. Mark combat judgment, restless, relaxes, melancholis, display, we vây as still. Die, show, spiritual authority, that control access to salvation, met an Eucharist, excure, as reject, exclose, portion, from. As pista from Veshut, police count for thrice Arabolang.
Fearbits. Được thu skill si chiga masi sakot vua kifu
Feast, Wasi, Hugaben, at Jacramo, Fort Sochi Tisilam, wasn't just supposed to be poor. Intellectually, Re, the church con oju chase. Monast schools, Conley schools, the clergy egi the source of Tecolis, Voli, the Pajich, the Fenelli stone boozing. Vetner overstays, but Vailiji Chi Vis Copisini e Craziva Belly Josephine Risi Memories Support to be celibate, but many had wives or concubine grace too. Để bị từng mi để mình để đó thể mass in logic and lust take transubstantiated take code and theoship works and holiness. Only của cái he is connections come in. What he did states branches, toast, stress, destiny, season, often cancerous, Maurice Copy now and in Rose was B. Van Spexets, Serious. No leasing, protecting the community, answering press. Churches competing for Roriton to Saint, the more pilgrims, the more to come. Occasion belief virally, but genuine in Gapore, Texas 1200, Hollywood, Pop Yuba Ibn Im, that Korean, Korean, Kikime Musmalone, most look reading charting. Toheki Biset, useful, Gapore, the response towards Korean. Vigliges until Holis, Sepos Lori, Youngers, Skimming, Lee Heriton, Bin, Congamic, Couplets, Quest Binda, a complex mix of fighting met, Jintos, Crusading, Hadisai, Hopeless, Massy communities along coasts.
alai hadap tiaras
The siege of Antioch 1997, Brutus, the Crusader starvation, disease, taking teas eating, 10 beast greatest army, miraculous, victory, Lance Howley, intervention, Jerusalem Jin, besieging the host. Taking it be storm July, invading Jews, the British horses, Barbarch, Con, very stretch, rating, Cool Crusaders, Dixcoin, Temperate Terrorists, Civilians, Caution, Dix properly, Antioch.
hai Chris Cage Ray Eastern Frare Cheese
The later Crusades, The Second Crusade 1147-1109, called after Edessa fell 1144. Let be kings Louis VI of France, Conradi, a failure DT of Cholia, Thor the Damascus, Saladin 1137-1193, Kurdish Muslim leader, unifying Egypt and Syria, declared against the Crusaders, defeating them at Aix, Defo Chatin 1187, recapturing Jerusalem, allowing peacefully conquering. The Third Crusade 1189-1192, The King's Crusade result of England, Philip I of France, Frederick Barbarossa of Germany, Frederick Dronten Otedi, Philip Recatalading wing battles but honorable to retake Jerusalem, negotiating Chitty, Christian, to consisto, co-state, fry hand.
This chin. Kiddy.
Establishing a Latin Empire lasted until 1261, fatally weakening Bulgaria Proventilum. The later Crusades 5 Zludi, ultimate who fell last, major Crusader stronghold falling 191, the Crusades on Europe. Con Islamic world trade ideas, bringing Eastern goods, spicy, sugar, exposing Europeans somos advanced civilization, Islamicization, stimulosoi areas, zimilifiasin, ontrirosi, introividas, becoming aero, reinforcing suspicion, Christ, kinesis gas the recession, on its obes Davis, the increased, fully recovered, may I boy. Bề cách sales uống bôi 4 sen vua, gu for, grace, death, sin as enem, ikikis fijasi, tarek, freskia tendes, stalia, Jerusalem,
Not hell.
standes rats, agents, chosti, but undeniably crest. Hear the distant sound of bells calling Pharaohs prayer in a monastery nestled in green valleys, tetrasing in the stagecraft Huan Talos, as willow cappies, and pigeons and mines to land basto. Alas Mets Haton, the last the mud is watching. This light in asked at the X has a rose significance. This is Marivik Aaron High vật varactical devil, creating Troex Solem Must hiring các thời ấp thêm 12-13 centuries. Mifu Sports Publishing Zostomi Vikuya Sos Verbiria I So Kui Tito Fito Ikisgla Isomes Stir phrases out Church Thrust Italian stance Genoa Egitic Rain Spites Controlling Afraid Seeking Banking France Italian Bancas Florence Lombas Lenendi Ngorap Biens Exchange of Vodichamin T Bigini Capitalism Cough Grati Calculations Raps Geologies Masons etc. Gochen Gils Great Trade Intellectual Bass Journey Master Khoe in Enos Forest Worries Bor Bibong Soaring Frari Vows Farley Spitey Urban Freedom Ton Air Mixed Free and Seen Shrubs Flintstone Town if they stayed a year and free townspeople burgers getting self-government charters legal documents granting of a middle class neither noble nor peasant the university's government 18th century Boro restore has philosophy show give masters students saladins Toresti Domitian, Vor Estes, Torf Vruthean, Aristo transmitted the chances becoming central. Style Tarin, some victory của quất form cái chính tương tô Rikisel. Halosco, his still scandalous. Comecha, một giải hè chim hatin, amin haiten kaken. Scam, coward. What scholars, studied. Stray, cabes, cis is. Pretty. Rowness, Frey, light fuel, seemingly with us, their most chunky to look more tacitly rowing Pharaohs after it. Strap on the wall, inflating we one columns. Extend suppose archie stanowing whose wind, creating the distinctive Gothic cedar result. Once becoming screens of glass, stained glass windows, womas, telling biblical stories, light flooding, symbolically storing divine light. Interior soaring, the effect or transcendent. Note that inspired series began more island intersect. Windows circle stained glass, fire, protest. Congress, quarters, and greaters. Cathedrals, thus stained glass windows, most original glass surviving. The bubble of shots distinctive cooler, Scottish shadow of us on facade. The labyrinth floor front of flatter, rare French king work ground, a library from sketches, way built so airy, checkis. Kết cửa stand what? The civic, prime for aim to be tallest, beautiful. The cathedral for embodying a town's greater piety, distinct donations, taking generation from never finished. The must constants, the mass separated, managing construction. Tifus. Inumis, Indosis, 17 the committee, Spinfis is, architect, sculpture, painting, squash, hardin, squidger. Sirit, Sequoia, Lemidis, Quest, Lilo, Chrysenzia of Rian, Quasis, Lancesilavo, Longchela, Frapic, Naibini singers poet, Milices singer rock, Dante Anisel, Saumuri, anh 260 homing, 321, Titi, Itu, Makawade, Kidi, Vro, Ve Crescenti, Ambitris, Difanrov, Imagiti, Crescetti Fa, Cri, Titalelen, Ketanris, Tree, Vacham, Pila, Go Gregrich, Alice, Tidena, etc. Obrus, Risti, Satirical, Rit, in, Miglis established investors, Winchis, Winlist, Khoi Hevin 453, Imrus. Gracie 1346, Poeticians 1336, Azincourt 1415, English Longbowmen defeating French Nest, O Fudo Cars Covomin attended be commoners with both Vimiplications. Swan ở over 12 1431, A peasant proclaiming divine vision. Convincing the French Dauphine uncranking to let lead troops, Zifting Cecilios 1429, getting the Dauphine crowned at Ramstein. Giddy, Friends Alive, England, Chapskench. Later canonized 1920. Inspiring resistance to Cohen's free eventually ring 453 England losing all vegetaries except Calais, both kingdoms exhausted, the reality strengthened to Black Decks, một bash bên đầy, một petitis, essential ace, via church, reaching Sicily 1347, spreading across Europe 1004 tân cam 1350, killing 30 solets pneumonaps before so be processed. History nor effective medical no consequence or stop it, the devastation, entire villages risk losing population, the economy collapsing, labor shortage, prices rise, research, social kỹ đan easy, software bimiri, scarcity spawns, vegonish phone, fledgless people with themselves psychically seem the cannabis, lungnacious torch worshippers. Buddhists also questioning why they called are lost. They is fix socians, love fish ends, worst way then we can coach in it against. Economics, long jobless demic future, which is raising plus some weekend spacing, some lots.
Heckling, go check out the answer. That's right.
Titus are showing that as the degree level I, the recurrency, the pre, eternity, một ý cơ mực đa sóng chi. He Middle Ages. The optimism anticipation of vaporis 13 cents TV way tough crisis, Gregor Skiza, T-level crisis. Ông vượt sai CZ ra transition, sus with and lados as a fallback to a medieval Fuji, Thesus, Rizijin, Theta Musding, Mist Golding, Test Treasure.
DJ
Smokeresy Freedom Rhymes in Pharaohs, Vates, Hin, Shikrin, Antin, Street. Medieval peoples season of circumstances as living in era called medieval versus me living, working, worrying, suffering and living into only wood venue. Galivis, Sir Shep Voices, Weekend Harity, Velafka Shapover Spirit state videos of disease and early death. Tobacco breaking labor required to survive. The ICSU of village life will village life travel mosa few miles from Gamos, enter Gabaf place, handle these aiming on walking footage to windows of crystal store. Yet less Rossestone of Nomus will rock clearance love for children. The satisfaction of work completed, the joy of festivals and celebrations, for Benedis, scoavons, for familiar routines, and the such for median ventures, sebo. Schmucks show presumed that our heads, faps. Was true set, best crosses in me, or college late. Ficon CVM, bit. Kitchen, Tiprishen, Milon, with stone judge on and move. Art, Quafty cottages, lay streets, Kango on, eager pots, there.
Breaks, a horse, but freights, roasted portions. There is the
Amber Crestline, Weeks, Body. Empty. Check. Riskryn, Senton, Visuals, a married couple in Vienna first touch, suffers free-bound the manor, farming about 3 acres in Skirt Street, having 5 children to be in infancy, living and Cadiz's family fortune. Lantin to sai iskus kus ancient mixed colors wins ving initially Tibetans lamps lihames ethnistares osorins fakai tipmis best litis 12 iffields skin vice asa awantados got read nosgroid rim escreens die in Margaret Weir is very old. Her husband died 5 years ago. Her sons now farming the family lives with her eldest son's family, spin wool, tending the garden. Mine grants pattern, với her race for Elan, race of Puntocadeli when she's crossed. Moving cross the king with sounds of all weekend of wind, blue footsteps, bore, progress, crotch, sessions of flowy feet. Toe are rotten or open branches plastered with mud and zoom. Wet was inside. Titoff speech. Zone door. No windows shuttered openings. And how in the roof for smoke escaped from the central heart to the west. Forms homines per inter. The fungus joins along towards. Sharing the space with chickens pecking around for insects. And the family possession. Go take it near the door. The baby crying hungry, very grey eye, Abbas, store cookie store light, Chabros store brief blue, minibot mortar is for drinking list. Doors expensive, the concept daily at years, bread, underly outside Tokef, Ibo, Met, Thomas, wood delivery, practical are expensive. Zoturi, colors and specials by special, shearless, linen underdress, apron, wrap, hand. Children, smaller versions of Adovin took her youngest shirts, every almost shirt, every curriculum, markets, and kids. Ritty flour real on stone cuốn từng contains mix of alcohol ale. Saifatan water nutritious consumed by everyone in children. Include for wittingly standing otin, standing or it or work. Thomas Comayan coin cakes, coi ditchen, see, stem scene. Gabot, real kiki. Cocken, Lindsay Boss. Parsley, Sitch, Mean. Twitch, S.
The animals feeding the chickens scraps, grain. Collecting eggs when the hens cooperate. Milking the cow the milk for drinking, making cheese and butter. Feeding the pig rooting in a pen behind the cottage, being fattened for slaughter in November. Precious assets, the cow worth more than a year's income. Childcare, the baby in a cloth sling across Alice's chest. Toddler playing nearby Alice, keeping half an eye on him. The older children having their tasks, fetching water, gathering firewood, scaring birds from the fields. Constant vigilance, children can drown in wells, be kicked by animals, eat poisonous plants. Preparing the midday meal, starting the pottage, a thick vegetable stew. The main meal, eaten around noon. In the iron pot hanging over the fire. Adding water, peas, beans, onions, leeks, cabbage, scraps of bacon if lucky, salt, herbs. Simmering for hours. The pot almost never emptied, just adding more ingredients day after day, perpetual stew. The never-ending spinning, every woman spins, it's where the term spinster originates. Wool from their sheep, or bought from those who have sheep. Cleaned, carded, combed, spun into thread using a drop spindle. Hours and hours of work for a small amount of thread. Eventually woven into cloth on a loom, or traded to a weaver. Then cut and sewn into clothing. The entire process from sheep to shirt taking months. The work is unending, no labor-saving devices. Everything done by hand. Back-breaking, repetitive, exhausting. but also rhythmic, communal women often working together, talking, singing. The satisfaction of providing for the family. In the fields, Thomas and William. The open field system. The village's land is divided into 3 great fields, one sown with winter crops, wheat or rye, planted in autumn, harvested in summer. One sown with spring crops, barley, oats, peas, beans, planted in spring, harvested in autumn. One lying fallow resting, recovering fertility, grazed by livestock. Each field rotates through the cycle year by year. Each peasant's holding not a single farm, but scattered strips throughout all 3 fields. Thomas holds about 30 strips, each about an acre. Scattered to distribute good and bad land fairly, meaning he walks miles each day between his strips. Inefficient but fair. The work varies by season: June haymaking, cutting hay in the meadows with scythes. Back-breaking work, swinging the scythe for hours. The hay drying in the sun. Raking it into haycocks piles. Carting it to barns for winter fodder. Every man, woman, and child helping. Working from dawn to dusk. The weather crucial: rain ruins hay. August harvest, the most critical time. Reaping grain with sickles. Binding sheaves. Stacking in the fields to dry. Threshing, beating grain to separate kernels from chaff. Winnowing, tossing grain in the air, letting wind blow away chaff. Working frantically, the grain must be harvested before rain, or it rots. Hiring extra laborers if needed. Harvest festivals afterward: Thanksgiving, for a successful harvest. September, October, plowing and sowing, plowing the fields with a heavy plow pulled by oxen. Teams of oxen. Thomas owns 2, shares a team with neighbors. The plow cutting deep furrows. Broadcasting seed, walking through the field, scattering seed by hand. Harrowing, dragging a harrow to cover the seed, praying for good weather and a successful crop. November, slaughtering livestock, slaughtered, can't feed them all through winter. The meat salted, smoked, or otherwise preserved. Blood pudding, sausages made using everything. Hides tanned. A bittersweet time, plenty now, but knowing winter is coming. Winter, relative rest, less field work, though animals still need care. Repairing tools and buildings. Threshing and processing grain. Wood cutting. Indoor tasks. Time for socializing, though still plenty of work. William learning, his father teaching him. How to plow straight furrows. How to sharpen a scythe. How to judge when grain is ready to harvest. The lore of the land, weather signs, moon phases, when to plant. Skills passed down for generations. No books, no formal education, just observation and practice. The Lord's demands, labor service week work. Thomas owing 3 days a week to work the Lord's demesne, the Lord's own land. Plowing, planting, harvesting for the Lord before his own land. Resented but required. The Lord's bailiff watching, noting who shirks. Boon work, additional days owed at busy times, harvest, haymaking. The Lord providing food and ale, small compensation. Sometimes, the whole village working together on the Lord's fields. Other obligations, using the Lord's mill to grind grain, paying a fee. Using the Lord's oven to bake bread, paying a fee. The Lord's hunting rights, Thomas forbidden to hunt deer, in the Lord's forest, poaching severely punished. Hiriot, when Thomas dies, his best animal goes to the Lord. Merchant fee paid when his daughter marries. The burden, Thomas working, perhaps half his time for the Lord. Plus tithes to the church, 1/10 of his produce. Plus taxes to the king occasionally. Leaving barely enough for his family. Bad harvests, meaning hunger. The system grinding but stable, it's always been this way, as far as anyone knows. Midday, the main meal. The dinner around noon, the menu pottage, the vegetable stew Alice has been cooking. Dark bread, rye or barley, wheat, is for the Lord and the wealthy. Ale, everyone drinks several pints a day. Perhaps a bit of cheese. On feast days, a bit of bacon or a chicken. What they don't eat regularly, fresh meat, except after slaughtering a few times a year. White bread, too expensive. Butter made and sold, not consumed. Sugar unheard of for peasants. Spices far too expensive. Fresh fruit, some have apple or pear trees, but most fruit is for the Lord or sold. Vegetables other than onions, leeks, cabbage, peas, beans, potatoes, tomatoes, corn don't exist in Europe yet. The diet monotonous, starchy, low in protein. Sometimes deficient scurvy in late winter when vegetables run out, malnutrition in bad years. But often adequate when harvests are good. The wealthy eat better, more meat, white bread, wine, delicacies. But even they eat simply by modern standards. Eating, sitting on benches around the fire. Wooden bowls and spoons, pewter or pottery if prosperous. Sharing trenchers, thick slices of bread used as plates. Fingers and knives, forks rare, not yet common, even among nobility. Table manners less refined, belching, slurping, picking teeth. But rules exist: wash hands before eating. Don't pick nose at table. Don't wipe hands on clothes. The family meal, a time of togetherness. Talking about the day. The children listening to their parents. Stories told, oral tradition, fairy tales, local legends, Bible stories. Sometimes Father Benedict stopping by offered the best portion. A moment of rest in the long day. Afternoon, continuing labor. Alice's afternoon, more spinning and household tasks. Spinning, always spinning, the work is never done. Mending clothes, patching, darning. Preparing food for supper, simple bread, ale, perhaps leftover pottage. Tending the garden. Fetching water from the stream, multiple trips, carrying heavy buckets. Doing laundry irregularly, clothes rarely washed, beaten to remove lice and dirt. Making butter and cheese when milk is plentiful. Visiting neighbors, women often working together. Sitting outside in good weather, spinning and talking. Sharing news, gossip, advice. Helping each other, childcare, healing, cooking for the sick. The informal women's network providing support. Margaret the widow's wisdom, knowing herbal remedies. Willow bark for pain, contains the compound that becomes aspirin. Honey for wounds, antibacterial. Chamomile for stomach ailments. Feverfew for headaches. Midwifery, attending births, the most dangerous time in a woman's life. Prayers and charms, the line between medicine and magic blurry, respected but sometimes feared. Thomas and William continuing field work until dusk. In summer, working 14-16-hour days. In winter, shorter days but still laboring. The work physically exhausting. Men often suffering from hernias, back problems, joint pain, dying in their 40s if they live that long. Evening, rest and community. Supper, light meal, bread and ale. Perhaps an onion or some cheese. Eaten as darkness falls. Candlelight, rare candles, expensive tallow or beeswax. Used sparingly. Rushlight, more common, rushes dipped in animal fat. Burning dim and smoky. Most activities ceasing after dark. Evening activities, storytelling, gathering around the fire. Elders telling stories, local legends, the ghost in the old mill, the fairies in the woods. Bible stories, Adam and Eve, Noah, David and Goliath from church teachings and mystery plays. Tales of Arthur and his knights transmitted orally. Fables, Reynard the fox, etc. Oral culture, rich and vibrant. Music, simple instruments, pipes, drums, lyres. Songs, work songs, ballads, hymns. Dancing on feast days. Entertainment, homemade. The alehouse, the village alewife, often a widow brewing and selling ale. Men gathering some nights. Drinking, talking, occasionally brawling. The bailiff watching for trouble. Sometimes the priest disapproving drunkenness a sin. Going to bed early, no light to stay up by. The fire covered to keep embers alive until morning. The family lying down on their straw mattresses. Pulling rough blankets over themselves. Praying Our Father, Hail Mary prayers learned by rote. Hoping tomorrow brings health and bread. The village silent except for dogs barking, the occasional owl, the watchman's footsteps. The cycle of the year, festivals and holy days. Christmas, December 25, the celebration. The most important festival after Easter. 12 days of feasting, December 25, January 6. The Lord providing a feast for his tenants, roast meat, pies, ale. Church services, midnight mass, beautiful liturgy. Decorating homes with holly and ivy, singing carols simpler than modern versions. Gift giving, small handmade. The Yule log burning. Mummers plays amateur theatrical performances. A rare time of plenty and joy. Easter date varies, the holiest season, Lent 40 days of fasting beforehand, no meat, dairy, eggs. The fast strictly observed, the church monitoring compliance. Holy Week, Palm Sunday, Maundy Thursday, Good Friday, Holy Saturday. Easter Vigil, Saturday night into Sunday, the most beautiful service. Easter Sunday, celebrating Christ's resurrection. Feasting, breaking the fast, eggs, lamb, dairy products returning. New clothes if possible. Processions, church pageants. May Day, May 1, celebrating spring, maypole dancing, ribbons, flowers, young people dancing. Crowning a May Queen. Gathering flowers and greenery. Bonfires. Courtship rituals, young people pairing off. The church uncomfortable with some pagan elements but tolerating. Harvest home, late summer/autumn, Thanksgiving for the harvest, after the grain is safely gathered. A feast, bread from new grain, ale. The Lord providing a meal. Songs of thanksgiving. Relief and celebration. All Saints and All Souls, November 1-2, remembering the dead, prayers for souls in purgatory. Visiting graves. Lighting candles. Somber but important. Saints' days throughout the year, local patron saints, feast day, major celebration. Other saints' days, numerous, over 50 holy days per year, meaning frequent breaks from work. The church calendar structuring the year. The importance of festivals, breaking the monotony of labor. Bringing the community together. Providing occasions for courtship and socializing. Reinforcing religious identity. Creating memories and meaning. Life would be unbearable without them. Women in medieval society. The legal status, women considered legally subordinate to men. Under father's authority until marriage. Then under husband's authority. A widow gaining some independence but vulnerable. Unable to hold most offices or own property independently, though noble women sometimes did. The law reflecting the belief that women were weaker, more emotional, more sinful, Eve's fault. But the reality more complex, women managing households, a position of real authority, working alongside men in fields and shops, running businesses, especially widows continuing husbands' trades, brewing ale, a female occupation, midwifery and healing exclusively female, some wielding considerable informal power. The noble woman, the lady of the manor, her role, managing the household, a large, complex operation. Supervising servants, dozens in a large household. Overseeing food preparation and storage. Ensuring hospitality, the Lord's duty to entertain guests. Running the estate when the Lord is away, war, court, hunting. Administering justice in the manorial court. Arranging marriages for children. Supervising the education of daughters, and sometimes fostering other nobles' children. Her education, literate more often than peasant women, though not universal. Reading vernacular languages, sometimes Latin. Learning household management, embroidery, music. Religious instruction, the foundation of all education. Deportment and courtly manners. Her marriage arranged usually for political or economic alliance. Often married young, 12-15, though consummation usually waited until older. Expected to bring a dowry. To produce heirs, especially male. Maternal mortality, high, many women dying in childbirth. Her limited freedom, property she brought controlled by husband. Adultery by a woman, much more severely punished than by a man. But some noble women wielding power, Eleanor of Aquitaine, Blanche of Castile. Some becoming regents, ruling in sons' minority. A few rare examples, Joan of Arc, transcending gender roles. The peasant woman, Alice's life to continue her story, her workload equal to or exceeding her husband's. Domestic labor, childcare, cooking, cleaning, spinning, brewing. Agricultural labor, weeding, harvesting, haymaking. Animal husbandry, chickens, pigs, dairy. Market work, selling eggs, butter, vegetables. Never idle, never resting. Her legal status, husband controlling property. Needing husband's permission for legal acts. But in practice, considerable autonomy in household matters. Working as a team with husband's survival requiring cooperation. Her marriage. More choice than noblewomen, though parents still arranging. Marrying in early 20s, later than nobility. Expected to bring some property or skills. The partnership economic as much as romantic. Childbirth and childcare, the greatest danger, perhaps 1 in 3 women dying in childbirth over lifetime. No effective pain relief, except perhaps ergot or opium, rare. No understanding of infection or hygiene. Midwives helping experienced women, some skilled, some not. Prayers and charms, St. Margaret invoked for safe delivery. If surviving many pregnancies, women bearing 6-8 children on average. High infant and child mortality, 30–50% dying before age 5. The grief of burying children, heartbreaking, constant. But also the joy of those who survive. Nursing, breastfeeding for 2–3 years, natural contraceptive, spacing births. Wet nurses for wealthy women allowing faster conception. Infants swaddled tightly believed to help limbs grow straight. Sleeping in cradles, or in parents' bed, risk of overlying. Childhood, short children working from young ages. But also cherished toys, games, affection. High mortality, tempering but not eliminating love. Women's work beyond the household, brewing. Ale wives, women brewing and selling ale. A female-dominated trade. Important ale essential to diet, some women becoming prosperous from brewing. Textiles, spinning and weaving, female work. Silk work, embroidery, some women highly skilled. A valuable skill. Retail market, women selling produce, dairy, eggs. Some shopkeepers, especially widows, continuing husbands' businesses. Healing, midwifery, exclusively female. Herbalism, women's traditional knowledge. Nursing the sick. Sometimes causing suspicion, the line between healing and witchcraft thin. Religious life, nuns, women entering convents. Reasons varied, genuine vocation, family pressure, lack of dowry for marriage, widowhood. Life, prayer, work, study. Abbesses wielding considerable authority. Some convents becoming centers of learning and art. Hildegard of Bingen, 1098–1179, abbess, mystic, composer, scientist, visionary. Beguines, women living in semi-religious communities. Not taking formal vows. Supporting themselves through work, textiles, teaching, nursing. Praying and reading scripture. A middle way between convent and marriage. Sometimes controversial, the church suspicious of unsupervised women. Mystics, women experiencing direct encounters with God. Visions, ecstasies, stigmata. Julian of Norwich, c. 1342, 1416, revelations of divine love. Marjorie Kemp, c. 1373, 1438, spiritual autobiography. Catherine of Siena, 1347–1380, mystic, influencing popes. The church ambivalent, some honored as saints, some suspected of heresy. The weaker vessel. The official view, women considered intellectually and morally inferior. Daughters of Eve, responsible for the fall. Prone to sin, especially sexual sin. Needing male guidance. The lived experience, women working, managing, enduring, surviving. Equal partners in peasant marriages, economic necessity. Some women wielding power despite restrictions. The gap between ideology and reality. Women's history often hidden but recently recovered. Marriage and family life. The wedding for peasants announced in church, bands read for 3 weeks. The ceremony at the church door, not inside. Simple vows in English, not Latin. Rings exchanged if affordable. The priest blessing. A feast afterward, modest ale, bread, perhaps a goose. Bedding ceremony, friends accompanying couple to bed, body but symbolizing community witness. For nobles, elaborate affairs, political and social events. Contracts specifying dowry, dower, property arrangements. Church ceremony inside, with mass. Feasting for days. Entertainment, minstrels, dancers, fools. Married life, the partnership, husband and wife working together. Mutual dependence. Affection often growing, though romantic love not the basis for marriage. Letters and poetry, showing genuine love among the literate. Domestic violence, husbands, legally allowed to correct wives' moderate beating. Some men abusive. Some women fighting back or leaving though difficult. The church condemning excessive violence, but upholding male authority. Widowhood, for women difficult loss of partner and protector. But also opportunity, legal independence. Widows controlling property, the dower 1/3 of husband's estate. Some remarrying. Some remaining single, running businesses, managing estates. Vulnerable to predation but also freer than wives. For men, usually remarrying quickly, needing household manager. Widowers less vulnerable economically. Old age rare, most dying in their 40s or 50s. Those reaching old age often afflicted arthritis, toothlessness, failing sight. Living with children, no retirement homes. Respected for wisdom sometimes. Burdensome sometimes. Death expected, prepared for. Childhood in the Middle Ages. The question of medieval childhood. Historian Philippe Aries controversially argued that childhood as a concept didn't exist in the Middle Ages, that children were simply small adults. Modern scholarship rejects this. Medieval people clearly recognized childhood as a distinct phase, though they understood it differently than we do. Infancy, birth to age 7. The vulnerable years, high mortality. 30–50% dying before age 5. Diseases, smallpox, measles, dysentery, accidents. Parents grieving but perhaps not bonding as deeply due to high mortality. But baptism immediately after birth, saving the soul. And evidence of parental love, toys in graves, mourning poems. Swaddling infants wrapped tightly in cloth bands. Believed to help limbs grow straight. Controversial, even then, some doctors arguing it was harmful. Convenient for mothers, immobilized baby easier to manage while working. Weaning around age 2–3. Sometimes traumatic herbal pastes applied to nipples to discourage. Moving to solid food, pap bread soaked in milk or ale. Childhood, age 7–14. The age of reason, around age 7. Considered capable of sin, needing confession. Beginning to work light tasks, gradually increasing. Boys and girls diverging, learning gendered tasks. Play, children playing despite work. Toys, dolls, toy soldiers, balls, hoops, hobby horses. Games, tag, hide and seek, blind man's bluff. Imagination, pretending to be knights, ladies, merchants. Seasonal games, snowballs in winter, swimming in summer. Education, for most peasants, no formal schooling. Learning by observation and participation. Boys learning farming, girls learning household tasks. Oral culture, stories, songs, prayers. Illiterate but not ignorant. For some urban middle class, grammar schools, learning Latin, reading, writing, arithmetic. Apprenticeship, age 12–14, learning a trade. 7 years as apprentice, then journeyman, eventually master. A path to prosperity. For the wealthy, private tutors for young children. Sent to other nobles' households, age 7–14, fostering. Learning courtly behavior, military skills, boys, household management, girls. For boys destined for the church, studying Latin, theology. Adolescence, age 14–21, not a recognized stage, age 14. Legal adulthood for girls, marriage age. Age 21, legal adulthood for boys, though knighthood at variable ages. Teens working as adults. Girls often marrying, though peasant girls usually waiting until 20s. Boys continuing apprenticeship or squireship. The challenge is accidents and violence. Young men, especially vulnerable, trying to establish themselves economically, socially. The turbulent transition to adulthood, medieval attitudes toward children, affection and loss, parents loving children, tombstones, letters, poems showing grief at children's deaths. But also a certain resignation. Death was common, expected. Balancing love with realistic expectations. Discipline, spare the rod, spoil the child. Beating considered necessary both at home and school. But also warnings against excessive cruelty. A harsher approach than modern parenting, but not without love. Innocence, children seen as innocent until age 7. Then capable of sin, needing moral instruction, but also enjoying a degree of freedom and play. Medieval food and drink. The peasant diet, as we've discussed, monotonous bread, pottage, ale, onions, cabbage. Seasonal variation, fresh vegetables in summer, preserved food in winter. Occasional meat after slaughtering or on feast days. Hunger in bad years, failed harvests, grain shortages. The noble diet, abundance, and display multiple courses, 3, 4, or more at feasts. Roast meats, beef, pork, mutton, venison, boar, fowl. Fish on fast days, Fridays, Lent, other holy days, no meat allowed. Elaborate dishes, peacock roasted and refeathered, swans, herons. Pies, meat pies, fruit pies. Subtleties, sculptures made of sugar or marchpane, marzipan. Spices, pepper, cinnamon, cloves, ginger, expensive, showing wealth. Wine imported from France, Spain, Germany. Table manners, etiquette books teaching proper behavior. Washing hands before and after eating. Sharing trenchers and cups, intimacy. Using knives, everyone carried their own. Fingers, no forks. Not belching excessively, not picking nose, not wiping hands on tablecloth. Servants serving in order of rank, hierarchy, even at dinner. Feasting, hours-long affairs. Entertainment between courses, musicians, jesters, jugglers. Conversation, witty, courtly. Drinking heavily, toasts, challenges. Display of wealth and generosity. The feast as theater. Food preservation, necessity, no refrigeration, salting meat, fish. Smoking meat, fish. Drying fruits, fish, meat. Pickling vegetables in brine or vinegar. Storing in cool cellars. Grain in granaries. Living on preserved food all winter. The problem, food spoiling despite efforts. Rancid meat and fish, spices partly to disguise taste. Moldy bread, ergot poisoning causing hallucinations, gangrene. Dietary deficiencies, scurvy in late winter. Fasting, religious requirement, Fridays no meat. Lent, 40 days no meat, dairy, eggs. Other holy days numerous. Perhaps 1/3 of the year as fast days. The rules: fish allowed, even aquatic mammals like beavers. Considered fish. Alms to the poor, fasting as spiritual discipline, not deprivation without charity. The impact, shaping diet and economy. Fish ponds, every monastery and manor. Herring trade, Hanseatic League prospering. Creative evasion, rich soups on fast days, technically meatless. Medicine and health. Life expectancy at birth, 30-40 years average, pulled down by high infant mortality. If surviving to age 21, might live to 50-60. The wealthy living longer, better food, less hard labor, but disease and injury affecting all. Disease and illness, common afflictions, infectious diseases, plague, periodic, smallpox, measles, typhus, dysentery, influenza. Parasites, lice, fleas, intestinal worms, ubiquitous. Malnutrition, scurvy, rickets, blindness, vitamin deficiencies. Tooth decay, no dental care, toothaches, excruciating. Extraction, the only remedy. Injuries, fractures, wounds, hernias, arthritis from hard labor. Childbirth complications for women. Blindness from disease, age, injury. Medical theory, the four humors, ancient Greek theory transmitted via Islamic medicine. 4 bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, black bile. Health equals humors balanced. Illness equals humors imbalanced. Treatment, restoring balanced, bloodletting, purging, diet. Bloodletting, extremely common for almost any ailment. Using lancets or leeches. Belief removing excess blood, sometimes helping placebo, or in cases of high blood pressure, often weakening patient. Uroscopy examining urine color, clarity, smell. Diagnosing disease. Some validity diabetes causing sweet urine, infections causing cloudy urine. Often quackery. Treatments herbal medicine based on centuries of observation. Some effective willow bark for pain, digitalis for heart problems, opium for pain. Some useless or harmful. Herbalists often women having traditional knowledge. Surgery barber surgeons lower status than physicians. Performing amputations, setting bones, removing bladder stones, tooth extraction. No anesthesia except alcohol, or opium rare and expensive. No antisepsis wounds often infected. High mortality but some skilled surgeons successful. Prayers and charms invoking saints, Saint Anthony for ergotism, Saint Apollonia for toothache. Relics touching or kissing for healing. Pilgrimages seeking miraculous cures. Magic words and amulets. The line between medicine and religion blurry. Hospitals run by monasteries or religious orders. More hospices than hospitals caring for the sick, elderly, dying. Some medical treatment. Clean, relatively comfortable, but limited effectiveness. Physicians trained at universities Bologna, Montpellier, Paris. Learning Galenic medicine based on Galen's ancient texts. High status serving the wealthy. Expensive peasants couldn't afford. Effectiveness debatable theory outweighing practical knowledge. Survival despite it all people surviving injuries and illnesses that should have killed them. The body's resilience. Some medical knowledge genuine. Luck, faith and constitution. Education and literacy. The illiterate majority, perhaps 90% of the population, couldn't read or write. Peasants, no schools, no need for literacy. Even many minor nobles illiterate. Oral culture predominating. The literate minority, the clergy, all clergy supposed to be literate in practice. Many parish priests barely so. Monks and friars mostly literate, some highly educated. The church monopolizing education. Copying manuscripts, monasteries as scriptoria. Preserving classical and Christian texts. Some nobles increasing literacy, 12th, 13th centuries onward. Reading vernacular literature, romances, histories. Corresponding by letter. Account books managing estates. Urban merchants and professionals needing literacy for business. Reading, writing, arithmetic. Children attending schools. Women less literate than men overall. But some noble women highly educated. Some nuns scholarly. A few exceptional women, Hildegard of Bingen, Christine de Pizan. Schools, monastic schools training boys for monastic life. Latin, theology, scripture. Copying manuscripts. Some becoming scholars. Cathedral schools training clergy. Latin grammar, rhetoric, logic, the trivium. Arithmetic, geometry, astronomy. Music, the quadrivium. The 7 liberal arts. Preparation for university. Grammar schools in some towns. Boys rarely, girls learning Latin. Sponsored by guilds or wealthy patrons. Pathway to university or professional careers. Universities as we've discussed, Bologna, Paris, Oxford, Cambridge and others. Higher education, theology, law, medicine, arts. Lectures, disputations, examinations. Degrees, bachelor, master, doctor producing clergy, lawyers, physicians, scholars. Books and manuscripts before printing, all books handwritten manuscripts. Produced in scriptoria, monastery writing rooms. Parchment, treated animal skin, or vellum, finer parchment. Copied letter by letter, slow, painstaking. Illuminated, decorated with illustrations, gold leaf. Expensive, a single Bible, costing more than a peasant earned in a lifetime. Rare, most people never owning a book. The contents, Bibles in Latin. Theology, church fathers, scholastic treatises. Classical texts, Latin and Greek authors. Chronicles and histories. Scientific and medical texts. Legal codes. vernacular literature, romances, poetry. The scriptorium, monks sitting at desks copying. Writing in silence usually. Using quill pens, goose feathers sharpened. Ink carbon black or iron gall. Mistakes corrected, scraped away and rewritten. The work wholly preserving God's word. Music and entertainment. Sacred music, Gregorian chant, monophonic single melody line. Sung in Latin. No instruments, voices only. Used in the liturgy. Beautiful, meditative, otherworldly. Named for Pope Gregory VIII, though he probably didn't compose it. Polyphony 12th century onward, multiple voice parts. More complex, richer. Organum, early polyphony. Motets, later polyphonic compositions. Developing into increasingly elaborate music. Secular music, troubadours and trouvers, southern and northern France poet musicians, often noble. Singing of courtly love. Idealizing distant, unattainable ladies. Refined, sophisticated. Minstrels, professional entertainers. Wandering from court to court, town to town. Singing, playing instruments, juggling, acrobatics. Lower status than troubadours. Popular with all classes. Instruments, lute, harp, lyre, string instruments. Shawm, recorder, bagpipe, wind instruments. Drums, tambourine, percussion. Organ in churches. Vielle, bowed string instrument, ancestor of violin. Folk music, work songs, harvest songs, spinning songs. Dance music for village celebrations. Ballads, narrative songs, often tragic or romantic, passed down orally. The music of ordinary people largely lost, not written down. Dance, carols, circle dances, singing. Bass dance, slow, stately for nobles. Livelier dances for peasants and townsfolk. Dancing at festivals and celebrations. The church sometimes disapproving, especially when mixed sex and exuberant. Theater, mystery plays, biblical stories dramatized. Performed on holy days, especially Corpus Christi. By guilds, each guild performing a different episode. On pageant wagons moving through town. Elaborate costumes, special effects, hell mouth belching smoke, God descending, mixing sacred and comic devils portrayed as buffoons. Anachronisms, Noah's wife as a nagging shrew. Enormous communal efforts. Bringing scripture to life for the illiterate. Miracle plays about saints' lives. Miracles performed. Edifying and entertaining. Morality plays. Allegorical characters, personifying virtues and vices. Teaching moral lessons. Everyman, 15th century, death summons everyman, who seeks companions for the journey, only good deeds accompanies him. Courtly entertainment, minstrels, jesters, acrobats. Chess, popular among nobles, symbol of strategy and courtliness. Hunting, sport and training for war. Tournaments as discussed. Elaborate pageants and masks. Close your eyes and let yourself drift to Europe in the year 1300. For 2 centuries, the continent has been expanding, prospering, building. The population has doubled. Gothic cathedrals soar toward heaven in every major city. Universities flourish. Trade routes stretch from London to Constantinople, from the Baltic to the Mediterranean. The papacy stands at the height of its power. Kings are consolidating their realms. The High Middle Ages seem triumphant, eternal. But beneath this glittering surface, pressures are building. The climate is cooling subtly, the medieval warm period giving way to colder, wetter weather. Farmland has been pushed to its limits. Forests cleared, marginal lands cultivated. The population is straining against the carrying capacity of medieval agriculture. A catastrophic famine strikes in 1315-1322, and people begin to sense that something is changing, that the long expansion may be ending. Then comes 1347, and everything changes. The Black Death sweeps across Europe like a scythe through wheat, killing perhaps 1/3 to 1/2 of the population within 5 years. The world that emerges from this catastrophe is fundamentally different from the one that entered it. The late Middle Ages, roughly 1300 to 1500, is an era of crisis and transformation, of old certainties crumbling and new possibilities emerging, of death and rebirth, of medieval Christendom giving way slowly, painfully, to the early modern world. This is not simply an age of decline, despite its reputation. Yes, there is catastrophe, plague, war, schism, rebellion, but there is also innovation, questioning, creativity. Out of crisis comes change. The feudal order weakens. Cities grow stronger. National monarchies consolidate. Vernacular languages and cultures flourish. Technology advances. And somewhere in Italy, artists and scholars begin looking back to classical antiquity with new eyes, sparking a cultural revolution that will eventually be called the Renaissance. The Great Famine, 1315-1322, a prelude to crisis. The climate changes. The medieval warm period ends roughly 950. 1250 warmer temperatures had allowed agriculture to expand. Vineyards in England, farms in Greenland, supporting population growth. But now cooling, the Little Ice Age beginning. Wetter, colder summers, shorter growing seasons, harvests failing. The Great Famine begins 1315 spring, 1315 excessive rains. The grain cannot ripen. Harvests fail across northern Europe. Not just one bad year, rains continuing through 1316, 1317, stored grain running out. Prices soaring, bread costing 10 times normal. The poor starving. The suffering hungers grip people eating anything, bark, roots, grass, cats, dogs. Reports of cannibalism, desperate parents, unthinkable choices. The sick and elderly dying first. Children's growth stunted. Diseases spreading, weakened bodies cannot resist. Crime increasing, desperate people stealing. Social order straining. The death toll, perhaps 10–25% of northern Europe's population dying. Entire villages depopulated. Fields abandoned, no one to farm them. Livestock dying, no fodder. The agrarian economy collapsing. The psychological impact, famine seen as divine punishment. Prayers and processions seeking God's mercy. Scapegoating, blaming Jews, lepers, outsiders. The confidence of the High Middle Ages shaken. A sense that the world is darkening. The recovery, harvests improving after 1322. Population slowly recovering. But the damage done. Society weakened. Setting the stage for the plague. The Black Death returns. The 14th century catastrophe. We've discussed the Black Death's arrival, 1347, and immediate impact. Let's now explore its long-term consequences and the transformed world it created. The immediate devastation, as we covered 1347 to 1353, perhaps 30–60% mortality. Cities hit hardest, crowded, unsanitary. Rural areas also devastated. No effective treatment. Terror and social breakdown. The recurrences, the plague didn't disappear in 1353. It returned periodically for centuries. Major outbreaks, 1361, 1362. The pestilence of children hitting those born after 1347, especially hard. 1369, 1374, 1375, 1390, and sporadically through the 15th, 17th centuries. Not as deadly as the first outbreak, but maintaining fear. Becoming endemic, a constant background presence. The long-term demographic impact, population collapse. Europe's population not recovering to pre-plague levels until the 16th century. Continuous drain, periodic outbreaks preventing recovery. Some regions worse than others. England perhaps, 5–6 million 1300, right arrow 2, 3 million 1400. France, 17–20 million right, arrow 10–12 million. Italy, 10 million right, arrow 6–7 million. Economic transformation, the labor shortage, before 1347, surplus labor population exceeding available land. After 1347, labor shortage, too few workers for the land. The balance of power shifting. Rising wages, workers demanding higher pay, scarcity increasing value. Employers protesting but needing workers. Governments trying to cap wages. Statute of Laborers in England, 1351. Largely ineffective market forces prevailing. Real wages rising 50–100% over the 14th–15th centuries. A golden age for workers in material terms, if they survived. Declining rents and land values, land abundant, labor scarce. Rents falling. Lords' incomes declining. Some estates abandoned. The landed nobility struggling. The decline of serfdom, the old system breaking serfs, escaping to towns, labor shortage making it easy, or demanding better terms, threatening to leave. Lords unable to enforce obligations. Serfdom gradually disappearing in Western Europe, 14th–15th centuries. Replaced by tenant farming, renting land for money, not labor services. Or wage labor working for pay. Greater freedom for peasants. But resistance, some lords trying to maintain old rights, leading to conflict. The Peasants' Revolt, England, 1381. The rising triggered by a poll tax, flat tax, hitting the poor hardest. But deeper causes, resentment of lordly authority, desire for freedom, frustration with wage caps. Led by Wat Tyler and John Ball. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? Ball's famous question asserting equality. Peasants marching on London, occupying the city, executing officials, demanding the end of serfdom. The young King Richard II, 14 years old, meeting the rebels, promising reforms. Wat Tyler killed by the mayor of London, in the king's presence. The revolt collapsing. The aftermath, promises broken, the king suppressing the revolt. Leaders executed. But serfdom continuing to decline anyway, economic forces stronger than legal pronouncements. Similar revolts elsewhere, France, Flanders, Germany. The old order crumbling. Social and cultural impacts, the questioning of authority. If God allowed the plague, was the church's power real? If nobles died as easily as peasants, were they truly superior? If prayers failed, what good was piety? A crisis of faith for some. The Danse Macabre and Memento Mori, death art, images of death leading people from all stations, pope, emperor, knight, merchant, peasant dancing toward the grave. The message, death is the great equalizer. Everyone dies, regardless of status. Memento Mori, remember you will die. Skulls, skeletons, decomposing corpses in art. Tomb effigies showing the deceased as rotting cadavers. A morbid fascination with mortality, but also vitality, those who survived enjoying life more intensely. Feasting, dancing, revelry seize the day. Fashion becoming more elaborate and colorful. Art becoming more realistic, emotional. A simultaneous awareness of death and love of life. The Great Western Schism, 1378. 1417, the Church divided. The Avignon Papacy, 1309, 1377, the exile Pope Clement V, moving the papal court to Avignon, southern France. Reasons, political pressure from the French king, instability in Rome. The papacy remaining in Avignon for 70 years. The Babylonian captivity, critics comparing it to the Jews' exile. The popes effectively under French influence. Building a lavish papal palace. Increasing taxes and bureaucracy to fund it. Resentment growing especially outside France. The return, 1377. Pope Gregory XI returning to Rome. Dying shortly after, 1378. The cardinals electing Urban VE, a difficult, reforming pope. The cardinals regretting their choice. The schism begins 1378 too, popes, the cardinals, mostly French, declaring Urban's election invalid. Electing Clement VII, a different Clement. Clement VII returning to Avignon. Now two popes, one in Rome, one in Avignon, each claiming to be the true pope. Each excommunicating the other. Christendom divided, countries choosing sides, Rome, Italy, England, Holy Roman Empire, much of Eastern Europe. Avignon, France, Scotland, Castile, Aragon. Not based on theology but politics. The schism scandalizing the faithful. If there are two popes, which is legitimate, can either grant salvation. The schism deepens, both lines electing successors. The schism lasting decades. Some cardinals trying to resolve it. Council of Pisa, 1409, electing a third Pope, Alexander V. Now 3 popes, making things worse. The Council of Constance, 1418, the resolution, a great church council, bishops, abbots, university theologians, rulers, meeting in Constance, Germany, forcing all 3 popes to resign or be deposed. Electing Martin V, 1417. Universally recognized, the schism ending. But questions remain. The council claimed authority over the pope, conciliarism, the idea that a council can overrule a pope. The popes rejecting this, the debate continuing. The papacy's prestige damaged, criticism of the church increasing. Heresy and reform. John Wycliffe c. 1330–1384, the English reformer, Oxford theologian, criticizing the church's wealth and corruption, arguing scripture should be available in English, not just Latin. Translating the Bible into English, questioning transubstantiation, the doctrine that bread and wine become Christ's body and blood. Condemned as a heretic after his death. His followers, Lollards, persecuted, but his ideas spreading. Jan Hus c. 1372–1415, the Bohemian reformer, influenced by Wycliffe. Preaching in Prague, criticizing clerical corruption, calling for reform, advocating for communion in both kinds, bread and wine for laypeople, not just the priest. Summoned to the Council of Constance. Promised safe conduct. Arrested, tried, condemned, burned at the stake, 1415. Becoming a martyr. His followers, Hussites, rebelling in Bohemia. The Hussite Wars, 1419–1434, religious and national conflict. The challenge to authority, Wycliffe and Hus anticipating the Reformation a century later. The church suppressing dissent, but unable to extinguish it. The seeds of Protestantism being sown. The 100 Years' War, England and France in conflict. We've touched on this war, 1337, 1453 earlier. Let's explore it in more depth, its causes, major battles, heroes and villains, and ultimate significance. The causes: the succession crisis, the French King Charles IV dying without a male heir, 1328. His cousin Philip VI becoming king. But Edward III of England, Charles's nephew, through his mother, claiming a better right. The French rejecting a claim through the female line. Salic law: women cannot inherit or transmit the crown. Edward initially accepting Philip, but later 1337 asserting his claim. Declaring himself King of France. Economic interests: Flanders part of France, but economically dependent on English wool. Flemish cities supporting England. The wool trade crucial to both economies. Control of the Channel. Feudal complications: Edward III, holding lands in France, Gascony, as a vassal of the French king, resenting this subordination. Philip V threatening to confiscate these lands. Edward resisting. National rivalry: centuries of tension. Norman conquest, 1066, linking the realms. But by the 14th century, distinct national identities emerging. English kings no longer speaking French as their first language. Growing animosity. The early phase, 1337 to 1360, English victories. Crécy, 1346, the battle, Edward III invading France. Philip V confronting him near Crécy. The French army, larger estimates vary, 2,000 and 30,000, Visses 10,000 and 15,000. The French confident chivalric cavalry nobility. The English defensive taking a strong position on a hill. The slaughter, French knights charging. English longbowmen mowing them down, arrows falling like rain. The longbow, 6-foot bow, firing heavy arrows, penetrating armor at range. Devastating. Wave after wave of French knights falling. The battle lasting hours. French casualties enormous, thousands of nobles and knights. English losses minimal. The significance infantry commoners defeating cavalry nobles. A social and military revolution. The old chivalric ideal shattered. Gunpowder weapons, primitive cannons, also used by the English. The future of warfare changing. The Black Prince and Poitiers 1356 Edward, the Black Prince Edward III eldest son. Leading raids in southern France, Chevauchés destructive raids. Burning, looting, devastating the countryside. Terrorizing the population. Economic warfare. The Battle of Poitiers. The French King John's II confronting the Black Prince. Another English defensive position. French attacks repulsed. King John II captured, an astonishing event. The King of France a prisoner, held for ransom. France in crisis. The Treaty of Brétigny 1360, the peace. Edward III, renouncing his claim to the French throne for now. In exchange for massive territorial gains, Aquitaine, Gascony, Calais. And a huge ransom for King John II. 3 million gold crowns, France struggling to pay. England triumphant, but the war not truly over. The middle phase 1369, 1396 French recovery. Charles V the Wise reigned 1364-1380, the French recovery, John II's son. A clever, cautious ruler, avoiding pitched battles, learning from Crécy and Poitiers. Using guerrilla tactics, sieges, diplomacy. Hiring Du Guesclin, a brilliant general, gradually reclaiming lost territory. By his death, France recovering most losses. Truces and intermittent fighting, no decisive battles. Raids, skirmishes, sieges. Both sides exhausted. The Black Death complicating, reducing manpower. A long truce 1396-1415. The final phase 1415-1453, Agincourt to French victory. Agincourt 1415, Henry V, King of England 1413 and 1422. Charismatic, martial, pious. Reviving English claims to France. Invading Normandy. The campaign besieging Harfleur, taking it but losing time and men to dysentery. Marching to Calais. Intercepted by a large French army near Agincourt. The battle October 25, 1415, the field muddy, recent rains. The English outnumbered perhaps 6,000 vis 20,000, 30,000, but in a strong defensive position. English longbowmen again. French knights advancing through mud. Slipping, falling, hampered by heavy armor. English arrows and men-at-arms slaughtering them. French losses catastrophic, thousands of nobles. English losses minimal. An astonishing victory. Shakespeare immortalizing it. Henry V written 1599. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. The Saint Crispin's Day speech. Henry V as the heroic king. English national myth. The Treaty of Troyes 1420, Henry V's triumph after Agincourt, conquering Normandy. Besieging Paris. Forcing the mad French King Charles VI to disinherit his son the Dauphin. Naming Henry V heir to France. Henry marrying Charles VI's daughter Catherine. The kingdoms to be united under Henry. The dream dies, Henry V dying 1422 of dysentery, age 36. Charles VI dying shortly after. Henry's infant son, Henry VI, proclaimed King of France and England. But the Dauphin Charles VII refusing to accept the treaty. The war continuing. Joan of Arc, 1412-1431, the Maid of Orleans. The peasant girl, her visions, born in Domremy, eastern France. A peasant's daughter. Age 13, claiming to hear voices, Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, Saint Margaret. The voices telling her to save France. To crown the Dauphin at Reims, the traditional coronation site. Her mission, age 17, traveling to the Dauphin's court. Convincing him to let her lead troops. How? Her conviction, charisma, desperation of the French. Given armor, a banner, a small force. The Siege of Orleans 1429, the crisis Orleans besieged by the English, a crucial city on the Loire. If it falls, the road to southern France open. The French desperate. Joan's arrival inspiring the troops, her presence miraculous, divine. Leading assaults. Wounded an arrow through the shoulder but continuing. The siege lifted May 8, 1429. A turning point. The coronation, Joan escorting the Dauphin to Reims. Charles VII crowned July 17, 1429. Joan's mission fulfilled. Rallying, capture and trial fast 1430-1431. The capture Joan captured by Burgundians, French allies of England at Compiègne. Sold to the English. Put on trial for heresy by a church court, controlled by the English and Burgundians. The trial accused of heresy, witchcraft, wearing men's clothing, a theological offense. Interrogated repeatedly. Defending herself despite being illiterate and untrained, her voices telling her to trust in God. Condemned. The execution May 30, 1431, burned at the stake in Rouen. Age 19. Her ashes scattered in the Seine. The English hoping to destroy her legend. The legend grows, Joan becoming a martyr. Inspiring French resistance. Later exonerated, 1456, her trial declared invalid. Canonized 1920, declared a saint. A symbol of French nationalism, of courage, of divine mission. The war's end, French resurgence after Joan's death, French continuing to rally. Charles VII reforming the army, creating a standing army, using artillery effectively. Gradually reconquering English-held territories. Normandy 1449-1450. Gascony 1451-1453. The final battle Castillon, 1453. French artillery destroying the English army. The English general John Talbot killed. The last major battle. The outcome, England losing all French territories except Calais. The war ending though no formal treaty. England turning inward, the Wars of the Roses beginning. France emerging stronger, more unified, a nation-state. The war spanning 116 years though intermittent. Shaping national identities, English and French. Demonstrating the power of artillery and infantry over cavalry. The medieval way of war ending, the rise of nation-states. The decline of feudalism, the plague weakening lords economically. The 100 Years' War empowering kings, raising armies, levying taxes. Gunpowder making castles obsolete. Standing armies replacing feudal levies. Centralized bureaucracies, administering justice and finance. The feudal contract dissolving. France after the 100 Years' War, Charles VII and his successors consolidating royal power. The great nobles, dukes of Burgundy, Brittany, etc. gradually brought to heel. Royal domain expanding. A professional army, the gens d'armes. A centralized state emerging. France becoming the model of absolute monarchy. England, the Wars of the Roses 1455. 1485, the dynastic conflict. Two branches of the Plantagenet family fighting for the throne, House of Lancaster Red Rose. House of York White Rose. Triggered by Henry VI's weak rule, he suffered from mental illness. Richard, Duke of York, claiming the throne. Civil war erupting. The battles, St. Albans 1455, the first battle. Toten 1461, the bloodiest, perhaps 28,000 dead. Tewkesbury 1471. Bosworth Field 1485, the decisive battle. Dozens of skirmishes and executions. The nobility destroyed, nobles killing each other, battle, execution, assassination. Many great families extinguished. The nobility weakened. The monarchy strengthened. Henry Tudor Henry VII reigned 1485-1509, the end of the wars, defeating Richard III at Bosworth. Richard killed in battle, the last English king to die in combat. Henry Tudor, a marginal claimant, seizing the throne. marrying Elizabeth of York, uniting the houses. The Tudor rose red and white combined. The Wars of the Roses ending. The Tudor state Henry VII ruling efficiently, ruthlessly, crushing noble power, filling the treasury, avoiding war, strengthening the monarchy. His son Henry is 8, inheriting a powerful, wealthy kingdom. Spain the Union 1469, Isabella of Castile marrying Ferdinand of Aragon, uniting the two largest kingdoms in Iberia. Joint rule. The Reconquista completed 1492, conquering Granada, the last Muslim kingdom in Spain, ending 800 years of Islamic presence. Spain unified under Christian rule. Religious unification. The Spanish Inquisition, established 1478, targeting conversos, Jewish converts to Christianity suspected of secret Judaism, and later Moriscos, Muslim converts. Brutal torture, burning, enforcing religious conformity. The expulsion of the Jews 1492, all Jews ordered to convert or leave. Hundreds of thousands fleeing to North Africa, the Ottoman Empire, Italy. A tragedy in Spain's lost Jews had been vital to the economy and culture. Spain becoming rigidly Catholic. The Spanish Empire also in 1492, Columbus's voyage, sponsored by Isabella. Spain embarking on global empire, becoming the most powerful state in 16th century Europe. The Holy Roman Empire, a curious entity, theoretically the successor to Charlemagne's empire. Elective monarchy, German princes electing the emperor. But the emperor's power limited. Germany fragmented hundreds of principalities, cities, bishoprics. The famous joke, neither holy nor Roman, nor an empire, but culturally significant. And the Habsburg family consolidating control from the 15th century onward. Italy disunity, Italy not unified until the 19th century. Divided into city-states, kingdoms, papal states. Rivalry and warfare constant. But cultural richness. The Renaissance beginning here. The Italian city-states Florence, a republic in theory controlled by wealthy families. The Medici family dominating 15th century. Bankers and patrons of art. Florence becoming the cradle of the Renaissance. Venice a maritime republic, controlling trade in the eastern Mediterranean. Wealthy, sophisticated, republican but oligarchic. Unique, built on lagoons, canals instead of streets. Milan, Genoa, Pisa, Siena, each with distinct character. Competing economically and militarily. Hiring condottieri, mercenary generals. The wars often ritualistic, limited casualties, negotiated outcomes. But culturally vibrant. The Papal States, the Pope ruling central Italy. Temporal and spiritual power. Renaissance popes Alexander VI, Julius II, Leo X acting like secular princes. Patrons of art, warriors, diplomats. Sometimes scandalous corruption, nepotism, even illegitimate children. The Kingdom of Naples, southern Italy and Sicily. Contested by various powers, Angevin, Aragonese. Less wealthy than the north, but strategically important. The commercial revolution accelerates. Banking and finance, the Italian bankers Medici, Fugger, Bardi, Peruzzi, lending to kings, financing wars. Developing sophisticated techniques, double entry, bookkeeping, tracking assets and liabilities. Bills of exchange, transferring money without physically moving coins. Letters of credit. The foundations of modern finance. The risks. Kings defaulting, Edward III, bankrupting Florentine banks in 1340s. Wars disrupting trade. But enormous profits for successful bankers. Trade networks, the Hanseatic League, association of German cities Lübeck, Hamburg, Cologne, etc., controlling Baltic and North Sea trade. Timber, furs, grain, fish, amber. Hansa merchants establishing trading posts, Novgorod, London, Bergen. Powerful, negotiating with kings, waging wars. Declining 15th, 16th centuries as nation-states grow stronger. The Mediterranean, Venice, Genoa, Barcelona dominating. spices, silk, sugar, dyes from the east, transported overland through the Middle East, or by sea through the Red Sea or Persian Gulf. Enormous profits, spices worth more than their weight in gold. The new trade routes, the Mongol Empire's collapse 14th century, disrupting overland routes. The Ottoman Empire's expansion 15th century, controlling Eastern Mediterranean. European merchants seeking alternatives. The desire to bypass Muslim middlemen, leading to exploration, technology and innovation, gunpowder reaching Europe. 13th century, transforming warfare 14th-15th origins, invented in China 9th century. Transmitted via the Mongols and Islamic world. Arriving in Europe by 1300. Early cannons primitive, small, unreliable, dangerous to users. Used at Crécy 1346, but not decisive. Improving gradually. By the 15th century, large siege cannons, battering down castle walls. Constantinople's walls breached by Turkish cannons, 1453, the age of the impregnable castle ending. Handguns, arquebuses, matchlock firearms. Slow to load, inaccurate, unreliable. But penetrating armor, requiring less training than longbows. Gradually replacing bows and crossbows 15th, 16th centuries. The social impact, any commoner with a gun could kill a knight. Armor becoming obsolete. The military aristocracy's dominance ending. Warfare becoming more democratic in a sense and more deadly. Printing Johannes Gutenberg c. 1414-68. The invention c. 1450. Movable type, individual letters cast in metal, arranged, printed, reused. Not the first, Chinese and Koreans had it earlier, but Gutenberg perfecting it for alphabetic script. The printing press adapted from wine presses. Oil-based ink. Paper cheaper than parchment. The Gutenberg Bible c. 1455, about 180 copies printed. Beautiful, mimicking manuscript illumination. But produced in months, not years. Affordable, relatively still expensive, but far cheaper than manuscripts. The revolution before printing, books rare, expensive, handmade. Copying slow, errors accumulating. Literacy limited. Knowledge controlled by the church and wealthy. After printing, books becoming common. Prices dropping dramatically. A printing press producing hundreds of copies in weeks. Identical copies, no copying errors. Knowledge spreading rapidly. The impact, literacy increasing, more books mean more readers. Ideas spreading. The Reformation would have been impossible without printing. Standardization of spelling, grammar, languages. Scholarship advancing, scholars accessing more texts. The scientific revolution enabled. A true revolution, few inventions more transformative. By 1500, thousands of printers across Europe. Millions of books printed. The world changed forever. Navigation improvements 14th, 15th centuries. The magnetic compass from China, reaching Europe 12th century, becoming standard. The astrolabe measuring latitude by the sun or stars. Better maps, portolan charts showing coastlines accurately. The caravel, Portuguese ship, lateen sails allowing sailing into the wind, shallow draft for exploring coasts. The result, enabling long-distance ocean voyages. The age of exploration beginning. The Renaissance begins. What is the Renaissance? The term French for rebirth. Coined in the 19th century, referring to the revival of classical Greek and Roman learning and culture, roughly 1350-1600, varying by region. Beginning in Italy, spreading to Northern Europe. The traditional view, the Middle Ages, dark, ignorant, superstitious. The Renaissance, bright, rational, humanistic. A sharp break. The modern view, more continuity than break. The Middle Ages had preserved and transmitted classical learning. The Renaissance building on medieval foundations, but undeniably a cultural shift. The characteristics, humanism, the study of classical texts, Latin and Greek. Focusing on human potential and achievement, not just theology. grammar, rhetoric, poetry, history, moral philosophy, the humanities. Educators like Petrarch, Erasmus recovering and studying ancient texts. A new ideal, the well-rounded individual educated in arts, sciences, athletics, manners. Art realism observing nature, anatomy, perspective. Classical themes and forms, borrowing from Greco-Roman art. Individualism portraits, glorifying specific people. Patronage wealthy families, and the church commissioning art. Architecture reviving classical styles, columns, domes, symmetry. Moving away from Gothic, which Renaissance thinkers called barbaric from the Goths. Brunelleschi, Alberti, Bramante. Why Italy? The reasons: wealth from trade, banking. Patronage, Medici, popes, princes supporting artists and scholars. Classical ruins, constant reminders of Rome's glory. Political fragmentation, city-states, competing culturally as well as militarily. The Black Death's aftermath, wealth concentrated, labor expensive, investing in art and culture. Petrarch, 1304–1374, the father of humanism, Italian poet and scholar. Collecting and studying classical manuscripts. Writing in Latin emulating Cicero and Italian. His sonnets to Laura idealizing love. Defining the humanist program, studying the classics to become better people. Inspiring later scholars. The Medici, the banking family, dominating Florence 15th century. Cosimo de' Medici, 1389–1464, consolidating power, patronizing art. Lorenzo the Magnificent, 1449–1492, poet, patron, de facto ruler. Supporting Botticelli, Michelangelo, Leonardo in his youth. Creating the Platonic Academy, scholars studying Plato. Florence flourishing. The artists, Giotto c. 1267–1337, proto-Renaissance painter. Breaking from Byzantine style, flat, symbolic. Introducing depth, emotion, naturalism. His frescoes in Padua, Florence, revolutionary. Influencing later artists. Brunelleschi, 1377–1446, architect and engineer. Designing the dome of Florence Cathedral, Santa Maria del Fiore. An engineering marvel, self-supporting, no scaffolding. Rediscovering linear perspective, mathematical system for creating depth on a flat surface. Revolutionizing painting and architecture. Donatello c. 1386–1466, sculptor. Reviving classical forms, contrapposto, weight on one leg, naturalistic poses. Bronze David, the first freestanding nude since antiquity. Realism and emotion. Masaccio, 1401–1428, a painter. Using perspective from Brunelleschi. Realistic human figures, solid, three-dimensional. The tribute money, expulsion from paradise. Dying young but influencing all later painters. Botticelli c. 1445–1510, painter. Graceful, lyrical style. The birth of Venus, Primavera. Mythological themes, classical paganism revived, but allegorized as Christian. Beauty and elegance. Leonardo da Vinci, 1452–1519, the Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, engineer, scientist, inventor, musician, writer. Epitomizing the Renaissance ideal, universal genius. The artist, The Last Supper, Milan, capturing the moment Christ announces betrayal. Mona Lisa, the enigmatic smile, subtle modeling, psychological depth. Esfumato, soft, smoky transitions, no harsh lines. Studying anatomy, dissecting corpses, drawing muscles, bones. Observing nature, birds, water, rocks. Light, the scientist and inventor, designing flying machines inspired by birds. Designing tanks, submarines, parachutes. Studying hydraulics, optics, mechanics. Notebooks filled with observations and sketches. Most inventions never built but showing his genius. The legacy, influencing all later art. A symbol of human potential. Michelangelo, 1475–1564, the divine artist, sculptor, painter, poet. Dedicated, obsessive, perfectionist. The sculptor David Florence, 17-foot marble statue, idealizing the human form. Pieta Rome Mary holding the dead Christ, tender and tragic. Believing the statue existed within the marble, he was just releasing it. The painter the Sistine Chapel ceiling Rome, 1508-1512. Painted alone lying on scaffolding, paint dripping into his eyes. The creation of Adam God and Adam's fingers almost touching. The Last Judgment later, on the altar wall dramatic, muscular figures. The architect designing St. Peter's Basilica Dome Rome. The crowning achievement of Renaissance architecture. The tortured genius driven, difficult, never satisfied. Creating some of humanity's greatest art. Raphael 1483-1520. The perfect painter graceful, harmonious, balanced. The School of Athens Vatican depicting ancient philosophers, celebrating human reason. Madonna's beautiful, serene. Dying young age 37 but prolific. The high Renaissance ideal. The spread of the Renaissance to Northern Europe, 15th-16th centuries, slower to arrive the North less wealthy, more conservative. But adapting Renaissance ideas. The Northern Renaissance focusing more on religious themes compared to Italian secularism. Oil painting perfected in the North Jan van Eyck. Detailed realism every hair, every fold of cloth. Albrecht Dürer 1471-1528 German painter and printmaker. Combining Italian Renaissance style with Northern detail. Woodcuts and engravings mass-producing art via printing. Erasmus c. 1466-1536 Dutch humanist. The praise of folly satirizing church corruption. Editing Greek New Testament correcting errors in the Vulgate. Advocating reform within the church. Prince of the humanists. The Renaissance worldview humanisms. Impact valuing human reason and achievement. Studying this world, not just the next. But not necessarily rejecting Christianity, most Renaissance figures were devout. Rather, integrating classical and Christian. The Dignity of Man Pico della Mirandola Oration on the Dignity of Man, 1486, arguing humans can shape themselves through education and virtue. Free will, potential, creativity. An optimistic, empowering vision. But also elitism Renaissance culture for the wealthy and educated. Ordinary people largely untouched. The peasant in the field, living much as his ancestors had. Close your eyes and imagine yourself standing on a rocky promontory at Sagres, on the southwestern tip of Portugal, in the year 1450. Before you stretches the Atlantic Ocean, vast and mysterious, its waters extending to the edge of the known world. Behind you lies Europe recovering from plague, emerging from medieval constraints, hungry for spices, gold, and knowledge. Wind carries salt spray and the promise of discovery. For centuries, European sailors have hugged coastlines, rarely venturing far from sight of land. The ocean has been a barrier, not a highway, a realm of monsters and storms, of edges beyond which ships might fall into the abyss. But that is changing. Here at Sagres, Prince Henry the Navigator has gathered cartographers, astronomers, and sea captains. Together, they are methodically pushing southward along the African coast, each voyage extending knowledge a little further, testing new ship designs, perfecting navigation techniques. They don't know it yet, but they stand at the beginning of an age that will transform the world utterly, the age of exploration. Within 50 years, Europeans will have sailed around Africa to India, crossed the Atlantic to the Americas, and circumnavigated the globe. They will encounter civilizations they never imagined, establish empires spanning continents, and knit together a truly global economy for the first time in human history. The medieval world, with its limited horizons and inward focus, is about to explode outward. This final hour of our journey traces how the medieval world gave way to the early modern, How the certainties of Christendom fractured in religious revolution, how ancient empires fell and new ones rose, and how the foundations of our modern world were laid in the tumultuous 15th and 16th centuries. It's a story of courage and cruelty, discovery and destruction, genius and greed, the story of how the Middle Ages ended and the modern world began. The Portuguese pioneers. Why Portugal? The unlikely leader, a small kingdom on Europe's edge. Population perhaps 1 million. No great wealth or power, but several advantages: a long Atlantic coastline, maritime tradition, fishing, trading. Reconquista completed early 1249, freed from Moorish rule. Looking outward, no room to expand into Spain. Royal patronage for exploration. Prince Henry the Navigator, 1394-1460. The organizer, son of King John I. Not himself a great sailor, the nickname misleading, but passionate about exploration and navigation. Establishing a center at Sagres, gathering experts. Financing expeditions, using revenues from the Order of Christ, a military religious order he headed. Methodically exploring the African coast. The goals: finding a sea route to Asia, bypassing Muslim middlemen. Locating gold, rumors of wealthy kingdoms in West Africa. Spreading Christianity, converting pagans, and finding Prester John, a legendary Christian king, supposedly ruling somewhere in Africa or Asia. Curiosity and glory. The early voyages, the Canary Islands claimed by Castile, 1400s, already known. Staging point for further exploration. Madeira, 1419, Portuguese sailors discovering or rediscovering these islands. Colonizing them. Planting sugar, becoming enormously profitable. The Azores, 1427, further into the Atlantic. Uninhabited. Settled by Portuguese. Proving ships could sail far from land and return. Cape Bojador, 1434, the psychological barrier, a cape on the West African coast in modern Western Sahara. Considered by many sailors the edge of the navigable world. Strong currents, dangerous rocks. Superstitions beyond it, the sea boils, demons lurk, many expeditions turning back. Gillines, 1434, Portuguese navigator. Finally rounding Cape Bojador. Finding normal ocean, the barrier broken. Voyages accelerating. Exploring West Africa, 1440s, 1480s, the steady progress, each expedition going a little further. Mapping the coast. Trading with African kingdoms, gold, ivory, pepper and slaves. Establishing fortified trading posts, feitorías. Reaching the equator, 1471, crossing the line, another psychological barrier, the climate not becoming unbearably hot as some had feared. Finding the coast, trending eastward, raising hopes of rounding Africa. The Congo River, 1482. Diogo Cao discovering the river's mouth. Making contact with the Kingdom of Congo. The king, the Manicongo, converting to Christianity. Establishing diplomatic and trade relations. Bartholomew Diaz, 1488, rounding Africa, departing Lisbon with 3 ships. Sailing south along the African coast. Blown south by storms. When turning east, finding no land. Realizing he'd rounded the continent. Landing on the eastern coast in modern South Africa. Naming the southern tip the Cape of Storms. King John II, renaming it the Cape of Good Hope, optimistically, because it opened the route to India, the significance proving a sea route to Asia existed. A monumental achievement. But Diaz not reaching India, his crew forcing him to turn back. Vasco da Gama, 1497-1499, the voyage to India, the mission. King Manuel I reigned, 1495-1521, commissioning da Gama. 4 ships, about 170 men. Better prepared than Diaz, more supplies, trade goods, interpreters. The route departing Lisbon July 8, 1497, sailing south to Cape Verde Islands. Then far out into the Atlantic, a wide arc, using the trade winds a bold navigational strategy. Rounding the Cape of Good Hope December. Sailing up the East African coast. East Africa, finding Swahili city-states Mozambique, Mombasa, Malindi. Muslim trading cities, wealthy, sophisticated. Initially hostile, the Portuguese arriving armed, demanding cooperation. But in Malindi, hiring a pilot, possibly Omad ibn Majid, a famous Arab navigator, crossing the Indian Ocean with the pilot's help, using the monsoon winds. Sailing directly to India, a 23-day crossing. Reaching Calicut, May 20, 1498, a major port on India's Malabar coast. The Portuguese astonished Calicut was far larger, wealthier than any European city, the Zamorin Hindu ruler receiving them. But unimpressed by Portuguese trade goods, European cloth and trinkets laughable, compared to Indian silks and Chinese porcelain. The return obtaining some spices through local merchants. Departing under strain, the Zamorin irritated, Muslim merchants hostile. The voyage home difficult, scurvy killing many, including Da Gama's brother. Rounding Africa again. Reaching Lisbon September 1499. Only 2 ships and 55 men surviving. But the mission successful. The impact a new route to Asia, breaking the Venetian Muslim monopoly on the spice trade. The Portuguese sending fleets annually. Establishing fortified trading posts Goa, Malacca, Hormuz. Dominating the Indian Ocean trade through superior naval power. Enormous profits, spices bought cheaply in India, sold for vast sums in Europe. Portugal becoming wealthy. The beginning of European imperialism in Asia, the Portuguese using naval power to coerce cooperation. Bombarding cities that resisted. The model for later European empires. Christopher Columbus and the Spanish voyages. Columbus 1451-1506, the Genoese sailor born in Genoa, Italy. Working as a sailor and mapmaker. Moving to Portugal, then Spain. Obsessed with reaching Asia by sailing west. The plan, the idea. The earth is round. Educated people already knew this, not Columbus's innovation. Therefore, sailing west should reach Asia. Calculating the distance based on flawed estimates. Thinking the earth was smaller than it actually is. Believing Japan was about 3,000 miles west of Europe, actually about 12,000. If his calculations had been correct, the voyage would have been feasible. If the Americas hadn't existed, his crew would have died at sea. Seeking patronage, presenting his plan to Portugal 1485, rejected Portuguese experts, correctly calculating the distance as too great. Presenting to Spain 1486, initially rejected. Persisting, spending years lobbying. Ferdinand and Isabella 1492, after Granada's conquest, completing the Reconquista. Flush with victory, willing to gamble. The cost relatively small, 3 small ships, 90 men. If successful, the rewards enormous. Granting Columbus's demands governorship of discovered lands, percentage of profits, noble title. The first voyage 1492, the fleet 3 ships, Santa Maria, the largest, about 60 feet long, Pinta, Nina. Departing Palos August 3, 1492. The voyage sailing to the Canary Islands, Spanish possession. Reprovisioning, sailing west into the unknown September 6. Weeks passing. The crew growing anxious, no land, supplies diminishing. Columbus promising to turn back if land not sighted soon. Signs appearing, seaweed, birds. Land. October 12, 1492, a lookout on the Pinta sighting land. An island in the Bahamas, which one exactly is debated, probably San Salvador. Columbus naming it San Salvador, Holy Savior. Going ashore, planting Spanish flag, claiming for Spain. Encountering the Taino people, indigenous inhabitants. Columbus, calling them Indians, thinking he'd reached the East Indies. Exploring the Caribbean, sailing among the islands Cuba, Hispaniola. Searching for gold, spices. The court of the Great Khan. finding neither just island communities with simple technology, but certain he'd reached Asia or its periphery. The return 1493, the Santa Maria wrecked on Hispaniola, leaving 39 men in a fort, the first European settlement in the Americas. Returning with the Nina and Pinta, bringing gold samples, parrots, captive Tainos. Reaching Spain March 1493. Received triumphantly. Ferdinand and Isabella thrilled. Later voyages 1493, 1498, 1502, the second voyage 1493-1496. A large fleet 17 ships, 1,200 men. Colonists, soldiers, priests. Establishing settlements in Hispaniola, finding the first fort destroyed. All men dead conflict with the Tainos. The colonists struggling disease, hunger, conflict with natives. Columbus proving a poor administrator. The third voyage 1498-1500, reaching the South American mainland Venezuela, still believing it was Asia. Hispaniola in chaos, colonists rebelling. Columbus arrested, sent back to Spain in chains. Pardoned but losing his governorship. The fourth voyage 1502-1504, exploring Central America, Honduras, Panama, searching for a strait to the Indian Ocean. Finding none. Ships wrecked, Columbus stranded in Jamaica. Rescued, returning to Spain 1504. Dying 1506, still believing he'd reached Asia. The Columbian Exchange, the impact, what crossed the Atlantic from the Americas to Europe, Africa, Asia. Crops, maize, corn, potatoes, tomatoes, peppers, cacao, chocolate, tobacco, squash, beans. Transforming global agriculture and diet, potatoes becoming a staple in Europe, maize in Africa. Supporting population growth. From Europe, Africa, Asia to the Americas, crops wheat, rice, sugar, coffee, bananas. Animals, horses, cattle, pigs, chickens, sheep, transforming American ecosystems and societies. Diseases, smallpox, measles, typhus, influenza. Devastating Native American populations who had no immunity. Perhaps 90% mortality in some areas over the following century. Demographic catastrophe. Enabling European conquest. The consequences, the world's ecosystems and populations fundamentally altered. A true global exchange for good and ill. The Spanish Empire in the Americas, the conquistadors Hernán Cortés 1485-1547, conquering the Aztec Empire Mexico, 1519-1521. With a few hundred men, horses, guns, and native allies, indigenous groups, resenting Aztec rule, capturing the Emperor Moctezuma, besieging and destroying Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital. Smallpox killing more than Spanish swords. Establishing New Spain. Francisco Pizarro c. 1476-1541, conquering the Inca Empire, Peru, 1532-1572. With even fewer men. Capturing the Emperor Atahualpa, demanding ransom, a room filled with gold. Executing him anyway. Civil war and disease weakening the Incas. Spanish prevailing. The colonial system, the encomienda, Spanish settlers granted control over indigenous labor. Exploitation and abuse. Indigenous populations collapsing, disease, overwork, violence. The Spanish importing African slaves to replace dying native labor. Gold and silver mines, especially Potosi in Bolivia, an unimaginably rich silver mine. Treasure fleets carrying wealth to Spain. Spain becoming the wealthiest European power, 16th century. Moral debate, Bartolomé de las Casas, 1484-1566, a Spanish priest in the Americas. Initially a colonist, participating in conquest. Converting, becoming a Dominican friar. Denouncing Spanish treatment of natives, a short account of the destruction of the Indies. Advocating for indigenous rights. Debating with Juan Ginés de Sepulveda, who argued natives were natural slaves. Influencing Spanish policy, somewhat the new laws of 1542, limiting encomienda. but unable to stop the devastation. The Portuguese in Brazil Cabral's, landing 1500, Pedro Álvares Cabral, en route to India, sailing far west perhaps intentionally, to avoid storms. Sighting the coast of Brazil, claiming it for Portugal. The Treaty of Tordesillas, 1494, had divided the world between Spain and Portugal. Brazil falling on Portugal's side. Colonization initially slow. Brazil less wealthy than Asia. Establishing trading posts for Brazil wood a source of red dye. Later, sugar plantations 16th century, using indigenous and African slave labor. Brazil becoming Portugal's most valuable colony. Other explorers: John Cabot 1497, Italian sailing for England, reaching Newfoundland. England claiming North America, though not colonizing for another century. Amerigo Vespucci, 1499–1502, Italian sailing for Spain and Portugal, exploring the South American coast, realizing it was a new continent, not Asia, writing popular accounts. The continent named America after him 1507, by a German cartographer. Ferdinand Magellan 1480–1521, the circumnavigation, the planned Portuguese navigator serving Spain after Portugal rejected his proposal. Seeking a western route to the Spice Islands Moluccas. By sailing around South America, the voyage 1519–1522. 5 ships, 270 men. Departing Seville September 1519. Sailing to South America. Exploring the coast searching for a strait. The Strait of Magellan, October 1520, at the southern tip of South America. Finding a narrow, dangerous passage, now the Strait of Magellan. Taking 38 days to navigate. Emerging into a vast ocean. Magellan, naming it the Pacific, peaceful because the weather was calm. Crossing the Pacific 3 months. No land sighted. The Pacific far larger than Magellan expected. Supplies exhausted, eating rats, leather, sawdust. Scurvy, 19 men dying. Finally reaching Guam 1521. The Philippines 1521, reaching the islands. Magellan involving himself in local politics, allying with one chieftain against another. Killed in battle April 27, 1521. The completion. The survivors, continuing under Juan Sebastián Elcano. Reaching the Spice Islands loading cloves. Sailing across the Indian Ocean, around Africa. Returning to Spain September 6, 1522. 1 ship Victoria, 18 men surviving. The first circumnavigation of the globe, proving the Earth's size and the extent of the Pacific. The significance. The world revealed as truly round, truly vast. All continents except Antarctica, now known to Europeans. Global trade routes established. The medieval world's horizons shattered. The modern era beginning. The medieval church in crisis. By 1500, the Catholic Church was wealthy, powerful, and deeply problematic. The problems: corruption, simony, buying and selling church offices, nepotism, appointing relatives, absenteeism, bishops and abbots not residing in their dioceses, collecting revenues but not serving. Clerical ignorance, many parish priests barely literate. Clerical immorality, priests keeping concubines, despite vows of celibacy. The papacy Renaissance, popes behaving like Italian princes. Alexander VI Rodrigo Borgia, 1492–1503, fathering numerous children, political manipulation, possible poisonings. Julius II, 1503–1513, the warrior pope leading armies, obsessed with territorial expansion. Leo X, 1513–1521, Medici pope, patron of arts, allegedly saying, "God has given us the papacy, let us enjoy it." Indulgences, the theology, the church teaching that sin required punishment, either in this life or in purgatory after death. The church claiming authority to reduce purgatorial punishment through indulgences. Originally, Indulgences granted for pious acts, pilgrimage, prayer, charity. The abuse by the 15th-16th centuries, indulgences being sold for money. Essentially pay the church, reduce your time, or a deceased relative's time in purgatory. Raising enormous sums funding papal projects, like St. Peter's Basilica. Johann Tetzel c. 1465-1519, a Dominican friar in Germany. Selling indulgences aggressively 1517. His sales pitch reportedly, as soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs. Offensive to many, including Martin Luther. Martin Luther 1483-1546, the Augustinian monk, his background born in Saxony, Germany. His father wanting him to study law. Luther experiencing a crisis caught in a thunderstorm, vowing to Saint Anne to become a monk if he survived. Joining an Augustinian monastery 1505. Studying theology. Becoming a priest and professor at the University of Wittenberg. His spiritual struggle obsessed with his own sinfulness. Fearing damnation. No amount of good works, confession, penance satisfying him. Experiencing despair. The revelation studying Paul's letter to the Romans. The righteous will live by faith, Romans 1:17. Understanding salvation comes through faith alone, not works. God's grace unearned, freely given, saving believers. A liberating insight. The 95 Theses, October 31, 1517. The challenge, Luther writing 95 propositions, theses against indulgences. Arguing they were unbiblical, that the Pope had no power over purgatory, that faith mattered more than money. Reportedly nailing them to the door of the castle church in Wittenberg, a common way to announce academic debates. Intending a scholarly discussion. The explosion, the Theses printed and distributed the printing press, spreading them across Germany within weeks. Creating a sensation, people agreeing, resenting church corruption, indulgences, papal taxes. Luther becoming famous or infamous. The confrontation, Rome's response, Pope Leo X initially dismissing Luther as a drunken German who would recant. Summoning Luther to Rome, Luther refusing, fearing he wouldn't be safe. A papal bull 1520 condemning Luther's teachings, demanding recantation. Luther's response, burning the papal bull publicly. Writing pamphlets attacking the papacy, calling the Pope the Antichrist. Arguing the Bible was the sole authority, not the Church. Advocating the priesthood of all believers, no need for a mediating clergy. The Diet of Worms 1521, the imperial summons Holy Roman Emperor Charles V summoning Luther to the Diet Imperial Assembly at Worms, giving him safe conduct, demanding he recant. Luther's stand arriving at Worms, shown his writings, asked to recant. Luther asking for time to think, returning the next day, declaring famously, "Here I stand. I can do no other. God help me. Amen." Refusing to recant unless shown his errors from Scripture. The Edict of Worms, Charles V declaring Luther an outlaw. Anyone could kill him without penalty. His books to be burned. Frederick the Wise, Elector of Saxony, Luther's territorial prince. Protecting Luther, staging a fake kidnapping. Hiding him in Wartburg Castle. The Reformation spreads, Luther in hiding. 1521-1522. Translating the New Testament into German from Greek. Making Scripture accessible to ordinary people. His translation becoming the foundation of modern German. Writing pamphlets, hymns. The movement growing, other reformers emerging, Zwingli in Zurich, Calvin in Geneva. Printing presses spreading Reformation ideas. Germany fragmenting, some princes supporting Luther, others remaining Catholic. Religious wars erupting. The theological developments, sola scriptura, Scripture alone, the Bible as the sole authority, not church tradition. Sola fide, faith alone, salvation through faith, not works. Sola gratia, grace alone, salvation as God's free gift, not earned. The priesthood of all believers, no need for priests as intermediaries. Every Christian able to read Scripture and pray directly to God. Rejection of Catholic practices, only 2 sacraments, baptism and Eucharist, based on clear biblical evidence. Not 7 Catholics, also including confirmation, penance, marriage, holy orders, anointing of the sick. Rejection of celibacy, Luther himself, marrying a former nun, Katharina von Bora. Rejection of monasticism. Rejection of papal authority. Vernacular worship services in German, not Latin. The Catholic response, the Council of Trent, 1545. 1563, called by Pope Paul III. Bishops and theologians meeting over 18 years. Defining Catholic doctrine in opposition to Protestantism. Reaffirming the 7 sacraments, papal authority, tradition alongside Scripture, the necessity of both faith and works. But also reforming abuses, improving clerical education, ending some corrupt practices. The Counter-Reformation, Catholicism renewing itself. The Jesuits founded by Ignatius of Loyola, 1540. A new religious order dedicated to education, missionary work, and defending Catholicism. Highly educated, disciplined, effective. Spreading Catholicism in Asia, Africa, the Americas. Combating Protestantism in Europe. The Inquisition strengthened to root out heresy, particularly severe in Spain and Italy. Protestants, suspected Protestants and others persecuted. The religious wars, the German Wars, 1524, 1555. The Peasants' War, 1524, 1525. Peasants rebelling, inspired partly by Reformation ideas of equality, but Luther condemning them, siding with princes. Wars between Protestant and Catholic princes. The Peace of Augsburg, 1555, each prince choosing his territory's religion, cuius regio, ius religio, whose realm, his religion. The French Wars of Religion, 1562, 1598. Catholics versus Huguenots, French Protestants. The St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre, 1572. Thousands of Huguenots murdered. Devastating France. The 30 Years' War, 1618-1648, beginning as a religious conflict in Germany, becoming a general European war. Enormously destructive, Germany losing perhaps 1/3 of its population. Ending with the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, establishing the modern system of sovereign states. The English Reformation, Henry VIII, reigned 1509-1547. The personal becomes political, initially a loyal Catholic, writing a book against Luther, earning the title Defender of the Faith from the Pope, but wanting to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, who had not produced a male heir. The Pope refusing Catherine was the aunt of Emperor Charles V, who controlled Rome. Henry breaking with Rome, 1534, declaring himself supreme head of the Church of England, dissolving the monasteries, confiscating their wealth. Not primarily theological, Henry's beliefs remaining largely Catholic, but political and dynastic. The consequences: England becoming Protestant, though yo-yoing under his children, Protestant under Edward I, Catholic under Mary I, Protestant again under Elizabeth I. Anglicanism, a middle way between Catholicism and Protestantism. The impact of the Reformation Christendom shattered the medieval unity of the Western Church, broken. Catholics versus Protestants and Protestants splintering into Lutherans, Calvinists, Anglicans, Anabaptists, etc. Wars, persecution, martyrdoms. Millions dying. But also, religious freedom eventually after much bloodshed. Emphasis on individual conscience and scripture. Higher literacy, Protestants emphasizing Bible reading. Questioning of authority. The modern world's pluralism beginning. The Byzantine Empire's long decline. After the Fourth Crusade, 1204, Constantinople sacked by Crusaders. The Latin Empire established 1204-1261. The Byzantine Empire fragmented rump states in Nicaea, Trebizond, Epirus. The Restoration 1261, Michael VIII Palaiologos recapturing Constantinople, restoring the Byzantine Empire, but weakened, impoverished, surrounded by enemies. The shrinking empire 13th-15th centuries, losing territory to the Ottoman Turks in Anatolia and the Balkans. The Serbs in the Balkans. The Venetians and Genoese taking islands and ports. By 1400 controlling only Constantinople, a few islands, parts of Greece. A shadow of its former glory. The Palaiologos dynasty, 1261-1453, struggling to survive, seeking help from the West, offering to reunite the churches. But Western help never sufficient. Internal conflicts, civil wars, theological disputes. Scholars preserving Greek, learning, some fleeing to Italy, contributing to the Renaissance. The Ottoman Turks. Origins: a Turkish tribe in Anatolia 13th century. Named for Osman I reigned c. 1299-1326. Initially a small principality on the Byzantine frontier. Warrior culture, Ghazis, fighters for Islam, expanding gradually. Early expansion 14th century, conquering Byzantine territories in Anatolia. Crossing into Europe, Gallipoli, 1354. Conquering the Balkans, Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece. Surrounding Constantinople. The Battle of Kosovo 1389, Ottomans defeating a Serbian-led coalition. Serbian independence ending, becoming an Ottoman vassal. A legendary battle still commemorated in Serbian culture. Bayezid I the Thunderbolt reigned 1389-1402, rapid conquests. Besieging Constantinople, 1394-1402. Nearly taking it. The interruption, Timur Tamerlane, a Central Asian conqueror, invading Anatolia 1402. Defeating and capturing Bayezid at the Battle of Ankara. The Ottoman Empire nearly collapsing. Civil war among Bayezid's sons. The recovery, Mehmed I reigned 1413-1421, reunifying the empire. Murad the So reigned 1421-1451, consolidating and expanding. The Ottomans recovering stronger than before. Constantinople's last days. The final emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos, reigned 1449-1453, the last Byzantine emperor. Brave, capable, but ruling a doomed empire. Constantinople isolated, only the city and its immediate environs remaining. Population perhaps 50,000, once over 500,000. The great city decaying, buildings ruined, churches empty. The economy collapsed. The conqueror reigned 1451 and 1481, the young sultan, becoming sultan at age 19 1451, his second reign he'd ruled briefly as a child. Intelligent, ruthless, ambitious. Obsessed with taking Constantinople, completing what his ancestors had started. The preparation 1451-1453, building a fortress on the European side of the Bosphorus, Rumeli Hisari, cutting off Constantinople's access to the Black Sea. Assembling an army, perhaps 80,000 100,000 men. Commissioning massive cannons, the largest ever built, designed by a Hungarian engineer, Urban. The largest cannon 27 feet long, firing 600-pound stone balls. So large it required 60 oxen to move, and could only fire a few times per day, the heat and stress risking explosion. The siege begins April 6, 1453. The defense, Constantine XI preparing. The population about 50,000 including soldiers, perhaps 7,000. The Theodosian walls still formidable, triple walls, towers, moat. A boom-heavy chain across the Golden Horn, preventing Ottoman ships from entering the harbor. A handful of Western ships and soldiers, Genoese, Venetian, some fighting for pay, some for faith. Giovanni Giustiniani, Genoese general, leading the defense. The bombardment Ottoman cannons pounding the walls. Day after day. The walls crumbling in places but defenders repairing each night. Assaults repulsed, Ottoman casualties heavy. The turning point, April 22, maimed ordering ships dragged overland around the Genos colony at Galata, bypassing the boom, launching them into the Golden Horn, now attacking from the harbor side where walls were weaker. The final assault, May 29, 1453. The night before, maimed announcing a final assault, promising his soldiers 3 days of plunder. Constantine addressing his men knowing the end was near. A final service in Hagia Sophia, Orthodox and Catholics, praying together, the theological disputes forgotten. The attack beginning before dawn. Waves of troops, irregulars, then regular infantry, then Janissaries, elite troops. Scaling ladders, arrows, gunfire, cannons. Defenders exhausted fighting for weeks. A small gate, the Kirkaporta, left open by accident or treachery. Ottoman troops pouring through. Giustiniani wounded, the Genos commander struck, carried from the walls. The defense faltering. Constantine's death, the emperor fighting on foot. Last seen charging into the Ottoman ranks. His body never definitively identified, dying as a Byzantine emperor should, defending his city to the end. The fall, Ottoman troops overwhelming the defenses, entering the city. 3 days of plunder as promised. Rape, murder, enslavement. Churches looted, mosaics defaced. Many inhabitants fleeing or hiding. Maimed enters, riding into Constantinople. Visiting Hagia Sophia, ordering it converted to a mosque. Declaring Constantinople his new capital, renamed Istanbul. The significance, the end of the Roman Empire, 1123 years after Rome's fall in the West, 4076. 2206 years after the founding of the Roman Republic, 509 BCE. The last link to antiquity severed. The end of the Middle Ages, many historians marking 1453 as the end of the medieval period. The Byzantine Empire's preservation of Greek and Roman learning, now transmitted to the West, fleeing scholars, bringing manuscripts to Italy. Contributing to the Renaissance. The Ottoman triumph, Istanbul becoming a great imperial capital. The Ottoman Empire dominating southeastern Europe, the Middle East, North Africa, 15th-17th centuries. One of the great powers. For Christian Europe, shock and fear, the infidel at the gates. Calls for crusades largely ineffective, but also curiosity, Ottoman culture influencing European fashion, architecture, diplomacy. The Ottoman Empire at its height. Expansion continues, Selim I, the Grim reigned 1512-1520, conquering Syria, Egypt, the Hijaz, Mecca, and Medina, becoming caliph, leader of Sunni Islam. The empire becoming a Muslim superpower. Suleiman the Magnificent reigned 1520-1566, the Golden Age, the greatest Ottoman sultan. Military campaigns conquering Hungary, 1526. Besieging Vienna, 1529, the high watermark of Ottoman expansion in Europe, the siege failed. Naval dominance in the Mediterranean under Admiral Barbarossa. Legal reforms codifying laws, hence his Turkish epithet, the lawgiver. Architectural patronage, the Suleimani Mosque and other masterpieces by the architect Sinan. Cultural flourishing, poetry, arts, scholarship. The empire stretching from Hungary to Yemen, from Algeria to Iraq. Multi-ethnic, multi-religious Muslims, Christians, Jews coexisting under the millet system, religious communities governing themselves. Tolerant by the standards of the age, often more so than Christian Europe. Wealthy, controlling key trade routes. Sophisticated Istanbul, a cosmopolitan metropolis. The legacy, lasting until 1922, though declining from the 17th century onward. Shaping the modern Middle East and Balkans. A bridge between Europe and Asia. The medieval world transformed. As we near the end of our 8-hour journey, through ancient and medieval history, let's pause to reflect on what we've witnessed: the rise and fall of empires, the birth of religions, the flowering of cultures, the suffering and creativity of countless human beings across millennia. What was the Middle Ages? For too long, the medieval period was dismissed as the Dark Ages, 1,000 years of ignorance and barbarism between the glory of Rome and the brilliance of the Renaissance. We know now that this is a caricature. The Middle Ages were complex, diverse, creative, and foundational to our modern world. What was preserved? Classical learning in monasteries and Islamic libraries. Roman law codified by Justinian, transmitted to modern Europe. Greek philosophy translated by Arabs, studied by scholastics. Christian theology developed by Augustine, Aquinas, and countless others. The idea of universal values, however, imperfectly realized. What was created? Universities: Bologna, Paris, Oxford, the ancestors of all modern universities. Gothic cathedrals, charters, Notre Dame, architectural marvels. The scientific method: Roger Bacon, Robert Grosseteste, observing, experimenting, questioning. The foundations of modern law: Magna Carta, parliamentary traditions. Vernacular literature: Dante, Chaucer, creating national literary languages. The nation-state: France, England, Spain, emerging. Global trade networks: Venice, Genoa, the Hanseatic League. The printing press, democratizing knowledge. What was endured? Plague, killing millions, but also transforming society. War, devastating, but also forging national identities. Famine, testing human resilience. Oppression, but also resistance and slow progress toward freedom. The people: throughout these 8 hours, we've encountered extraordinary individuals: the rulers: Augustus, establishing the Roman peace. Constantine, embracing Christianity. Justinian, dreaming of restoring Rome. Charlemagne, reviving the Western Empire. Eleanor of Aquitaine, wielding power in a man's world. Saladin, embodying chivalry while fighting crusaders. Isabella and Ferdinand, uniting Spain. The thinkers: Socrates, questioning everything. Aristotle, systematizing knowledge. Augustine, wrestling with sin and grace. Avicenna, advancing medicine. Aquinas, reconciling faith and reason. Dante, imagining the afterlife. Luther, challenging the church. The artists: Phidias, sculpting the gods. Anonymous monks, illuminating manuscripts. Giotto, bringing emotion to painting. Brunelleschi, engineering the impossible dome. Michelangelo, releasing David from marble. Leonardo, imagining flight. The explorers: Pythias, sailing to Britain. Leif Erikson, reaching America. Ibn Battuta, traveling the Islamic world. Genghis, commanding treasure fleets. Columbus, crossing the Atlantic. Magellan, circumnavigating the globe. The heroes and saints: Spartacus, defying Rome. Perpetua, dying for her faith. Patrick, converting Ireland. Joan of Arc, saving France. Thomas More, dying for his conscience. And billions of ordinary people: the farmer plowing his fields under Egyptian sun or English rain. The mother nursing her child in a Roman villa or medieval cottage. The merchant calculating profits in Alexandria or Venice. The monk copying manuscripts in Byzantium or Northumbria. The soldier standing watch on Hadrian's Wall or the Great Wall. The slave building pyramids or picking cotton. The child playing in the streets of Athens or Florence. Their lives were often hard, short, and circumscribed. They had no concept of progress, no expectation that their children's lives would be better than theirs. They lived under the authority of lords and kings, priests and popes. They rarely traveled beyond their birthplace. They couldn't read or write. They suffered from diseases we've conquered, feared demons we've explained away, believed in certainties we've questioned. Yet they were human, just as we are. They loved their families, took pride in their work, found joy in festivals and feasts, told stories around fires, wondered at the stars, grieved their dead, and sought meaning in a world that often seemed harsh and inexplicable. The long arc, if we step back and view these millennia as a whole, certain patterns emerge: the growth of complexity, from city-states to empires, from local to global, from oral to written culture, from barter to sophisticated finance, from tribal gods to universal religions, from scattered knowledge to universities and libraries, the persistence of suffering, war, plague, famine, oppression recurring, each generation facing its catastrophes, yet humans enduring, adapting, surviving. The capacity for both cruelty and compassion. The same species that built the Colosseum and fed people to lions also created hospitals and relief for the poor. The Crusaders who massacred Jerusalem's inhabitants, and the monks who preserved learning, the conquistadors who destroyed empires, and the missionaries who learned indigenous languages. Humanity's dual nature, constant. The quest for meaning. Every culture creating stories, myths, religions, seeking to answer, why are we here? What happens after death? How should we live? The answers varying, but the questions universal. The transmission of culture, each generation standing on the shoulders of those before. Egypt teaching Greece, Greece teaching Rome, Rome teaching medieval Europe. India, China, the Islamic world contributing. Knowledge accumulating, despite setbacks. The human conversation continuing across millennia. The medieval world's end. By 1500, the medieval world was giving way to the early modern, politically feudalism declining, nation-states rising. Centralized monarchies replacing local lordship, gunpowder making knights obsolete. Economically, global trade networks emerging. Capitalism developing banking, stock companies, wage labor. The medieval manor system crumbling. Religiously, Christendom fragmenting. The Reformation. Religious pluralism reluctantly emerging. The church's monopoly on truth challenged. Intellectually, the printing press democratizing knowledge. Humanism questioning medieval certainties. The scientific revolution beginning. Copernicus, 1543, challenging the Earth-centered cosmos. Geographically, the world revealed as round, vast, interconnected. Europe expanding globally. The Columbian Exchange transforming ecosystems and populations. What came next? The medieval world became the early modern world, which became our modern world. The centuries after 1500 brought the Reformation and Counter-Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, the Enlightenment, the Age of Revolutions. American, French, industrial. Democracy, human rights, the end of slavery eventually. Industrialization, urbanization, globalization. World wars, genocide, nuclear weapons. Decolonization, the information age, the internet. But those are stories for another time. Our journey ends here, at the threshold of the modern world, looking back across 8 hours and 3,000 years. The gift of history. Why do we study history? Why spend 8 hours traversing these ancient and medieval landscapes? Not nostalgia. The past wasn't better. Life was harder, shorter, more brutal. No golden age to return to. Not escape. The past is gone. The present demands our attention. But connection, understanding, we're part of a story stretching back millennia. Seeing our struggles reflected in theirs. Learning from their successes and failures. And perspective. Our problems aren't unprecedented. Plague, war, crisis have come before. Yet we're here. Humanity survived, endured, continued. Finding courage in their resilience. And humility. Empires fall, certainties crumble, the permanent proves temporary. We too will become history. Our age no more final than theirs. And wonder at human creativity. The pyramids, the Parthenon, Hagia Sophia, the Gothic cathedrals. At human resilience, surviving plague, war, famine, rebuilding. Human diversity, the myriad ways of being human. At human continuity, the questions asked then, still asked now. The eternal questions as you drift into deeper sleep, or perhaps wake refreshed. Consider that the questions the ancients and medievals asked are still ours. What is a good life? What do we owe each other? What survives death? What is truth? What is beauty? What is justice? How should we organize society? What is the meaning of suffering? They didn't answer these questions definitively, neither have we. But in asking them, in struggling with them, in creating philosophies and religions and art and laws attempting to address them, they were fully human. As are we. The long night, the long day, and so we end where we began with you, here, now, in this moment. 8 hours ago, you were invited to close your eyes and journey backward through time. If you've been sleeping, these stories have washed over you like gentle waves, entering your dreams perhaps. If you've been listening, you've traveled from the first cities of Mesopotamia to the ships sailing around the world, from the pyramids rising in the desert to the printing presses clicking in German workshops, from the Buddha sitting under the Bodhi tree to Luther standing at Worms. You've witnessed the birth of civilization, the rise and fall of empires, the creation of great religions, the flowering of art and thought, the endurance of ordinary people, the transformation of the medieval world into the threshold of modernity. And through it all, one truth humanity endures. We create, we destroy, we suffer, we celebrate, we die, we're reborn in our children. The human story continues. Sleep now, if you're sleeping. Or wake gently, carrying these stories with you. You're part of this great chain, this long conversation across the ages. Your life, however ordinary it may seem, is part of the story. And the story continues. From the first light of civilization in Mesopotamia to the dawn of the modern age, from the Nile to the Atlantic, from the Forum to the Gothic cathedral, from the scroll to the printed book, the journey is complete. Thank you for traveling these 8 hours of human history. May you wake refreshed, may your sleep be deep and dreamless, or filled with the echoes of ancient voices and medieval bells. May you remember that you stand on the shoulders of millennia, that you're heir to all this richness and complexity, and that tomorrow, when you wake, you'll add your own page to the endless book of human experience. Rest well. The past is safely past. The future awaits. And this present moment, this breath, this heartbeat, connects you to every human who has ever lived.